还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请天辉方挑选英雄。莱恩。
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the last bit of the DPC right here, right now. My name is Dragon Drop. I'm joined by Kips as always, and I'm very happy that we get to cast this one here. Magma versus LBZS as one of at least 3 games that we have today. Best of 1 round robin to figure out the last remaining team that, or the second team I should say, that will make it up to the upper division. Of course, Phoenix with the win against, I believe it was CDC the other day, wasn't it? They punched the ticket early, and now these last 3 teams, they have to get that second ticket. And that's 1 round robins. It's it can be a bit tricky. You can be susceptible to things like this. You see, LBZS pulling out the Broodmother straight away.
Yeah, and normally I think that holding a cheese pick is a good idea until later in the draft, but this could be the idea. This might be a double twist draft, since Broodmother right now isn't even that cheesy. It's definitely a pick that you have to deal with. It's definitely a pick that you're going to have to want to answer in some way if you're Magma, but it's not all that uncommon right now. And it's not all that uncommon to see Broodmothers lose after getting that initial fast start either.
Oh, yeah. Broodmother is a very interesting hero in that it takes some things to the extreme, right? It takes this idea of, alright, I'm an early game hero, and it takes it to the extreme in the sense that you're pretty good in lane because you can sustain yourself very nicely with incapacitating bite, whatever it's called, as a basic ability. And then once you get your spiders, you just start taking over the jungle, start taking over that entire lane. Entire side lane wherever you're in. So, but eventually this kind of threat will stop if the other team has the ability to, 1, take care of the spider armies, and Tiny will certainly be able to do that. And number 2 is to just kill the Broodmother herself, just being able to catch her. And with the line on the field, and with the Tiny as well to some extent, like they should be able to have the tools. They should have the tools to do that.
Yeah, of course, LBZS does get to defend this pick here. I think especially the Mars, much like with the Lycan, with a hero where the biggest problem with it is that it might run away and kill your supports instead of, you know, standing and fighting you. The arena is a great way to hold the Broodmother down, and they will not have that option now. Same, of course, with Jewel on a smaller scale.
Yep.
And then, of course, Troll is one of the few carries that can actually stand and deal with her. Now, the solution to a Broodmother from the carry position, in my opinion, is something that Team Spirit did, which is picking up a Naga Siren. And I think this Elder Titan here might just be a preparing pick for that one. So the Naga is not too popular right now, but not only does she hold her own in lane versus the Brood with the illusions and the illusion harass, but afterwards her Riptide actually deals very well with the Spiderlings and kills them. Plus she does the same thing as Broodmother, which is take up a lot of space, move forward into the enemy jungle after she takes the tower, and push the lanes out, and she plays very much away from her team. So it is the 1v1 solution versus Broodmother, and I would really applaud Magma if they pick it up right here.
Yeah, it would certainly be interesting. It's a bit unconventional, like it's not a lot that we see in Naga carry outside of these kind of situations.
Yeah, and I don't think she's actually very good. Naga Siren does not win games on her own. What she's very good at though is taking space from the enemy if the enemy has heroes that permit it, and Broodmother in this case would definitely be a hero that permits it, even though you'd really not think so.
Yeah.
But Team Magma, or sorry, excuse me, LBZS would not want to play towards their Broodmother. You don't play towards the Broodmother, that's the entire thing.
Yeah,
but if
exactly.
if the Naga is there, that means leaving the Naga alone.
Naga alone should be fine, yeah,
Magma.
but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like there's a certain time in the game where you just don't have your jungle. You know, you just can't be there unless you like it's 3 or 4. Else, like Lion shows up there, for example, and like yeah, she's just gonna die. The Ancient Apparition, bit of an interesting pick here. But it's always very powerful if you have some ways of keeping them in place for a little while, like with the Earth Spirit. By the way, we haven't talked about the Kaiju Earth Spirit just yet, but obviously that is a classic. That's one of his flashiest heroes, perhaps. And that should hit in quite nicely with that same kind of timing that Broodmother wants. So just a lot of aggression early on, and then all they still need, what they still need though, is abilities to break high ground. This is where Broodmother drafts kind of tend to be made or broken in that sense.
Yep. So this Timbersaw can do roughly the same things as a Naga Siren can, at least in terms of holding the lane. But of course, you're not going to start off on the safe lane with this Timbersaw. It's most likely going to be off lane. I like that we just have straight up a core Tiny here, by the way. That's pretty great, man. Fist is void now as well. I just really want to see a Naga. Okay, you Chrono, cool. I ulti. But I worry that could leave Team Magma with, well, they have a greedy enough draft, I suppose. It's not like they're going to lack any kind of magical damage since they have a Timbersaw, or physical damage since they have a mid-Tiny now.
Yeah.
I'm going to be one of those annoying analysts who just makes the entire draft about a hero that's not even going to get picked.
Well, then you can say, well, if they picked the Naga, this game would have been very different.
Yes. Oh, I will, believe me.
Great.
And just, you know, so you know what you're in for, strap in, everybody.
It's good that you let us know beforehand, but yeah. With the Faceless Void, obviously, you have that standard combination, a pretty good combination with the Ancient Apparition. You've got the Ice Blast inside the Chrono for a bit of extra damage. You'd still think that they'd be picking up another mid lane hero that throws in a little bit more. Yeah, I could use another one that's maybe something like a Puck, you know, or Queen of Pain, that can throw in some extra damage inside the Chronosphere, that has some magical burst, that has some catch. Some ways to deal with the Timbersaw. I mean, Ice Blast is great, but you still want to have some secondary way to try and burst him down.
Yeah. I like the Puck a lot because it has evasiveness. Normally I'd say, alright, just go Lina, all of the damage into the Chronosphere that you could possibly want. But she's not very well defended. The Broodmother is going to be running at people, the supports are going to be going in. She will be open to Avatos by the Tiny.
Yep.
And any other kind of disables that might come out. So would probably much rather see that Puck, even though I don't think it is as adequate on the damage into Chrono front. But they do have the AA, they do have the Earth Spirit ultimate, which deals a deceptive amount of damage. It's because it ticks so slow you usually don't notice it, and because some Earth Spirits sometimes I just don't have enough stones, so it doesn't tick for as long. And it doesn't make that big of an impression, but if you get a full Earth Spirit ulti going, that's a lot of damage onto everybody.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think they can get away with the Puck here. Would be a decent lane matchup into that Timbersaw as well. Oh, sorry, excuse me, into the, because it's not, most likely not going to be the Timbersaw. But it is a Viper.
It is a bit different,
of AoE there.
Bit of AoE, so, again, still damage inside the Chronosphere, like if you position it properly, of course. It's also here that it has some extra defense against this magic burst from the Tiny. It's just all around a very annoying hero to deal with, right? In the mid lane and beyond.
Extremely so. Yeah, so the Tiny's not going to have a great lane up against this, so of course Tiny can usually secure range creeps, he can usually, once he gets the levels up, he can start bursting the wave and he doesn't have to deal with the Viper all the time. But it's definitely a one lane guaranteed for the Viper here. Yeah. And I'm really liking how this Albizidas draft is coming together. I think they have a lot of tools to play this game with.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit less in the way of reliable stuns that you sometimes see, that Magma also has with the Lion. in particular, maybe less in the amount of burst damage, perhaps, like from the Tiny or the Timber. But certainly a nice bit of utility and a good. It gels well together in a number of ways. It's a very strong early game, but they still have this late game insurance. Right? They have Broodmother and Viper are heroes that can scale somewhat into damage dealers as the game goes on. You know what I mean, right? I mean, of course, they deal damage. Yes. They deal a lot of damage regardless, but they can turn into veritable right clickers, right? Exactly.
Watching the timer.
Yeah, they turn into veritable right clickers.
Oh, cowards.
Yeah, to combo up with the Faceless Void as the game goes on. So they have this late game insurance as well. And well, if you want reliable stuns, well, you have Catch Earth Spirit on your field, so that's as reliable as it gets from that hero at least. So.
Very much a skill player. I like that Magnus last pick. Like, I was rooting for the Naga Siren pickup until the very end there. But this is certainly the more fighting kind of pick. And I'm a big liar if I say that I didn't want to see more carry Magnus. We've seen it a couple of times in the upper division where it's either amazing or an absolute flop. And it really depends on how the carry player fares under the pressure of landing big ultimates, which is something that we've seen with with Chronospheres as well. Not all carry players are good at that stuff. They might be great at hitting creeps and great at pushing out these marginal advantages that you get from having more items. They might not necessarily be playmakers. As far as I know, Shylock, he's a playmaker though.
Oh yeah.
So not bad of a pickup at all. And this is also a safe laner who can stand in the lane after the Broodmother gets her 6 and gets those spiders.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can just you're not one-shotting them really, but Broodmother can just stick them on the Magnus. You'll be able to fight them all at the same time and clean them up in a couple of hits at least. So plus the shockwave, of course, too. So yeah, it's someone that can stand there and fight and just hold the lane. Unless there's some extra rotations coming in, and there's certainly a lot of room for shenanigans here, one way or the other.
Yes, there is. And the fun part with this is that if you swap your Timbersaw in after the landing stage is over, maybe after your Timbersaw has taken the bottom tower, with the Magnus on top, there is even an option that it's not actually a tower trade. And then your Timbersaw gets to hold a tier 1 tower until pretty deep into the game. Because even though Magma have quite a bit... Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's not going to be the top lane, the bottom lane. I keep seeing Radiant Broods.
Yeah.
My bad, guys. But after you swap that out and you hold that bottom lane, then since LBZS don't have that much damage, they're going to have to move multiple heroes to that safe lane where the Brood is going to be. Or sorry, yeah, to the enemy safe lane. And help her out, which is exactly what you not want to do. Brood is an independent, strong, independent woman. She don't need no mans. She wants to be able to take that lane all by herself.
It's all mine! Get out of here!
Exactly. Mian found the ward.
This jungle is mine. This lane's also mine. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing.
She does not share. Exactly. Sharing for Broodmother is only for spiderlings. Those are the only people she cares about.
MS able to sneak that extra bounty rune. Did they get all 4 now? Did they see that right?
Yeah, I think they might have.
They got all 4. Yeah, that's impressive. Not something that you see very often. But hey, that's a great start.
Yeah, and that's LBZS not committing for any of these runes. Who knew that you're going to lose out to the team that's got all of the better individual disables? And this is a blueprint for the game, by the way. If LBZS plays to split, if they can't judge when to bring everybody well enough, then the superior burst damage and disables from Magma are going to be able to just tear them apart piece by piece.
Yeah.
LBZS needs the team fights. And they need the team fights to go well.
Oh yeah. We'll see how that develops. Especially with this Elder Titan, it's a bit of a wild card as well in a number of ways here, especially once these spiders come out. We have a stun, and then the big old spirit fueled up to high heavens, and then just a couple of clicks will be more than enough to finish off the Brood Mother. Just a little bit of a disable from someone else. So.
And the broodlings, of course, don't give you that much damage, but there's usually a lot of them.
Yep.
Dust. Cheeky. Not this time. And I think he knows that if he wants to have a decent lane here, he's going to need to pull those kinds of tricks off. So the Viper's range is not big enough to always be out of range of that tree. But of course the Tiny himself does not always have the tree. And every time in situations like this, yeah, as soon as the Tiny does not have a way to control the wave and keep the damage up, he just needs to back off. And his Viper's going to get a lot of denies.
TZY taking a bit of damage up top. A lot of trading back and forth, but we've yet to see that first blood Kips. I'm gonna ask you the question, where is it gonna be?
The question, indeed.
Yes.
Think it's gonna be Zhao Fu. Going to need
Right now, perhaps here with stun coming through. Another jump forward from TZY. Jumping from MS, and yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. Zhao Fu ends up dropping with no trade, no fancy bash to try and get the count on the line.
Yeah, this was a little bit of an easier one since Zhao Fu was already so low.
Yeah.
And you could see that he was sort of, you know, whatever, if I go to base, I go to base.
I want to go back home anyway. Joke's on you.
Yeah. As an AA, when your lane is pushed in like that, you don't really have any options. It's either you don't show your face at all or you die. Because yeah, if the lane's pushed in, both of the enemy heroes are going to be close together. And you're going to just get damaged down and out.
MS now. I think it's a bit of harassment there until Zhao Fu is back. Plenty of region left by the looks of it. Oh, that's a Timbersaw, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how just one single point into the spell on the Brood Mother allows you to just go back up to full health every single time. It seems really weird.
It is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I just think that her limited utility really makes up for that. Like, in all honesty, her kit is not an offlaner kit. That's a mid kit.
Yeah.
But the problem is that she doesn't scale as well, and she certainly does not gank, which is a requirement that we have of our mid these days. So, yeah, a bit of an odd one, which is why the Viper pick also makes a lot of sense, because you have some more tanking, you have some more utility out from that mid pick, as opposed to a classic mid, opposed to a puck. I mean, I'm not saying that a puck doesn't have any utility, but at the very least you have front line, which is something their lineup desperately needed.
Who's gonna live here as Katu rotates in with some solo experience towards his Brood Mother at this point. Haven't seen much from him just yet, just kind of trying to find a place to be, but what lane can he really gank? Mid lane, Tiny's decently tanky. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. Top lane, just Timbersaw and maybe a line who's just gonna stun you and walk away.
Yeah, playing as a solo initiator versus a lion just feels bad. He's going to indeed stun you and walk away.
Speaking of bits of ganking here, there we go up top. They're gonna make a play on TZY. Not gonna find that follow-up control here with Katu missing a couple of spells, so TZY will be absolutely fine. In fact, he's turning things around on Zhao Fu, who is nowhere to go. It's right-click down when all is said and done, so... Not amazing.
Certainly not. If you're the Earth Spirit there, you just gotta hit the roll, otherwise you kill your AA. And another roll missed here. This is not a great start for Katu, but as we know, it's not actually going to stop him from going in every single time. He will be doing that throughout the game, which is both one of his most lovable qualities as a caster, as well as one of the most hair-raising ones as a former coach. It's like, this man has no breaks. You just have an unguided missile on your team, and you're going to have to deal with that. Is he worth it? Probably. Are you going to be grey before you hit 40? Also.
I'm sensing a lot of strong feelings there, Kips.
I found my first grey hair when I was 25 and on Vega Squadron. Thank you.
It's fine. I also have some grey hairs. Don't worry about it.
Yes,
I mean,
but you will have them in a beard.
What?
Said you will have them in a beard that looks distinguished.
I guess, yeah.
My beard is not nearly as luxurious as yours.
Yeah, I will reserve the right to agree with that.
Please do. That makes us both happy.
Yes. Chronosphere up top. The rotation in from the Viper. They have enough damage. Of course, Netotoxin pretty good against Simbasaur as well, if you can keep him in that for a while. Don't have to worry about that. Ooh, the passive taken up. Kaz could be in a bit of trouble here. Puts the spiders to sleep though, and that'll be enough.
And this Timbersaw might return. No, he's going to go top. Okay, he is confident that they don't have the damage to kill him now that the Chronosphere is down. And no ways to hold him in that poison. And Shylock and Kaz say we can hold the bottom lane for now. Because there was an option there for them to do the standard rotation. Like, okay, our offlaner died. Means the carry goes to top, takes the tower. Offlaner goes to bottom to deal with Irving. But since Shylock himself can deal with this stuff as well. And hey, here comes the RP.
Into another follow-up here, but Irving just starts to right click. There's not a whole lot else he can do, apparently. He'd maybe try to weave his way through the trees, but as it stands, he dies in mid as well. Kachu unable to help, gets his double damage, Tiny. It's two more important heroes going down.
Yeah, and the mid trade is really what makes this not worth it for LBZS here.
In bottom at least RP's down, right? But in mid, there's not a whole lot that's committed there.
No, it looks like the Viper just really walked into a rune spot where the line was waiting. And then the Tiny follows up. That's going to be an early Blink Dagger for the Tiny as well. He's been able to keep up his farm just fine by taking side camps, which is something the Viper has not been able to do. If you want to take side caps on the Viper, you're going to shove the lane into the Tiny, which means that in turn he's going to just get the lane farm that he normally wants, so you need to control the lane. But unfortunately, that means that the Tiny gets to stay roughly at the same spot as you as well. And I think this is one of the reasons why Tiny is so powerful like that. Look at that. Pre-10 minutes. Let's go.
Tons of money. Turn it into more. Zemass is back up top, but at this point, can't really deal with Timbersaw. No level 6 yet, an ancient apparition either.
Well, good news for LBZS is that the Broodmother has taken over the bottom lane.
Yeah. It's a matter of time, really, unless you want to keep committing things, as they're trying to make a play here, and they will be able to. Dust revealing that Blink Dagger. They were certainly not ready for that one. Very quick kill on that Faceless Void. Will be a bit of a delayed tower trade there, perhaps, but a tower trade nonetheless. Tier 1 top will go down any moment. Now it's about the mid lane. Catch you tapping it a little bit.
Worth getting some damage in. Irving now denying his own Sentry Ward to make sure that none of these camps are blocked up. This is his jungle now, but there's a lot of Radiant Wards here. They're not about to give this one up for free. They're certainly going to be looking for more rotations down to that Broodmother. She's not allowed to play up there on her own.
So then the question becomes, if Broodmother can soak up that kind of space, if she can force a great number of heroes down towards the bottom lane, will that be enough time for LBZS to kind of get the ducks in a row and get something done elsewhere with the Viper, with the Earth Spirit?
Yeah, I imagine this Viper is going to be looking for an early BKB now that he has the Dragon Lance. That should really protect him from the Tiny, who is right now really just the king of the map. Mian Mian going forward.
夜眼上
And
This is
not
the Blink
quite
Stallion.
break down here. The spiders would show up and then alright, they'll realize that Tiny's down there. Meanwhile, Ice Blast up top as TZY is he's gonna die here for sure. Plenty of damage over time, even if he did make it back to base. He would not have healed courtesy of that Ice Blast, so this time around LBZS with the better end of that smoke rotation. Meanwhile though in mid.
Do they?
Yep. Till
No
now.
better
so.
ends here. No better end in sight.
It wasn't the smoke rotation, it was just them straight up running in with that blink tag after the fact. But yeah, I mean, great kill as a result.
天辉下塔正受
Magma
到
really
攻
picking
击
their battles wisely here, not reacting to the Broodmother. The LBZS is doing this right. In most cases, you're going to have two cores showing on lanes. The pick off on top
天
was,
辉
well,
上塔正受到攻击
unfortunate. But then since people are are showing top, you should be safe on the other two lanes. And, well,
夜眼中
the
塔
Tiny
正
and the
受
Lion
到
prove
攻
that this
击
is, in fact, not true.
The little
This
blink
Lion's going to have a
just-
very early blink too. Yeah.
yeah.
And I gotta say, as much as I love Katyu, I think that Mian Mian is also an amazing player.
天辉中
Absolutely.
塔正受到攻击
Pretty sure we talked about this before, that a lot of these 4 position players in the upper and lower division are just exceptional at what they do.
They are, yes. I'm very happy that Planet over on Phoenix already made it up to the upper division. That's an upper division player for sure.
Yeah. Alright, bit of space for the Broodmother, so she's taken over the top net worth slot, but only for I don't know, a couple hundred golds here and there. Like Magnus farming some camps. Yeah, he's keeping up. Like it's all rather close at the moment, which seems like it would be better for Magna at this point. We've been talking about
Yeah.
how LBZS should be dominating this early game, and they're really not.
Especially the Void being behind. Of course, there is going to be a point where Magma is going to run out of damage, and this Faceless Void is going to play these long jump in, bash him up, jump out again team fights, which we've seen a number of during this season. Because the right click damage overall Magma doesn't scale that deep. Like for sure, this Magnus at some point he's going to build a Daedalus most likely. He's going to hit very hard, but that's still all burst damage. And the problem with the Faceless Void is that if you don't kill him in one go, then you don't kill him.
Yeah. Just undo some of that damage. Join back in. Chronosphere in your face, and then that's bad news bears at that point.
It is.
And if you get to that point in the first place, yeah,
back.
okay,
No
very nice silence there from Katyu. Make sure the Viper's fine now, the roll coming in. Ice Blast connects as well, dust will fall. X getting that last another roll, slightly off the mark here. Now Katyu perhaps a bit too deep, but he'll find one more roll just to ensure that he's taking Myanmar with him.
You see, any other post 4 would have used that roll to try and get out.
Yeah.
We can all see the crits of this world just zooming off towards the right side and maybe living
Yep.
there, but not Katyu. Katyu
Nope.
is not interested in living, man.
天辉中
He's
塔
interested in
被
killing.
摧毁
Murder is his passion.
There was also a fight for tier 1 mid tower, so that's always worth it. To just,
I mean, that lion is dead. Come on. For good news for Mianman is that he had his blink dagger anyway, so no delays there for him. And even though this is a nice map win for LBZS, I think they're just going to get their stuff rocked immediately. TZY is going to push out this lane. Somebody's going to have to show. Whoever shows is going to get assassinated by the Lion Tiny combo.
then again, he just used his finger as well onto Katyu. So that's gonna be on cooldown for a little while.
I think that Tiny is still in the prime of his damage though.
Yeah.
Like maybe maybe a couple more minutes. He's going to have an early Echo Saber as well. This Tiny is really having the right snowball game here. I'd say he's still very much relevant. At least his burst damage is still very much a one-shot for these supports as well as the Viper. Until the Viper has a BKB. Or until these supports have some form of defensive items. Pre 20 minutes, no support is likely to have a full defensive item up.
Yeah.
BKB Timbersaw. He knows what the damage is, and it's not the fastest for it.
Not for a while now. 2-1 mid for the dire side, sitting at half health. Not be gone on just now. Defensive wards and aggressive wards being planted here.
I think Xiaofu saw the blink.
He might have. Obviously with the Brood Mother still playing all alone down in the bottom lane. The only other option that you have, Magma, is to just take over the dire side jungle, which is still a bit dangerous at times. Cass will end up going down. They'll be kicked out here eventually. Minion though? They know.
Ooh, both wards lost. That's extremely painful for Magma. They need that vision in order to get the right pickoffs.
Dust walks back into the roll. Ice Blast coming in and will just slightly connect on Dust, but more than enough damage. And well, burst damage is all well and good on this Tiny, but if you get gone on like that, there's nothing nothing that you can do. There's no defense in the world that can get you out of that situation.
Zero counterplay. Our Broodmother bought a Diffusal Blade, by the way. Okay. She's going into the BKB next, so she's really going to be ready to bring the man fight to especially these poor hapless supports. But this is also pretty bad news bears for the Timbersaw as well as the Magnus, both of which rely on their mana in order to get out of sticky situations.
A classic build there. It's the right-clicking upgrade.
Yeah, we've seen that
Orchid
with
maybe later.
Yeah, we've seen that Orchid as well as the first right-click item into the BKB, and then third item Pipe. And that build seems to be taking over from the earlier builds where I think Faith Beyond debuted the very tanky Broodmother with aura items. Which was a very powerful early game build, but it didn't scale all that well. And I think these Broodmothers with either the Diffuser or the Orchid definitely have the option to scale much deeper. And I also like that they're picking up the BKB earlier, because they would start falling off very rapidly to the mid-game magic damage especially.
Yep.
BKB Timber. Let's go, I suppose.
Well, he's gonna be hard to kill now.
Yeah, it's an odd pickup, but it's very much justified this game, especially versus the Viper. He just needs to not be dying while he stands in the Nether Toxin.
Yeah. I mean, Ice Blast is still gonna prevent him from healing if that lands on top of him, and yeah, there's not a ton of pure right-click damage. It doesn't get stopped by, well, it doesn't get mitigated by BKBs either. Even if the Broodmother somehow is in a position where she ends up fighting him, like Diffuse Blade won't do anything either.
Like a bunch of the slows will persist, obviously, but the goal here is to just be able to get a Timber Chain off if you're in too deep.
Yep.
That's the entire purpose of this BKB. And then the rest of the team will take it from there.
That I can Saber completed. Shylock also able to more or less one-shot the big spider armies.
But the bottom tower is now also denied, so next time that Magma wants to make a play on the opposite side of the map, they're going to have to deal with the spider knocking on their front door. And right now as well, IvlyZS. I wonder if they can catch somebody who went back to deal with that spider. I don't think so though.
So opens up that outpost, of course. Is Young Man showing himself up top is like, yeah, I'm surely this is what? MS he was actually stuck inside the trees. That's a bit awkward. Zhao Fu, as a result, will be the one to claim that kill with the Ice Blast.
Bit of a casual chronosphere there. I think that LBZS recognizes that this is a farming game still. The Magna is still working on his BKB. Might have it delivered right now, actually. Yeah, there we go. So maybe they thought they had a little bit more time, but Magna's also an extremely fast farmer. Actually keeping up with the Broodmother, who's had much more farming space to herself.
Oh yeah. That is quite impressive. There were a few stacks here and there. But still. Okay, there's that BKB. RP comes in onto Axe. Ice Blast bouncing through, not really doing a whole lot, but Axe is still alive, actually dodging that Earth Splitter. And now Kachu's like, hey, look at me, kill me instead, and that's exactly what they're doing. But meanwhile, Axe still being run down, but it's in the middle of Kaz though. Will be the trade. 3 heroes down in exchange for 2 just now. Plus the tower dropping. Irving, first time we see him join into any sort of bigger team fights. He's shifting his area of presence over towards the mid lane a little bit more.
Big damage coming out from him as well. That is one thing about Magma's lineup. If they don't have that burst damage, these are all very much melee range heroes. They're going to have to go toe to toe with this Broodmother. No kiting here.
Yep.
Especially not when she has that BKB as well. So a rough fight there. I think it was a little bit of indecision there that allowed Mian Mian to get off the initial silence and disable the blink daggers, and that made the fight so much harder for Magma. They need to be able to get the jump.
Yeah.
But
Kinda
yeah,
crazy that Viper was able to survive for that long,
Mm-hmm.
especially with the RP coming out very quickly. Yeah. We'll see where things go from here.
This is not the tempo that... Yeah, this is not the tempo that Magma wanted to have whatsoever.
Yeah.
As 2 attempts at the mid tower thwarted. At least they got the tower now, but that was a hefty price to pay. They also did not get, because they did not win the fight, they did not get to place any follow-up vision down. And Zhao Fu just keeps on getting these D wards. Again, Magma is very vision sensitive. And right now they only have 1 ward up on the entire map.
Well, maybe they're trying to force some extra vision now. Just straight up walking into the jungle.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. You won't really catch these Chinese teams sitting back and, you know, throwing their supports into the enemy jungle in hopes that they can get a ward off or something like that. The cores will be coming with them, they will be securing the area.
Zhao Fu doesn't quite catch it. I believe that sentry also out of range. I'm sure he knows that something was amiss there, that something has happened. Some vision somewhere. But it's pretty tough these days to actually catch those, because there's so many spots that give equivalent vision these days. As Mian Mian, yeah, okay. Trying to do what he can, but that thing is not enough against Zhao Fu, so just on cooldown right now. Chaos also a secondary target to be run down. Cores nowhere to be seen that time. This is like, yeah, just kidding guys, we're not actually helping you now.
That's a good moment to bail.
Yep.
And Magma, they would have really liked to get that kill underneath the outpost, but their problem here is that they don't really have a sieging lineup, so they couldn't secure the outpost itself first. They don't have a tier 2 down. And of course, the side of LBZS very much does have a tier 2 down, because this spider has been murdering everything that is to be found on the bottom lane, including inanimate objects. So
Yes.
yeah, 2 outposts for LBZS right now. That's going to put the squeeze on the Magma supports a little bit as well. No XP for you. But triple BKB is up now.
A lot of blings, a lot of BKBs, so they need to find the jump in order to get a good team fight out. They can get the drop on... yeah, this faces Void in mid. This would be big indeed, with the Earthflare being used. RP as well. He is still alive, but not for too much longer. Just enough to bring him down. But at what cost? Kaz looks like he will fall. TZY kept safe by his BKB. For a moment here, now it's timed out. Kanju just going straight back in. Not sure about this one though, as Irving now fighting up against Shylock. Yan just standing there AFK and actually sticks around before he foils here against Irving. But hey, setting up for the Viper kill, why the hell not? 3 for 2 in favor of Magma this time.
And it is just really all about this entrance skill for the side of Magma. If they get a good entrance skill, they get a good fight. If they don't get an entrance skill, or if they get a bad one, say here that is buyback, then yeah, no such thing. It's a precarious way to play.
I can't believe Yan got away with that, by the way.
Yeah, that was...
just sitting there with the Shadow Amulet. I mean, why blink initiate when you can just sit there and wait for them to come in, right? There we go, we've seen it again. This was... this seemed very close, though. That kill.
It was. Them not having the finger because he blew it on the AA earlier was a little bit sus. This is great, though. He actually... Okay, no, the first time he Shadow Amuleted it was out of vision. This time it was very much in vision. I thought, oh, they didn't even know he was there, but no, they did know he was there. They just didn't really have anything they could do about it.
Coming off cooldown, just with the follow from Dust, plenty of damage for Viper. Ooh. They don't have any BKBs of their own just yet, do they? I mean, Irving has, but... oh, Viper has now, too.
Oh, Viper has one as well. He's had one for a while.
Alright. Must have been used before.
Mm-hmm. No, like the one that really does not have a BKB who could really use one, of course, is the Faceless Void. But we haven't really been watching his item progress because he's just hasn't really been doing anything.
Yeah, he's just been quietly trying to farm his way up, but not really all that successfully. Like if you look at the net worth distribution, of course, Broodmother has a lot of money, but
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of space for his Faceless Void to farm. This Brood has been taking up a big chunk of the map, and normally an offlaner would secure that jungle because they're unable to farm all of it, and the Faceless Void gets a couple of the safer caps, but that's not happening. At the very least, this transition now, you can see that the Broodmother has placed her webs more towards mid. She is moving with the team now. The team is playing up with her, and that means that the Faceless Void finally gets the proper farm priority, which he hasn't had up until this point. It's just the nature of playing with the Brood. And of course, everybody else is kind of over-farmed because every single core over on the side of Magma, if they have a camp, they kill it in 2 shots.
Yeah. Shylock having his own natural steroids with that free cleave. Tiny can does tons of damage naturally.
He could be on the Void now. This is go time. If they manage to find all of these Magma heroes clumped,
catch you. Anyone's finding them then catch you, but yeah, it's a bit rough. Way in like that in this particular angle. Like, you can roll across, Void can kind of jump up, but the rest of your team doesn't have a great angle to follow up then. So
he faked placing a ward there as well, but of course there's already a sentry down, so not much use.
That's a bit of a better position to threaten this tier 2 though.
This is very much a win.
Being said, does look god. Ouch!
Okay, I called it a win. I might have been wrong here.
A couple of hits there, and yeah, Tiny hurts buildings very, very much. Turns out, but might see a fight brewing right now. Irving just walking in, gets a stun up, then finger, and a lot of things being thrown, and too much in fact. Couldn't get the BKB out in time. Dust. BKB TP out. BKB now as well from X as TZY is burning some trees here. Up zone BKB to be able to walk away.
Still no RP.
It's very
Still not
bold there from Irving, just going in like that. I mean, he is tanky, but not that tanky when the entire enemy team is ready to just jump on you like that.
Yeah, just no time for him to get the BKB off. By the time that I think he had some space free to get the BKB, I was like, nah, I don't think this is a good usage. I'm dead either way.
Tier 3 might be going down if just leave it open like that now. Finally some TPs forced back. They better all leave here. Zhao Fu. Oh, they actually see him. Do they? Ah, they do now.
No, that's a Barrier Sentry.
Well, did not TP out with the rest of his team, so he does get caught. Unfortunate, but that's 40 seconds without the Ice Blast, which means potentially a way for Magma to go into the Roche pit. That's, oh, seen this one before here, going into the void once again with the RP, with all the bursts in the world. It's exactly how they want to play this game. Just find somebody, kill them, give them no chance to counterplay whatsoever.
Once again, as soon as the Brood is not applying enough pressure, in this case because she's dead, the fastest Void has to show and he dies.
Yeah.
And of course he is, in theory, the more survivable one than the Viper, but in practice either of them can die from 100 to 0.
Just so much lockdown on single targets, you know? Can lock him down for what, 10 seconds flat? If they chain things properly at least.
Yep. Even the Faceless Void's bullshit has no power here.
Well, might find Dust here, but just straight up BKB TP. Oh, there's the Basher though! Irving! With the big plays, pressing the bash button at the right time, and now Dust will pay the price for it. X able to turn things around, so that's the Aegis. Down immediately here. BKB uses Myanmar just straight up falls, and Dust with no BKB to get him out this time. He'll fall a second time very, very quickly.
Oh, Magma, baby, what is you doing?
It's quite the jump there from LBZS. That Basher revealed. We're not ready for that one. Kaz dodges that Ice Blast, but he'll still take out. Do that, the extra nuke as well as that ultimate from Catch here.
That was a brief 4k EXP lead for Magma, immediately nullified. And of course, Age is gone.
Yep.
That could have been their high ground condition. The reason why you put it on Tiny is so that he can go in, nuke somebody in base, and then hopefully be ready for round 2 when the buybacks come out.
Yep.
Because they don't have a sieging lineup here. If Magma wants to take enemy base, they need to jump. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to go for the enemy base anytime soon.
Alright. Space created, guys! I did it!
Got you. He sure does it every single time.
It's a lot of hate. Hey, at this point, Lion should have the lower cooldown on the finger, right? Just using that straight up there against this opposing full position.
He's just asserting dominance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got to tier 3 with the spider army that Irving was able to use right there.
And as long as Irving's alive, once again, this means that there's threat towards the enemy base. Though, of course, I gotta say, I've been putting my plays by seeing that if the Tiny's on the opposite end of the map, the Brood is not actually that much of a threat. Tiny will take your entire racks. Thank you very much.
By the way, Yan didn't turn that Shadow Amulet into a Glimmer Cape, as you might expect from a support. No, he's had that Shadow Blade for a while now. Just in case you needed more initiation. They have now a full 5-man smoke here for a side of LBZS. They kind of reveal themselves with a couple of spells used in mid. Yan, the only one showing on the map right now, looks like he might be the target. But he knows it too, he's steeping out.
Yeah. I think this is a very clever way of Mian to solve the issue that they had, where they just simply can't seem to keep any wards down. Fine, whatever. I guess I'll walk in and give the vision myself.
Bit of a demotion, you know. Oh, okay. You're not the initiator anymore. You're just a walking ward. Great.
If you get to be a boss 4 with a Shadow Blade for that reason, I'd say that you still have a pretty fun job description.
I guess, yeah. Not the worst thing in the world for him.
I'd take it over Designated Glimmer Caper. No support, stay back. You don't get to do any of the risky stuff.
You
I
need
need
to
you
stay
to
alive
leverage
to
your
glimmer
net
cape.
worth.
Yes.
Exactly. Screw that. Mian is an adventurer. He's going into the wild beyond, finding his enemies, seeking them out, and guiding his course to destroy them.
Make it out to be like some big, massive. I don't know. It's like a sci-fi series, you know.
It is. Mian is a spacefaring hero, as far as I'm concerned. But this is a big match for them. Magma is the team that dropped down from the upper division. They have something to prove here. They need to get back up there.
Might have a chance soon now. Tiny has got a DD rune bottled. The Daedalus in the backpack, ready to be swapped in once that DD is used. So between that, the tree buff, and the Empower, like, he's gonna be clicking people to death very, very quickly. Not just a combo anymore, it's just straight up right clicks.
MS here is going to have the Satanic pretty soon. As once again, in terms of survivability, going to put him in a great spot. He also just needs this extra HP straight up. We've seen him get bursted 100 to 0, like what, 3 times this game?
Oh yeah.
Needs to stay on top of the enemy's damage output, and I do believe that HP scales slightly better than damage. So, you're going to get there eventually.
Alright. Duration left on that DD. No Empower to be seen, because Sherlock, of course, made that rotation bottom.
Everybody's rumble.
Okay, Kachu, he's just going in. He finds Mian. And the rest of them is just like, ah, screw that. Not dealing with this. We're too fast, too spread out to actually take a fight there.
Great scouting Ice Blast. I can only imagine seeing that go over. You're like, ruh-roh. We're busted, boys. Every man to himself.
Press the escape button on your keyboard.
And now with a bunch of TP scrolls being used, LBZS are just going to go in for that top tower, especially now that they know that Shylock is in his own jungle as well. Does finish up the Daedalus now. Carry Mag, his damage output's no joke.
Yep. Both of them are tiny, and like, both of them can hit very hard as TZY. Alright. Bit too greedy there, perhaps. MS Chronosphere is his own team for some reason. As, okay, the RP on 3 people to turn this one around. Catch is dead. MS still alive though now. Shylock, can he get bashed more? He cannot. Kaz though, he will be falling instead. A buyback there from Kachu to still take this fight. Nice little Ravage stun though to keep them going. Another roll forward. Want to get some revenge here on this lion, but looks like they'll be able to find them.
That was a great opportunity for Magma. I can see why Shylock jumped in there, but he does not actually have the damage, and then Irving and MS can just turn. I don't think the Tiny was in position for that fight. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be a fight because the Timbersaw wasn't supposed to get caught there, but potato.
Wait 1 second. reloaded the stream as there were some audio desync issues. Hopefully secured right now. So find the skewer back onto Irving here, down at half health, hexed up and brought down. What cost? So a couple of BKBs used to catch you with that ultimate. Creating a bit of chaos, another roll across here. Sets up for chaos almost. Is it going to take out some damage over time? Not quite, not quite. Very close, but not quite. And once again, this time it was Irving creating the space to finish up the melee racks there.
He also had another salve in his inventory. I believe he bought a bunch of them. Because, yeah, if you don't have buyback, you can't actually afford to go down there.
Yeah.
What's 200 gold compared to a buyback that you don't have?
Yep.
Catchy's
Certainly
got
a
the
bargain.
save now.
More disconnections? Question mark.
No. We don't question mark here. Not yet.
Not sure what the issue was here, but yeah, Irving is dead now for 55 seconds. Roshan back way before then. Very quick respawn here by the looks of it, so certainly favorable for Magma unless they lose a bunch more heroes here. Mian. Well, walking ward with a Shadow Blade is one thing, but obviously that can be countered by some
TP is down on the Viper
wars,
though.
but it cannot TP out in time. That was a long TP. It's too long, in fact. They have to buy back now if they want to secure this Roche, if they want to contest that one. They don't have a Chronosphere for a while. Ice Plus coming in, they will delay this somewhat. Buyback from Mian as well. DD Rune bottom. They can hold out for a little bit longer until the Chronosphere comes online, then they'll be able to hit quite hard. MS has that DD ready to go, but a Hex Star brought down instantly with the RB! Getting catchy as well, that's dieback from him, and just like that, things are falling apart. Zhao Fu, they don't have detection at the ready, so just have to wait out that Glimmer Cape. If only he had a Shadow Blade, he could have just kept on walking.
Yeah, and that was the Shadow Blade initiation from the side. Mian with excellent positioning there, giving them once again that 100-0 over on the Faceless Void, and that is Roshan secured.
Oh man, just like that, the game's falling apart. LBZS for so long, they've been able to chip away, able to take the better end of these engagements. But now we're getting to a point where you cannot afford to lose your core hero like that, and without him being able to do anything.
And since Kachu also got caught there, Kachu does have the Aghanim Scepter. He wanted to put that Faceless Void in the stone form immediately, but he had to turn around in order to do it. And by that point, he was just dead himself already.
Yep. Writings on the wall for this one. Still 30 seconds. They will have a Chronosphere once everyone's back up and ready to combo up with it. They're gonna be losing at least 2 sets of racks. In fact, Magma, they're just forcing it out right now. Hexed up on Viper! It bursts it down immediately! The buyback on 10 seconds, forced an MS. Oh, desperation moves. Of course, all of these... the Viper's also pulled back earlier, so he's down for 100 seconds. So that doesn't really help. Mian looks like he will fall. Dust, this would be a big kill if they can get him. He is fairly low. MS needs to stop right-clicking him, or maybe right-clicking something else. Working the TCY up top. Meanwhile, Shylock preserving. Another 1v1 right there. MS still holding the Chronosphere. Can't quite find a way. And this, oh my god, the extra tosses! He's just dead! He can't even chrono!
He was holding the Chronos so well. They needed that in order to be able to keep the threat alive, keep this 3v5 going, but that's the end.
Well, that is very much the end. Broodmother, not exactly the type of hero that can live in these sort of situations and do a whole lot. Not exactly a high ground defending kind of hero. Magma, just one great fight around the Roche pit, and they're just able to snowball that into more and more, just getting these pickoffs time and time again. It's
Yeah,
escalating too much.
it's the only way that they could play this game, and for so long they were stifled by the great D words from Xiao Fu. They didn't have the most luck on his engagements, but when they hit really hard. And that Faceless Void did not have a game all the way up until the end, and by then he was on his own.
Yep. Ooh, that was quite something, for sure. And, well, that was game one. Magma with a well-deserved victory here, of course. Played this out exceptionally well. Even against the Broodmother here. Picked up at the first phase, but no need to panic. Cool, calm, and collected. Found a way to deal with that. As can take a look at some of these highlights in this game.
Mm-hmm. Catch you with the screw you roll in.
Yeah.
What a player. I'm very
Quite
sad
shine,
he didn't make it to the
yeah.
upper.
Quite shine as highly, as brightly as sometimes does on this hero. Which is a very tough game for him. Especially at this stage already, like 25 minutes in, where the enemy team is gonna be running around as 5.
Yeah, and with
yeah,
how much
you're not
farm
gonna
the
survive
cores are
rolling like
soaking
that.
up, he's great turnaround here from Yan Yan. But yeah, he was never going to have both a BKB and an Aghanim, so he had to choose. If he would have had both, he probably would have been able to do a whole lot more. This was such a great find though. And Irving's like, wait, I have a basher, guys, I have a basher. He nearly forgot about it himself.
Yeah. Dust certainly wasn't ready for it, so it dies twice. It's Yan Yan gets the initiation now. This would be big, but Irving finds that BKB at the perfect time. Maybe they could have taken the fight there. They weren't too far away.
This was the pickoff that started it all though.
Yeah.
And you can see the Tiny here is still in bottom lane. He cannot be here. So even though this is an absolutely great RP Earth Splitter, by the time the Tiny actually arrives, right here, the fight's already turned.
Yeah. Couple there. 3 kills online, but he still has buyback right there. And then just going in, getting a couple on the way. A TP, just not enough time to get that out, and this is the big one. Just the Hex. He was winding up for a time walk by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't BKB before that. Yeah, he just it's not ready to be initiated on right there.
But here, this is actually very well shot called from LBZS. They're splitting up here. They know they need to be on different targets. Making sure to keep the attention divided across as many heroes as possible. And then here, I think this is where MS probably should pop the Chronosphere. It's hard to say though, because yeah, TZY sees it coming. He would have probably only hit one hero, and yeah, MVP goes to Mian Mian.
Absolutely.
Especially for that Shadowblade initiation in the penultimate fight.
Oh yeah. He was making a lot of things happen with that, so no surprise to see him walk away with the MVP here in game number 1. We've got 2 more best of 1s at least coming up, and one will be LBZS versus Asta Arias coming up next, and afterward Magma versus Asta Arias. And well, if Magma win that other series, then it'll be done and dusted, but we'll see how it goes. For now, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back soon.
请夜眼方禁用英雄，请天辉方禁用英雄。还剩10秒。 请夜眼方禁用英雄，请夜眼方挑选英雄，请天辉方挑选英雄，
上古巨神，
请天辉方挑选英雄，请夜眼方挑选英雄，
莱恩，
请天辉方禁用英雄，
美杜莎。
还剩10秒，请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here with the second game of the day, Aster Areas versus LBZS, who just lost the first game up against the Magma, so this is a must-win for them. And then they also must hope that Aster Areas ends up winning against Magma in the third game. Well, their hopes and dreams have been dashed as well already when it comes to making it back up to the upper division. So. Yeah, here we are. What are we expecting, Kips? I know that you're a bit of an Aster fan.
I very much have a weak spot for this Aster Ares squad. I think especially Ulu has been showing some really aggressive plays off from that carry position. Also like the confusion with the Phoenix name.
Oh yeah, that's let's not
No,
talk about that one.
But really though, for an open qualifier team, they have been showing pretty incredible results. And I will always root for the team that comes from nothing. And they've been playing very aggressively too. It's not like, you know, they have been playing Medusa all the while or something. I can see it though. Like LBZS, backs against the walls, are going to go with the tried and true Snake Lady. She is going to be hard to fight into. This Aster Ares team is going to have to do it anyway though, and push past this mainstay of the current meta really.
Yeah. Medusa, very stable hero. You just farm up with your inbuilt split shot, so it's very easy. Just yeah, vacuum up every single creep inside the jungle. And then eventually you just have enough items where you can just A-move down the lane and then hope for the best, you know?
Wouldn't be LBZS if they wouldn't be throwing a curveball in here though. I think this leaves them very low on lockdown once again, with no stuns on the supports. But a lot of damage potentially coming in from that Skywrath mage is going to be great versus the Timbersaw. The Mars also can't really do anything versus that burst damage, so probably going to see another BKB Timbersaw game as well as an early BKB over on that Mars.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, the Skywrath doesn't have a game.
Yeah, that's it's kind of the thing that you need to rely on at that point. Even then, like eventually, that damage is gonna be outscaled just by the pure health that's coming in from on these strength heroes. You know, eventually that also that Skyroth damage is not gonna be enough to bring them low enough by itself at least. But I guess there's the Elder Titan combination as well, that extra bit of magic resistance reduction. So, could be more powerful than even Aster Areas might think at times as the game goes on.
Yeah, and what we usually see together with this Skywrath Mage is a position 4 that can really jump in and lock somebody down for the entire duration of the flare. So Centaur is certainly an option here, but you'd be picking that into a Timbersaw. More old school would be going back for the Beastmaster. But once again, Timbersaw deals very well with a lot of these combination heroes. So I wonder what LBZS is going to pick up here. I don't have an instant idea.
I certainly need something like that. Some of these more classic offlaners compared to the Broodmother in the last game. Someone that offers a bit of extra control, and obviously with the Mars already taken out, Centaur being a bit questionable. Maybe you think about Legion Commander as an option. Certainly,
Yeah, I see this greedy. It would be good lockdown. And it's very much a classic Skywrath combination as well.
Also gives it that extra bit of dispel in case they go on Medusa, in case they dare to try and bring down the big snake lady, you know.
You dare approach me?
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, I think Legion Commander has one of the best shards in the game right now as well.
Oh yeah.
Apropos of nothing, giving the BKB effect over on the dispel is really huge. I'm not sure if they can afford to go that greedy though, and you can see that LBZS also really have to think about it themselves.
Yeah.
They certainly have damage from their supports. Now they need to be able to enable those supports to deal damage, so you need frontliners, and man, Timbersaw is just so good at dealing with those.
Well, at some point, if you've drafted yourself in a corner like this, you kind of have to just bite the bullet at one point. Hope that you can kind of outplay or avoid the Timbersaw. Sand King, alright. Not the worst thing in the world. Extra stuns for sure. A lot of magic damage. A Veil Builder as well.
Yeah,
I can
certainly a lot of lockdown.
Yep.
But it feels rough. Like, I think the reason why they picked the Sand King is because the stun involves mobility as well. You can, in fact, get out of the way of these arenas and these timber chains. But it... At the same time, you now have a hero that is not a frontliner as your initiator, because this is a problem we see with Sand King time and time again. He usually does really well in his lane. Some exceptions, of course, have been spotted here and there. But he usually does really well in the lane. You get an early Blink Dagger, you get a Veil maybe. And then around, let's say, the 20 to 25 minute mark, Sand King starts dying. And he doesn't stop dying because he commits in without having a really big hero pool, without having any innate survivability. And it's really all up to, right, does the enemy team not have any sentries for him to survive or not? So usually you don't want to pick up the BKB immediately after your Blink Dagger, but if you don't do it, then you don't really get to live to get the rest of your item progression in. So it's a rock and a hard place kind of hero, very much feast or famine.
Yeah. Again, gotta make some compromises here. With the kind of support that you have. I mean, it locks you into a very specific way that you have to play the game. If you don't have easy backup of, like, yeah, it's fine, the supports are just gonna stun, which as the Areas have right now. I mean, they've obviously Line, some of the better stunning, one of the better stunning heroes and disabling heroes in the game. Add the Grimstroke on top of that, yeah, especially with the Ink Swell on heroes like Mars, I wanna go in on Timbersaw, now Lifesteal as well. Like, they have a lot of ways to combo up and have this low cooldown disable to just enable their cores rather than the cores enabling the support to do damage, right? It's a very different drafts, very different ways to approach the game. So that Batrider last pick though, it's also something that we haven't seen in a while, is it?
I have recently actually seen a very great Batrider game from Collapse. And one of the reasons why it worked so well was because he got a 1v1 lane with both of the supports rotating out. And normally during this patch we don't really see that. We see the dual lanes staying, pushing each other out until the mid core rotates and gets a pick off or sometimes causes a team fight, depending on if the other team's mid core also comes up. So yeah, this Bat Rider, a little bit on the greedy side. You really need to get a good lane in order to get your boots of travel early and then a blink dagger afterwards. Bat Riders don't really seem to want to go just a blink dagger these days. And even then, you don't really have frontline yet. It's just the Medusa is going to have to show up and tank sometimes. And while I really do like Medusas that get involved, it feels like a very dangerous game to do so because if you don't blow anybody up from the side of LBZS, then most likely you're not going to be able to kill them anyway. They are so tanky.
Yeah. I mean, Medusa can kind of join in, but it's more the supplemental type of damage early on, unless you get somehow get good snake out in the middle of a team fight or something. And even then, it's like a Wraith King joining in early almost, except you don't have the stun, obviously.
Yeah.
But as long as you have your ultimate, and as long as you can rely on that to get yourself out of trouble and give yourself that window to either go in, get a couple of kills on a team fight, or else just walk away, then that is fine. But the problem with Medusa in particular is that when you do that, you don't have as much access to farm. When you have to play behind your team all the time. So.
This honestly, to me, this feels like LBZS is once again playing from the back foot.
Is he just perma-taunting? How's that possible? Still taunting? How?
Sure.
How?
He's a hacker.
My god.
He's too lead for us.
Can't stop breakdancing. Holy crap. I mean, shouldn't there be a cooldown on taunts?
Yeah,
Very
there
confused.
should be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is broken. The moment he starts right-clicking something, I think he'll snap out of it.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, I would not be able to cast this game if it was just all game. Like see this on screen, that would be very hard.
Imagine being LBZS and having to play it for literally your promotion to the upper division. So, mid for the Bat Rider. I liked it a lot more than what we've seen recently with the Bat Riders returning to the offlane because their mid laning strength is not that big anymore. But he's going to have a pretty decent lane up against this Mars. And of course, this also means that he's going to have the levels and in general the farm priority to justify getting the travels into Blink.
Yep. Mars should be fine, like all he has that stake will turn it into a full wand sooner rather than later, you would imagine. So he'll be fine. He can also always just spear the Bat Rider away if X is trying to be fancy and trying to make plays with the Firefly, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him perhaps go for the W instead. Is okay, just click him, just kill him.
Yeah.
It's that easy sometimes. Zhao Fu will get to live and salve up. He wants to.
Very nicely done there, just kicking the Timber Soul out before he gets even close to level 3.
Yeah. It's a very narrow timing window where you can actually do that, you know.
Best thing would be if they manage to get another kill on him as soon as he returns, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
The kill down bottom though, as Irving and Katya work together. Siamese a little bit too far forward, and obviously there's not a whole lot that Lifestealer can do to help you out there. It's
Absolutely
all
not.
gonna be on you on this Grimstroke.
And this is definitely, if LBZS have the individual player quality here to just win the lanes hard enough, then they have a great snowballing lineup. And it's up to Aster Ares to assert themselves basically right now already and say, no, we're not going to fall for your cheap tricks here.
A little contest on that pull. Secure some of that, maybe even get the side pull off yourself. Not quite, not quite. Unfortunate timing. Things like even if you kick Medusa out of this lane, which is hard enough as it is, like she doesn't need a lot of time before she can dip it back into the jungle already.
Yeah, the Timber Saw is a decent matchup against the Medusa for that. After a while, once your reactive armor is up, really all she's doing is giving him stacks.
Yep.
The snake's of course annoying, but since it doesn't actually steal your mana anymore, it's not nearly as big of a deal as it used to be.
Yeah. Alright.
So yeah, at any rate, if they want to kick this Timber Saw out again, they'll probably need a rotation, or at the very least they'll need the Elder Titan.
Tons of damage, but now the turnaround is real with the extra stun. Irving's super low, but did they do the math correctly? They did not. Irving's still alive. I believe there was a salve, which was cancelled at the very least. I don't think they have an extra one down there unless the courier bring in some extra regen. But damn, that's if you're not doing the math properly on these kind of turns, you just end up hurting. Yeah, I guess with no extra salves, at least they're kicking the Sanking out as well.
Small benefit here, but yeah, Sand King very much a lane dominator up against these melee heroes. The Wraith King should have the sustain normally to keep himself up at least marginally, but yeah, if you go forward into the Sand King, then you are going to be taking a lot more damage.
Yeah. Fighting inside that sandstorm this entire time. There's only so much that the rage does at the early levels. Alright. So far, so good.
Nice start for LBZS here. Irving not rushing a Blink Dagger either. He's going for the phase boots. He feels good about this lane. He's going to get to stay. Zhao Fu, he'd probably want to get some stacks up already, but Yuna is going to follow him to the ends of the earth. We make another go.
Gonna try again, this time with a bit of extra health to work with here, but only for a moment as Ulu takes a lot of burst damage, but this time just enough to live through it and get that kill. Yes. A lot of stack farming that can be going on in this game for LBZS actually. We saw X making this one for himself, I believe. We can eat through that very quickly, and then of course Medusa's stack farmer extraordinaire, and even Sanking, like if you want to give him some space, like they have a lot of options in that sense.
They do, yes. If Aster Ares don't get to take their jungle, then LBZS gets to farm up a great deal.
Yep.
Of course, they do definitely have the heroes in order to go looking for them. And any of these stacks that the Bat Rider makes and takes himself are also not stacks that are going towards the Medusa herself. Like, this early investment needs to be worth it. The Bat Rider needs to be able to play up, needs to be able to find kills later on and be that threat that causes Aster Ares to sit back. And it's very precarious because they need a lot of damage.
Yep.
This is a good start though.
Oh, MS still alive, courtesy of the stick charges though. I did not expect this one. I was all ready to dismiss this. Oh yeah, Mars is walking up and they get a kill. But no, stick charges just enough to keep him safe. Meanwhile down bottom, Ulu, no more rage, just gets lassoed instead. On the way to the next target, Siamese. Can you make your way out of this one? Doesn't look like it. He's just burning.
And his silence got Burrow Strike dodged by Irving there.
Damn.
Nice little play.
Well, one of these rotations was not like the other Kips.
For sure. And this is exactly the kind of thing that LBZS needed. Again, individual player quality, they surely have more experience than Aster Ares here.
Yep.
Or after all, an open qualifier team that made it this far.
That's impressive already, you know. Being in contention against all of these teams that have made a name for themselves already in the DPC and in the other preemptory leagues. Perfect World Total League and what are they all called? Irving on his way out. Nothing to stop it.
And the Timbersaw is now at the point where he can play behind the tower, so it is time for the Bat Rider to move on over.
He's sitting at very low health indeed here with a couple of stick charges here and there, but he's being burnt down. Need a little bit more here, ideally, but Kachu able to get the spells up on a Timbersaw, trying to keep himself alive inside this arena, and so far so good. How does he get to live again? It's the second arena that we've seen that leads to literally nothing, except I guess this time at least they saved the Timber.
Mars very much scared to play up there.
So not the kind of trades that you want to see. Lasso up again in 5 seconds, but unable to get on top of Phoenix there.
Batrider doing a really great job with these rotations so far.
And all of this is momentum that's not there for Arius. I mean, you should still Timbersaw on top, like it's still gonna take the tower, but that in itself doesn't really do much for you. Like, if this Mars is really building up that momentum, building up that threat, then that's at the end of the day, that's more space for Medusa to just be cool, calm, and farming lanes and jungles and what have you.
But the Batrider has now been forced towards top. He's making a beeline for the Timbersaw. Look at that. Minimap. I know you're in here.
Yeah.
Get out.
Batrider one of the classic counters to that, as meanwhile down bottom, see a bit of a play here being made from both sides. As a result, no one's really dead just yet. Fu walking in, trying to find something to punch, but now he just finds the arena. First time we saw that actually lead to a kill for Arius, but very nicely done indeed. They were just ready for LBZS to try and make a move right there.
Yeah, LBZS of course looking to trade the safe lane towers here, but Ulu is not ready to let go, and he is a very hard hero to bring down.
Yep.
Especially without the Batrider being here, and Ares knew that the Batrider had TP to top lane. He is not a threat right now. They'll happily keep their Timbersaw up there just in order to make sure that the Batrider, that this big pick-off threat, is not there.
It's a lot of other carries. This burst strike into the Scarab damage would be a lot more dangerous, but if it's not enough to 100 to 0 that lifestealer, then you don't have any follow-up from extra spells from Kachu or the Sandstorm damage. So
Yeah, the magic immunity is the big deal here. And you can see that Kachu has already put an extra point into the silence, but you really just don't want to max that during the laning stage. It's a bad investment, so a bit of a rock and a hard place situation there. The Batrider's just mirroring the Timbersaw. He's mid now.
yeah. And nice little push back into the lasso, into a burst strike. And of course that Mystic Flare. Kachu was already waiting for that, so more than enough damage to deal with this Timber.
See, obviously that's really, playing to the rhythm of the lasso here. But of course that means that Aster Ares, if they want to, have the opportunity to immediately go again. Excuse me guys, it is rather early over here.
It is indeed.
And
Number
while I'm a
two,
big fan it's never too early for some duds, but
yeah.
I am a big fan of measured gameplay as well, but my body is like, come on guys, I want to see some action.
Might see a pick off here, MS down bottom all alone. Does get the ultimate out though. On the side of the arena, there's no TPs in those, yeah. No way to play up against that.
Absolutely not.
We misread there, perhaps from LBZS being caught out with their pants down, Medusa in the bottom lane. Not ideal. Can't afford too many of those.
You can't, no, but it was for a good cause. Irving has his Blink Dagger now, so you have your initiation up on the Sand King. You have the Boots of Travel going on the Batrider as well, I'm sure. So you now have a very potent combination where you can kill anyone on the map, as long as the Batrider gets a creep wave to TP into.
Yep.
And they are going to bring the Medusa back here again. Of course, this is the tower closest to the triangle, but also she would really like to get the chip away at that bottom tier 1 tower eventually, especially if the action from the rest of the heroes shifts over to mid here.
Yep.
天辉上塔正受到攻击。
There's also a blink dagger up on the Mars, by the way.
That's the phase in the game where you might see things escalate a little bit more. Lifestealer farming by himself, Medusa as well on the other side, and the other 4 heroes on each team looking to try and, well, take advantage of that one way or the other, be it by running at that solo farming hero or by just straight up engaging into the rest of them.
Scan just hit. This gang has been rumbled.
Oh, has it?
Still looking over, Irving.
Just straight up face tanking it. Siamese is dead. Ulu there with the fight to turn this thing around onto Irving. Certainly a worthwhile trade if you're Aries.
Rumbled indeed.
Yeah.
No creep wave for the Bat Rider TP2 either. Besides, he has some creep waves to kill here. This Timbersaw is not going to respect his tower.
This thumbs up for a little bit, but unwilling to really go in too deep.
塔正受到攻击。
And the Timber is going to be building a Lotus Orb, which is going to be fantastic up versus the silence of the Skywrath. As well as, you know, if you have somebody sitting on the front line, you put a Lotus Orb on him, guaranteed no lasso for a while.
天辉军团全面加固。
Pretty good. And
天辉
MS
下塔
pushing
正
his
受到
luck. No, 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 no.
Go again. Ultimate still comes out, and no spear, no nothing. And in fact, plenty of counterplay right here from Albizades. Looking for more. Earthsplitter connects onto Ulu just for a moment. The lasso over on the side. Goodbye, Lion. Ulu raging on out of there. It's about all he can do, but well, invests into a creep now. Siamese very slow on his feet, so he'll be run down instead. That's a bit of a disaster here. They tried to replicate what they did earlier, but couldn't find the spear, couldn't prevent the ultimate from coming out on the Medusa, and
天辉下塔
they were
正
not
受到
ready for the entire team to be there, ready to join her
天辉
and
下塔已被
turn this
摧
fight around.
Very painful there. First springing a trap themselves on top, but now it is they who get baited. And they still don't have that middle tower because they did in fact engage with their entire team over on the bottom lane, so no trades either. MS
MS.
going into the Sanjin Yasha build.
Want to say MS slowly but surely just farming up, but there's nothing slow about it at this point. Not to the Medusa. 8k net worth at 15 minutes in. It is significant.
天辉军团全面加固。
Of course, Ulu with the armored builds, not exactly set up to match that kind of farming speed, unless you're the one just joining up with the rest of the team, just finding kills left, right, and center. We haven't seen too much of that. No big infest bombs with the Mars just yet. Ooh,
That
that's
rune getting
good.
taken.
That's a good kill. Great baits on that arcane rune.
They were kind of asking for that though. It's like the Timbersaw is not taking it, waiting for the Mars. Everyone can see it. Like, alright guys, he's gonna be here in like 3 seconds. Hey, there he is. That's... If you're playing for the playoff, or sorry, excuse me, for the upper division slot here, then that is not a great application to send in.
Yeah. Free kill on the line, just trying to soak up some XP down bottom. So right now, as the areas, they don't seem to have a lot of room to play on this map right now.
They sure don't. And this is a Medusa lineup. You're supposed to be ahead by this point, and even then it's not going to necessarily mean a win for you. Never mind being behind. And all of the item progression that the Bat Rider and the Sand King are getting right now as well is going to make them actually tanky, actually hard to bring down. It's going to be a BKB on that. Batrider pretty soon as the spear just misses.
Zhao Fu just doesn't give a damn. He just finishes de-warding. Eventually he will die, but damn. That took a lot longer than it really should have.
天辉下塔正受到攻击，
So eventually they are on top of the Dusa.
There's another burst strike here, just bursting down this Mars once again. Medusa, no fear in the world at this point. I mean, tanky enough with the Sanj and Yasha. So, another burst strike here. Line just goes down. Sitting inside the
Chain keeps
sandstorm
going.
here. They have a sentry down, but now, okay, last one together. Bound together, but no real follow-up with that. The MS just pops the old Thunder Burst Strike over, they're just clicking down Life Stealer. And now, on to the next one. It's a Timbersaw, very mobile as long as his trees chain too. Nice little stomp there to prevent that. And this is just falling apart for Arius.
They're getting outclassed right now.
天辉中塔
All of these small decisions that they're making that they'd be able to get away with in a less high pressure match are just getting punished. That's too opportunistic of a play for the Mars. You can't go there and expect that there won't be a reaction. And since Race, you're forcing your entire team to follow up
天辉中塔
into a situation that they're not ready for. They were not in position.
Aren't able to really get their spells out in the right order. Like Lion was already dead when the Grimstroke ult came out. Like that's just wasted spell at that point. Like if you don't have any sort of double stun follow up.
Oh, by the Blink Dagger boy.
As well, you know. At least you got that, yeah.
烈焰上塔正受到攻击，
And the Predator, what the hell? That's the voice line, alright.
Oh, that's great. I love seeing the Chinese teams use all of the international voice lines.
Yeah.
I've also really loved seeing, especially Team Spirit using all of the Chinese voice lines.
Oh yeah.
天辉
It's
下
just
塔
good
正
to
受
see
到
that
攻击，
Dota is such an international game in the end.
烈焰中塔正受到攻击，
That's the beauty of it. Just a game that's connecting so many people from all over the world. It's very special in that way. Alright, but
It's
now
just going to be the Blink
smoking.
Dagger reveal. But they find a mess on the flank here. That's not a good pick. They need a better spot. Good ward for the mid tower fight. Now we wait. The camp's empty though. Bit hard to wait for the camp to get farmed if there's nobody in there. Yeah, Ulu needs to move up now. Don't really want to do this. And there's a smoke from the other side as well.
Yeah, they're gonna be ready to respond here. Ares finds a jump, and if they find the jump, being the operative word. Just trying to bait the Timbersaw, but it's not exactly a appetizing target. Normally you would think, but it still goes down very, very quickly indeed.
Double
in
finger.
exchange for Irving with the double finger. Very, very good indeed. But now MS, with that ultimate of his, just putting a bit of a pause to a 2-for-2 trade so far. Ulu with the infest into Phoenix just in the nick of time. And the stone here is... okay, turn this around. Do you really want to do this one?
No.
There's no, yeah. So there really is no Phoenix. There's a couple more heroes. Will lose his own life, and Siamese next on the list.
That's
was a
once
bit
again
odd.
inexperienced there.
Yeah.
It happens. Like it's the same fighting spirit that got them to this point where you
And
can
big
get.
stacks too.
Oh no.
Unfortunate Yuna. Okay. That's a nice catch.
天辉中塔正受到
Bad
攻
Rider
击，
getting
Not
just
the
a little bit
Predator.
complacent there. What a great line.
Oh man.
It's like, at this point, LBZS, I don't like saying it, but they can actually afford to play, let the line slack a little bit.
烈焰中塔
Their
正受
Medusa
到
is simply
攻
too
击
big at this point.
烈焰
Sometimes you have these games where the Medusa is really big, but nobody else has any defensive items, so the enemy just buys a bunch of halberds and she can't do anything. But that's not this game. Her other cores are farmed too.
Yep. And smoke will break. The links are there. Nice little initial set of lockdown here, but they've already lost a line as well. For one trade, and MS is right there, still holding on to the ultimates. Now linked together, lost another friend.
She does not care.
She does not, no, she's just clicking. That's why we feel very, very happy as Medusa, just being able to play like that, you know, just a click.
It's
Even
incredible.
though-
And once she has that Skadi, this is going to get even worse. The Lifestealer does not get to have a game up against that. Once the Skadi comes out, his game's over.
Absolutely. That region reduction is just too much. Not to mention the extra tankiness, of course.
The
It's
slows.
just, yeah, the classic Medusa game where you just don't have to have fear at all. You know?
And really using it to pressure out again immediately as well. Like, a part of why these engagements went so well was because Aster Ares thinks they can maybe get a kill on the Medusa before she's online.
Over onto Ulu. Got catch you first, but now Irving ready to jump in perhaps any moment here. They've already gotten the Phoenix. They're getting, they're just right-clicking down Timbersaw. That's not really supposed to happen. But hey, kill's a kill. Irving trying to set up for his life stealer now. Extra stuns the,
Medusa on the high ground.
Medusa's just sitting there, just turning people to stone with its, with that Aghanim Scepter. Udo still being kited this entire time. The epicenter now being used. Catch you back into the fray. Make sure that magic damage will stick and just
Oh dear.
a bit too much here for LBZS.
The problem here is that if you're LBZS, maybe you don't want to destroy Aster Ares' morale too bad. Because how are they going to make sure Magma loses if they're completely beaten down, right?
I know, right?
Well, you know what? You should have won your previous map then. That's
It's a very
LBZS.
interesting position that they're in, for sure, that they kind of need to win this game against Aster, but they also need them to then beat Magma, which, and if they're making the same kind of mistakes that they're making against LBZS here, that are being punished very heavily, if they do that against Magma, I don't see how
exactly the same
that's
will
gonna
happen.
turn out any differently, right? Magma also very,
Yeah.
is also the kind of team that would not let this slide, just because you asked nicely, you know?
There's very, very rough damage problems for Aster Ares at this point in the game. Like, they were supposed to be able to do something about these initiators, LBZS not having enough damage, Aster Ares being able to punish the Sand King and the Bat Rider for going in, but that window never even really seemed to exist. There's a BKB on the Bat Rider now. The Sand King, I doubt that he even has to go for a BKB at this point. He's just been tanky enough. He can go for other items. The Medusa is here to soak up a lot of damage and attention now. Pikachu is saving up for a straight Hex. At this point, why not? They don't need any item progression out of him yet. They just have this battering ram in front of them. And she's going to mow down everything.
Skadi complete. That'll be that. MS can just sit there on the high ground, kind of getting low on mana. I want to be a little bit careful, perhaps, but that's what the Aegis is for. Just bully down the tower. Why the hell not?
Oh, that snake. She's just immediately got all of her mana back.
That works. Well, Lasso over on the Grimstroke. Goodbye, good sir. He's back immediately. Surely you have to take a fight somehow. Want to keep hold of your axe, but there's just no angle.
Ulu's got a Satanic. He's got some staying power, and they need to get some of these backliners, but the Medusa pops the smoke.
Yeah, and that's a
That's a
dieback.
dieback.
Not even a chance to counterplay there, and I don't know, Kips. Are you concerned yet? Because I'm concerned.
I've been concerned for quite a while.
Alright.
This is, once again, that smoke from Aster Ares is the right play, but not only is it about 5 seconds late, maybe even 10, but also MS just gets to cut it off because he's so far ahead already.
Yeah.
And you can't think that he's going to back off just because that's what teams normally do in a normal high ground siege situation. Like, MS is going to take every centimeter on the map that he's going to get. Because he doesn't need to step back. He does not need to respect you. So he won't. Ulu playing with fire.
Same situation, different lane. Looking away on this tier 3, slowly but surely. And yeah, without the Grimstroke, it's even a point fighting if you don't have the double finger, double hexes. Well, they're gonna give it a shot.
Line.
Nice little silence over from coming out on Phoenix, who couldn't quite follow up instantly. We get Kachu, can he get more? Ulu with the infest, just keep himself alive a little bit longer. Here's Xiaofu dropping low and actually dropping dead. Another bit of damage over onto Ulu, turns to stone. MS just doesn't quite have the right click power just yet to really threaten him. In of itself is, well, there's stuns going back and forth. Nice little double there from Irving, the lasso being reflected. That's a bit awkward. But hey, it's still holding the Timber Saw in place. And MS slowly but surely able to chip away at them. Both Phoenix as well as Timber. Was going down. One of them has buyback.
And you can see some of the damage problems of the Medusa there. You can see some of the tankiness problems of LBZS here. But when you're 20k behind at 30 minutes...
Still damage either from areas, right? It's like...
No.
Ulu, he can just be clicking him. And MS can be clicking back, but it's... yeah.
Not doing anything for him.
Good action with Satanic? What the hell? Seems questionable.
No, he did. He wants to be able to fight these long fights, lifesteal off of other heroes while he ignores the Medusa. It's the right idea, it's just too little
It's Scotty though, like it's so little value in a game like this, but hey. Get Irving, that's pretty good. Now Ulu, man fighting, while his team's just getting burned down, and the rage only lasts for so long. Cannot arm the target away through that one, so eventually LBZS will be able to take control, probably force out a GG sooner or later.
An absolute slaughter. I can see why you don't GG out of this one. It's a question of pride, but you don't have a chance. There is none.
Oh yeah, Butterfly coming out soon as well. On Medusa with all this money being gained from the Rex going down, so that'll solve the damage issues.
Yeah, I think I'd probably like to see a Daedalus more than a Butterfly. It's certainly good for the matchup into the Lifestealer, who's certainly not going to build an MKB anytime soon.
Yeah.
But I think that makes it a little bit, yeah, look at that. That's
He's shifted, yeah.
That's going to be Daedalus instead. There we go, MS. You know it, I know it. You don't have to actually itemize versus the opposing carry here.
Yeah, he listened to you 5 minutes ago. By the looks of it. Alright, last hurrah, perhaps coming out soon from areas that don't have any buybacks. The only one who has buyback right now is actually just Sanking on the other side, but then again Phoenix as well as Yuna are very close to it. A bit of extra time, so they should have it for the next high ground defense. The question is if it's gonna matter.
That's a DD Dusa.
Oh no. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse.
Yeah. And you can see that's actually an MKB in the works from the Lifestealer as well.
Yep.
Extra reasons. Like he knows he has to build just straight damage now in hopes that he can kill somebody, anybody. Please, just die. Fall over already.
Alright, so this tower falling much more quickly.
Daedalus doing work. She's so close to level 25.
Blink Lasso over onto Ulu. Can I bring him down immediately? No, they can't. I think it was Rage It Up. It was indeed. Alright, nice little dodge here on the Yules. Goodbye, Phoenix. What the hell happened to him? He just straight up died to the right clicks. Yikes.
D crits, baby.
Does not seem right.
塔已被摧毁，
Look at this timber.
天辉善意英灵正受到攻击。
It's all lifesteal inside of him, you know? It's just like, oh man.
They gotta keep going though.
Very nice spear, but there's literally no damage. Ness does not give a damn, just can focus on whoever he wants. It's Yuna down. Meanwhile in the back though, at the very least to
It's
get
25.
Irving, to get
It's over now.
yeah, I mean they can kill one or two people in the back lines, but the moment they have to turn to Medusa, it just yeah, it's too much. Way too much.
And you can
love
see
playing
she's
sports.
ignorable for quite a long time still, but as to Ares especially, you could see it in the jump there again as well, that they go on her briefly and then they realize that they should be targeting somebody else.
Yeah.
That's 2.5 seconds lost that you could have just been on a player that you can actually bring down, like for example Irving, who did die there. But if you have those issues plaguing you throughout the game, then there's no way you can ever hope to pull off a win versus LBZS.
Yeah.
And makes them the very deserved winner here.
Absolutely. So, I'm gonna get into the highlights in a moment here, but we would be amiss if we didn't mention that this might not end up mattering at all for LBZS, because they did lose the game up against Magma just before this, and now Magma is the one up against Astarias, and unless they step it up, like a couple of notches at the very least, or Magma is just... I don't know, unless they just phone it in for some reason. It's going to be a very tough matchup for Astarias to try and scrape that win and force the second round of the tiebreakers. Second round of this best of one round robin. Everyone being 1-1.
This was a great bait.
Oh yeah.
I was so concerned for the Medusa that I didn't even see the backup coming, but I think that little sidestep she made should have clued me in. That was a bait.
Just a matter of them running them down as much as they can. Ulu finds it infest, but...
And this is where this LBZS lineup excels, right? You can just play in, out, in with both of your initiating cores. Nobody will ever catch you on that Skywrath. And MS gets involved really very early and just soaks a bunch of attention, deals a bunch of damage. Disrupts the team fight with these stone gazes.
Ultimately, it didn't end up mattering that they didn't have a ton of stuns from the support, because they had plenty of control, plenty of jump from Irving alone. He's been making... yeah. Been making a lot of things happen with that burst strike of his, and then the rest of the game was just them centering around the Medusa, which is not a place where Ares could fight at all. Stun or no stun, you know?
And this is also a weird regoose. Like the Inkswell stun was definitely just meant to, hey, run away faster with this. I said maybe he decides he's already dead, but at the very least you kill your Grimstroke by going in.
A couple of stuns, a couple of jumps. Yeah, I believe they get Irving.
And Batrider is dead at this point, thanks to a nice pick off from bottom. But then MS can just hold his ground.
He has 4 heroes
Already
around him, but he
behind.
doesn't care.
No.
You know, you just have to run away from him, and that's just sad. We'll try again this time, focusing on catch you in the back a little bit, which is a good idea.
And here, beeline for the Dusa. And immediately, nope, you don't get to do that.
Nope.
That conga line right there tells me that they didn't quite... I mean, it's so hard as well when you've lost the laning stage, right? That even if you normally would know what to do, when the game is this hard, it just... Things just stop working.
Yeah.
Here again.
Longest high
Do you
ground
have time to
siege.
talk about it?
Yeah.
Go on the backlines. ignore the Medusa as much as possible. That's a great placement of the arena as well. But just because everybody on LBZS is already so farmed, it doesn't actually matter that much.
Yeah. Well, pretty tanky at that point. I mean, only supports end up dying.
Yep.
And MS just gets right click away. It doesn't have a ton of damage at this point, so it's can actually stand there for a while, but eventually all of this eventually all starts that up, especially with the extra lassos, with the extra bit of damage from Irving, extra control. This constant interruption from the Aghanim Deceptor Snake, just turning people into stone all the time, you know.
Super frustrating, especially when most of your heroes are melee range.
Yeah.
And lose heroic attempts at here, target switch.
Let's get the Medusa, guys. We can focus on. Oh shit! No, we can't. We do literally nothing.
That's and you go on the guy to get speared back normally, right?
Yeah.
But here it's just meant the separation. So the Mars is doing his job, is alright. The Medusa is not near her team. Now you guys go kill the team.
Yep.
And are like, we jump on the one you spared, boss.
No, you did not listen to me.
Very understandable, also very wrong.
Yeah. All right. With that, got one on the board for LBZS. But again, that might not end up mattering, as now we have the third best of one in this best of one round robin, the deciding match for Magma at the very least. Yeah, they won against LBZS earlier. Now they're up against Ares. If they win that match, that best of one, then they will be the ones to move on back into the upper division for next season. We'll see whether they can do it or whether we're gonna go into a second round. Stay tuned.
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。 英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐
你是
幽默，
值得信任的
你心
伙伴。
中的话语，借英雄之
我可不
口说出。
吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许你离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
Lay me by the bay, bathe me in the gray. Tear away my skin, see me from within. Waterborne, I'm rain, thunder, ocean born. You can't drown me. You can't drown me. Heart that's close to the moon and the Neptune. Rivers course my blood. My breath is sunlight.
请夜眼方天辉方，请天辉方，
上古巨神，马尔
请夜眼方挑选英雄，请
莱恩，
请夜眼方，
被屠杀。
请天辉方禁用英雄，请夜眼方禁用英雄，请天辉方禁用英雄。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what could be the last game of the lower division here for this season, Kips.
还剩10秒，
It's Tiebreakers, Asta Arias. Just lost against
还剩
LBZS.
5秒，
If they lose here, then Magma will be 2-0 because they won against LBZS in the first match of the day, which means they are moving on and join Phoenix in the upper division, making it out of these groups. And, well, if Asta Arias manage to win, though, we're gonna go into the second round. We're gonna do the whole shebang again a second time.
请夜眼
So
方。
Yeah, but that seems tough right now. This is actually, I believe, exactly the same opening as in the previous match, and we all saw how that one turned out.
yeah,
E.T. Medusa, Mars Lion, and Asta Aries. I think especially that Mars pick, that was the pick that was supposed to secure them the transition, and I believe the first 3 arenas did not lead to any kills.
yeah.
Really miscalculating their damage there on those pickoffs, and now they have to response with the Elder Titan again already. They have this Medusa who's going to be hard to bring down. Team Magma are really going to sit back here and say, alright, we've seen that you have trouble going in on these lineups, so we're not going toe to toe with you, we're just going to wait for you to drop the ball. And normally I'm not a fan of that, but this one's for all the marbles. And there's no need to go make this into a pub game versus a team that showed that they have some pub aspects to them, when you can just,
还剩10
you know,
秒，
throw down the gauntlet and see
Yeah.
if they're ready to pick it up.
还剩
Just,
5
go
秒，
for, especially in the best of one, right? Just go for a draft that's safe, that's has the ability to win the late game, that has the
请
ability
天
to
辉
also
方挑选英雄，
get to that point, right? Medusa is one of the go-to heroes for that now. But this is where we see things a little bit different, turn out a bit different here. Of course, Magma couldn't go for the same draft as Scarov actually being banned out by Asta Arias. Instead, they go for the Tusk. But on the other side, we see a bit of a theme going. A lot of fiery, a lot of red heroes. Now with the Lina, that's certainly gonna solve damage issues if that is a mid Lina.
Which it's very likely to be now.
At the Phoenix on top of that will probably not be played by Phoenix, so that'll be a bit annoying, to say the least. But you do have the Phoenix Mars combo, right? Which is a classic for good reasons. It's very
It is,
powerful.
and especially versus the right click of this Medusa. No, ooh, that's an LC as well.
Do I still
She's
get
going
credit
to
for
be-
that because I mentioned LC last game?
I mean, it was the same draft, I guess. No, not quite. I'm not willing to give you these for free.
还剩
Unfortunate.
10秒，
See, the joke I was going to make was that the previous draft
Hai
from
shou wu
LBZS was a snowball draft, and Magma have just picked the snowball from Cobalt.
Literal snowball.
Mhm.
There's certainly a lot of kill potential coming from the Tusk, of course. Yam Yan gonna be doing good things with that, presumably. Especially coming up with Legion Commander as a lane partner in particular.
Yeah, and what this Legion Commander is also for is to make sure that the Medusa can take down
还
the egg.
剩10秒，
Normally, when you have a right clicker like just a solitary right clicker like the Medusa, it's very hard to bring down the egg because presumably the Phoenix is going to make sure to get these fiery spirits onto you. But you
Yep.
can actually purge those off with the Legion Commander, or she can go in herself if she is inside of the arena and the egg is also inside the arena.
Yep.
There's some options here. Alternatively here, of course, Tusk great versus the arena because your pickup radius is quite large. You can jump into that arena, save people there, as well as potentially saving them from an explosion of the Phoenix egg.
Oh, yeah.
They have a bunch of defensive options here that don't necessarily need to be defensive because both of these heroes, of course, very strong dual melee lane together, and a very much strong aggressive duo later on as well.
Yep. Plenty of ways to deal with that, to go for the outplays rather than the big combos necessarily. It's all really gonna come down to what kind of team fights you find, what kind of angles actually coming in.
And last bans have come out as Ares take out a bunch of the big magic damage dealers. And that is really what Team Magma could use here now. They have a lot of defensive capabilities, they have some saves. Now all they really need is a big magic damage dealer on top of that. Of course, most of them now banned out or taken, as is the case with Alina. Quap is still in the pool. Doesn't seem too bad here if you go for an early BKB build-up.
Yep.
There is also the option for going for something more conservative, like say, Viper actually not too great versus the Lina. You could think about a Storm Spirit. You'll end up with a very greedy draft,
for sure.
but
Void Spirit, alright. Yeah, the other type of spirit. For a long time, that's been the go-to for for a lot of these Chinese teams, especially in the lower division that we've seen. It's just, oh yeah, I mean, what mid are we gonna take? Let's pick Void Spirit. It's gonna be fine. And especially in a game like this, you can imagine that to be not just fine, but work out very well. Also get the Magnum Scepter, obviously, is... I mean, you're just throwing a wrench into any sort of combination plans that Esther might have at that point.
Yep, this Void Spirit is going to have his sights firmly on the Phoenix from the start, really. You can burst that hero. It's a strength hero, but the Phoenix is not really that tanky, especially not once it's already thrown out one of its spells, maybe, you know, Fire Spirit someone and then also beamed a little bit, getting ready for that old pop, and then no, actually, you're dead now.
Yeah. And the Magnus to round it out for Arias. That's the carry
Definitely
Magnus,
was a team
isn't it?
fight. Yeah. Once more. Well, we've seen it for decent results out of Magma before, but of course that also means that Magma knows how to play it.
Yeah.
Know what to do against it. The repositioning ability is also pretty good. The fact that you have another core that can jump past the Dusat, take care of other heroes, pretty neat. And in general, they look a lot more ready to team fight this time around with this lineup.
Yeah, it's a really good mix of damage and the lockdown that they have. On the side of Asta areas, so it's a lineup that has all the tools to just dominate the game with, and just a matter of whether they can find the flow, whether they can actually get to a point where they're the ones dictating the pace of the game, compared to what happened last game, where it's just all in the hands of LBZS, right? The entire game from start to finish, really.
It slipped away really fast as well. It's all going to come down to that transition phase. I think even though they dropped a bunch of kills in the laning stage, their farm still looked really good. Up to the point where the mids hit their level 6s and it was time to start rotating. And then Phoenix had, LBZS had by far the superior decision making on that. And if Magma can show that as well, then it doesn't really matter if you have good heroes if you don't bring the right combination. It doesn't really matter if you went even in the lanes, if you have somebody stuck on the wrong side of the map, or you use two of your team fight ultimates without actually getting any hero kills. So that is the point where, for me, the game is really already going to be decided in terms of like, are Aster Ares going to be able to play at all? It's the breakdown of the laning stage.
Smoking out of the base to get that ward in very quickly. Maybe a second one as well, but Yuna and the smoke will break, so not be able to do that.
He might have shown there on purpose just to distract attention away from the fact that he could have already warded mid.
Yep.
But this is certainly going to give away that they know that there was a ward there.
Let's think immediately. You now with that extra bit of money. He's worked for it, you know, it's like he deserves that last hit.
Taz with that sentry, sitting basically on top of the ward.
Not opting to throw it out just yet. It looks like a 2-for-2 exchange this time around. No crazy 4 runes for one team, like saw at one point earlier today. Not that it really helped LBZS against Magma when they got that, but hey.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
God. Voice line gaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. So we've got a Lina versus Void Spirit matchup here, and this is decent for the Void Spirit. The fact is that Lina actually deals a lot of her damage with right clicks throughout the laning stage, so he's going to have the physical damage shield to help him mitigate that. But of course he does need to avoid some of these nukes coming out here if he wants to come out equal in the damage department.
Yep. Let's see how that ends up going. Really just a matter of trying to dodge them out in some ways, trying to win the last hit battles. So far, so even right now.
Question of picking your battles, really. You could see him there, and when there were two of his creeps alive and 4 of the Linas coming in, he can't really afford to go and contest that as a melee hero. You're just going to have to sit back. She is going to get those last hits anyway. You contest the ones when she's in the wave. She might draw creep aggro. You're going to get to equalize a lot of the damage that way.
Yep. See Phoenix trying to eat through that shield as quickly as possible. At which point he cannot feel as comfortable just continuing to contest. Nice room control from Arius though. Lion securing the one up top. Lina pushing the wave in, so Void Spirit can't really go for it.
Mian Mian, not really in time there on the bottom rune, but that's because he's very close to tower. He's always going to be showing because this Magnus, of course, naturally pushes the wave. Which is, normally that's a kill opportunity for the offlane, because he's further away from his tower. It's an opportunity for this Phoenix to go back and be pulling, leaving the carry alone. But if this is somebody as tanky as Magnus, and especially if you don't know if he has his escape opportunities skilled, then it is very hard to go for indeed. Now though, Mian Mian is cutting from the back into the mid lane. They want this Lina. She's up too far.
Way too far indeed. The courier also walking by, but not spotting that until just now. And
Huh?
okay. Never mind then. Just don't do anything like that.
I think maybe the Void Spirit was hoping to bait out more spells, and since she didn't use those, you're double melee, you're most likely going to get hit by a light strike array. So they're anticipating Phoenix being good enough to punish that.
Well, no joy in that rotation, and still, I believe he was holding a point. Seeing if he wanted snowball, whether he wanted the ice shots, but none of that was. Yeah, he's still holding it right now. Maybe going in for round 2. Maybe that'll do the trick. Phoenix right now bottling up though, and Dust doing the same thing.
The reason why I was a little bit more in favor of the Storm Spirit than this pick is that Storm Spirit farms up better in the jungle. With the remnants, you clear creep camps much faster. As opposed to the relatively fixed damage that a Void Spirit has. He just has, you know, the cycle of spells and then he's done for a bit again.
Yep.
A Storm Spirit can keep coming as long as he has mana. And yeah, that means that if versus a Lina where you're in a melee matchup, you're not going to get to catch up through any kind of creep camp farming.
It's not sure you necessarily have to do that. I mean, the other option is in this game to join up with TZY on this Legion Commander eventually. Just utilize that early burst damage that you have to just secure some extra dual kills, put some pressure up on the map.
It's much more yeah, but it is much more the snowball game for you. You're not going to be able to outfarm.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Medusa's job, right?
Oh, very true. And this Lina is at a natural disadvantage later on because, of course, if you can get on top of her, she's going to be rather unhappy, and you are very good about that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a big stack.
Big stacks, indeed. Yuna has been working overtime on this one, but scouted up by Kaz. Also means that he can utilize that to get a bit of extra damage going. The real question is whether Magma will be able to contest those stacks when they're being farmed up. Like, ideally you want to find a way in on that with the Medusa, but it would obviously be quite dangerous. I mean, that's what, that's a triple ancient stack and a quad stack on the hard camp?
I think so, yeah.
See that correctly? Yeah. Here we go, Dust with a haste drone. Goodbye, Yuna. He'll end up going down eventually. Maybe not just yet. He's getting a couple of extra spells out before he falls. Now with the Laguna Blade on top of that Void Spirit. Who plays it from Yanman? Can he get the... Ah! He's taken out. Couldn't aggro Roche in time.
Had an attack speed slow on him.
Yeah.
And that is a great response there. Too opportunistic from the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is I think the Void Spirit needs to come in while they're doing it and steal some of them. But, you know, he had a haste rune. They saw Yuna. They thought they had something.
Not trying to stack this up again. I don't know if that's even possible. But I think he did it. Yeah, that's a... Okay, that's a 5 stack now.
Yeah. Everybody on Magma coming up.
They want it, and there's the arena coming through though. Goodbye, number 1. Kaz is next on the list.
Yeah, so I hate that damage problem into arena that they had last game. They don't have that anymore.
No, not if Lina just gets to stand there and click away, cast a couple of spells.
And they're not even baiting any heroes here. They're baiting the stack.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you want to kill somebody in order to be able to move on up here. So find any one of us. And they're just too hurried on Magma.
Yeah.
Too eager.
Can't quite do that if they don't have the Void Spirit ready to initiate properly. Or the... arguably you need the Legion as well if...
Yeah.
if you're gonna run in like that.
Your biggest problem here is that you're engaging into Alina, but you're not engaging on Alina. What a champ. This is real support gameplay, guys.
It's a 6 stack
behind
now.
behind Alina, Ashe takes the rune as well, and she's
4.1k net worth. See how much she ends up with. Point 2. So far, so good. Get all of the neutral items naturally. Yeah. It's just straight up 600 gold.
No!
And the kill on... Alright.
Dust!
I don't know what to say to that one. She's just stuck around for way too long, so you could just...
He's gonna do it again.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 ancients. Quad stack of ancients, make it a pentastack.
And a rune for Phoenix.
A little bit tougher to farm this one for Lina at least.
Yeah, but the Magnus is going to have a very nice treat waiting once he comes over. And that ancient stack is harder to contest. It's deeper on the enemy side of the map. It has more HP, so you're going to have to be healthy when you take it. Man. Aster I is looking like a totally different team this time around. It's like they just need a warm-up game, you know?
Well, can't really complain, because if they do end up winning this one, it means you get to cast 3 more games.
Oh, yes.
I'm starting to believe, Kips. Oh,
This
RP coming
have a
in.
possibility.
With the rotations here from Lena as well as Lion, that's gonna be another kill. Freebie here this time on that Legion Commander, so yeah. 6-1 right now. There's still the Medusa factor, right? And she's been left alone. Let's not forget about that. But yeah, Ari is certainly getting enough fuel to get their heroes ready to go.
They have that engine running right now.
Yep.
The Lina really needed to get off to a good start. Like, the point of a Lina is always you need to be able to do so much damage that they can't afford to go on you. Like, they're dead before they hit you.
Yep.
And she is exactly going fast enough for that right now. She's going to hit a very early BKB. That's going to make that jump of the Void Spirit. Well, she's not going to be a target for him anymore. It's just going to be up to the LC now.
So Arena catches a Tusk in the end.
Lulu coming in.
Oh, Yuna stacking camps? What?
He's gonna try those
I don't know if
ancients
the
again.
ancients. No, I don't know if that'll work.
You don't believe it? You better believe it.
Nah, it didn't work.
Dang. Come on, Yuna.
Gets incredibly hard because they just bunch up on each other.
At the very least, Magma gets the bottom tower trade here, scaring away that Phoenix. But Ulu is also no slouch. I think that's an Echo Saber flying in, and he's working on his Blink Dagger next. Is Yuna?
Going dust again. Sure, why not?
Oh my lord.
You're just walking up with a stun, like every single time.
Those stuns there were absolutely perfect. I think if that's even 1 millisecond more off, you don't get that kill.
Right, Ulu, 6.1k net worth. Not for long.
Holy crap.
Aggro properly. And didn't stack it again. Yeah, that's what, 900 gold from that.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Make that 1,000 with the side camp as well.
Yep.
It's gonna put him at a very early Blink Dagger here. And when you have that much jump, and especially like an RP to follow up on a possible duel on your Lina, you're going to have your DPS all but secured. Yeah, Yuna, you went too far, man.
Not that time, man. Finally something going the way of Magma, going the way of Myanmar, who's been not really getting a whole lot done on this task. Got a few half-hearted attempts at contesting mid, trying to make a play there, then the go on the triangle on Lion, which didn't go well. That's about it until just now.
And Dust is below the Mars in net worth right now, and this is not a Mars who's at that great of a lane. He's mostly had to really keep that lane shoved out so that nobody can walk into his triangle from the left side angle. But yeah, guess what? Enemy mid has an even worse game than you do.
Yeah.
Everything's fine and dandy, and he's going to be finishing up that blink wave or another blink in another creep wave or so. Aster Aries are going to have all of their tools, and that is where once again the draft out from Magma is going to come in. Because they do have good defensive tools. Look at that double blink.
Oof.
Like, can
TCY
Magma
revealing
play this
himself.
defensively enough?
So walk up with a Hex, with a stun, with an LSA. Not even worried. Team on mid, RP just straight up into the arena, into the spear. That's a secondary kill on another core. Can't believe it either, Ulu. I cannot believe it either.
My eyebrows are up in my hairline right now, and you guys know how big my forehead is. That's no mean feat. Where was this team last game?
I know, right? It's like,
Who are these people?
it's one thing to have this kind of form shift over
They
several
might have
days,
overextended
you
a little
know,
bit now.
but it's just a lion.
No, it's just the Magnus dead.
Just Magnus, yeah.
That is your carry.
That's unfortunate.
No ultimates here. A little bit overzealous, but you know what? Lina has her BKB. You can move back up in here if you'd really desire. Because Shylock does have a couple of stacks of his own right now. Kaz is
not
not
the
to
only
be
one
outdone.
stacking. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Sorry, Kaz, we need to make a couple more stacks in order to catch up.
yeah.
Good effort, though. A for effort.
Gonna try again. Yuna with the finger. There's some not enough damage actually between MTZY and the Snowball back in. They want to get some revenge, but Phoenix too fast. And now they'll look for another LSA. Doesn't quite find it. Shylock instead with the ultimate dust. Ooh! BKB comes out in nick of time. If you could turn around there, it could have been devastating at the same time.
Oh,
Though the
no,
spear
Dust.
over on Dust. He was,
Dust, no!
not quick enough
Always
on the
punished.
retreat there. Not throw out that extra jump on the ultimate, so it does get punished super hard again.
At least, at this point, you can make the argument that your Dusa is farming. Like,
Yeah,
that was a lot of resources committed for Master Ares. Not on the enemy side of the map, not getting a tower out of it, not getting any vision out of it. And hey, double blink dagger here from Magma as well? Okay. Now we're cooking with gas.
And more stacks. Siamese also saying that, yeah, I can stack too. I'm a support.
Oh, that double damage rune. That's going the way of TZY. We haven't really seen any action out of this Legion Commander yet. No duels.
Yeah. Generally, Hero tends to get online rather late unless you have a dominating lane.
Phoenix is so far forward.
Smoke breaking. Both sides.
Like,
Those are a bit awkward, these kind of situations. You never know
Look how
who's
deep
gonna actually...
Yuna is.
Yeah.
that's great vision, but Magma is watching them all the while as well. There's a... Oh, they just deworded that.
Oh, Blink hacks in, fall off from the arena, they find a spear once again onto Dust. And this time gets a jump out though. Gets to live despite the Supernova and the arena combo. They will bring down Kaz eventually and also run down the Tusk. Very least. Voidsburg got out that time. Why hang around? He has a blink, but there's no way you can actually blink duel somebody here and expect that to be a good idea.
No. I'm gonna hang around for an opportunity, maybe see if they split up, but since that doesn't happen, it has to stay hidden for now. It's going immediately for the shard. We'll have the money for that as soon as it hits 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna see the mini BKB. Very useful for dodging things like the Laguna Blade, like the finger.
Blink away, not really far enough. So there's a duel coming in. This is actually just a Mars up here. No dual win because he's tanky enough, but I mean he's unwilling to try and save him there. He's another point on the board, 13 and 4. Still a very good position for Arius to be in, but yeah, this Medusa is farming, just barely holding on to the top net worth slot at the moment.
Mm-hmm. She's the only one who is farming currently. And she is up in one of the more annoying matchups for her, which is a long-range core who outranges her. It doesn't really happen very often. Medusa have pretty long range, but this Lina knows it, and she's going for Dragonlance as well.
Oh man. It's a casual Dragonlance as well, not even going for Hurricane Pikes or anything. If the quick by Q is anything to go by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just about the outrange and then immediately on into the damage because, of course, since you're Alina, can't afford to not have enough damage. Again, they need to be dead before they get to you.
Oh yeah.
夜眼上塔正受到攻击。
Game like this, it feels very comfortable playing Lena in a game like this because you have so many other heroes that can frontline for you. Obviously, the Mars Arena is the big one. Even their carry, Shylock, has that. Not Shylock, Ulu. He has that RP, just another way to just keep them locked down and keep them away from you. Extra stuns from line, like this. Anything that can allow you to stand on the edge and not be run at.
It's a great core Lena game. Of course, the enemy has some jump.
Well, this is happening though, but the instant initiation onto Cass doesn't really materialize into a kill, and now Shylock revealing his access. A nice skewer down to the low ground. Snowball to lay this a little bit further. Mian. Okay, yeah, okay, that's a pretty good position
Nice
for the
egg.
Supernova here. Now the arena catching Medusa, cannot escape through this. Now the ultimate already used. Bit of a dispel here, but the beautiful Ravage down. Now the duel over on the Lena, though. This could be the turnaround. The RP coming in, and Phoenix, as a result, still alive. Magma dropping lower and lower, but Medusa still very much ready to fight. 2 for 2, 3 for 2 trade with the buyback coming in now from. On the Elder Titan as Ulu finds himself all alone.
Very
Nothing
tanky.
left to slow him down. But damn, that was a clutch RP though. Lena would have died if there was a couple of extra right clicks.
That was extremely close. A great snowball save in the middle of all of that as well. Magma really utilizing their superior positioning up on that high ground there. The fact that the Tusk gets to walk that far back is pretty devastating for Aster. And yeah, the obs there pointing out as well that the superior warding position is now in the hands of Magma once again, and they're going to be holding it now.
Quite good for them, for Magma, that they weren't punished as heavily as they really should have been, considering that was a pretty good Supernova Arena combo. But at this point already, Shylock tanky enough to just stand there and deal with that, just with Sanjinyasha and the axe.
They got pretty lucky over on Phoenix though. If there's a couple more moments of courage, Proxy's dead there.
Oh yeah.
No BKB walkout for him, and then the fight looks very different. But I think Magma just take the Roshan afterwards. Shylock though, they know Aster wants to work around him now. So they really shove the Medusa forward and dare the rest of them to come for their backlines. Yeah, a bit of a wasted smoke here. Magma's already gone.
Showdown.
Smoke then break. Roshan is still up though. There is, they
The Elder
kind of
Titan
want
was
it.
scouting it before. Yeah. D-ward again. You look away for a second and they're going to D-ward that. And there's another one watching now. You know, oh,
Yeah, they found that one too.
that's brutal.
Pre-planted sentry, catching that one. Yeah, it's always the best thing as a support. If you plant on the sentry, you don't find anything. Kind of bummed out. It's like, oh, that's a wasted sentry. But then they plant an observer ward right on top of it. You know?
Ops in the river now. They need to hold that. I think it's within range of the Radiant sentry. But they can't come forward and take it down. The puzzling continues, but any kinds of delays are in favor of Magma here, who are still behind, who are still looking for more items for their Void Spirit as well. Yeah, there's D-ward.
Just in range as well.
天辉中塔正受到攻击。
Oh,
Yuna flanking.
nice dispel there. It's a definition of a combo breaker, right? It's quite the battle here. 2 minutes or so, 2 or 3 minutes just to run the show. Both teams jockeying for position, trying to keep this vision established. Yeah, Magma, they know exactly that there's a war up there, of course. It's just a question of whether they can get the spells out on time here. TZY just being bursted down. And now the arena catches everybody else. Supernova on the edge of it. They have to deal with
Egg
Shylock's
time.
ultimate to kind of wait this one out, but Kaz and Yan Yan both very, very low indeed. They have to run away. Is this enough space for Roshan? Magma don't want to give up this position just yet. Did get the line in the middle of all of that. Same death timer as TZY.
The RP was used, but of course also the Medusa ultimate. And the problem here is that Aster, Ares don't actually know that the LC doesn't have buyback. And the outpost is still up. And this is a problem for them. They have the superior Roshan teleport with their own mid tower still being up. They have a little bit of extra pressure on that mid lane as well. But it's not as big of an advantage as it would be when they would have taken the top tier 2 tower and secured that outpost.
Yeah. So, it's again both sides waiting for their spells. Going for round 3 of the Roche fight, perhaps. That being said, they're starting to spread out a little bit more, at the very least on the Radiant side.
And I really like this move from Shylock.
Yeah.
He knows he needs damage. He needs to be involved in these fights. So he's got the Daedalus flying in right now before his Skadi.
Yeah.
And this is going to make him a lot less ignorable. Of course, it also doesn't tank him up.
He's been tanky enough, especially if, as long as you have TZY behind you as well to just W. Press W. So that's a nice little catch. If they can get it here, as the duel comes out over the Phoenix, he is dead, and so is the Mars. Does get the arena out first though. Now with the Lena standing on the outside, that's a ton of damage being thrown out. Dust, first one to fall is Shylock in front, halberd it up. Slowed him down long enough here with that ultimate, but now going in for round 2, Myan Myan. Bit of a bait here perhaps as they turn this around on Ulu. That's a couple of good crits, but Skew is still available to get him out of trouble.
Lena not with her own Daedalus just yet, so her damage output falls just shy as that of the Dusa. Lose Dust once again though. This poor man just can't catch a break.
No. At the very least,
AC
we
up.
saw, I believe, the first duel win of the game. So yeah.
Yeah, TZY is really just playing a sport here.
Yeah. His real
He's
job
an
is
accessory
to,
to his Dusa.
was a pretty good catch on the Phoenix, the hero, not the player. Just prevent any sort of shenanigans, any sort of dives or ultimates from coming out at the perfect time. It's always going to be, even if you play more of a supporting role on this Legion, it's always nice to have that long duration lockdown ready to go. Especially on the hero, where even if you end up losing a duel, it's not a big deal, because it's not like Phoenix is a big right clicker.
Astra have lost their mid tower now though.
Yep. Still got the tier 1 top, which is also a pretty decent position to be into at least. When it comes to Roche.
Nobody wants to let this one go. Dust once again in position, has the Aghanim Scepter now as well. Very good as a response versus especially the Lion here.
Last 5 minutes, both of these teams have more or less spent around this mid lane, around this Roche area. Very few.
It's game deciding.
Yeah.
女族长将
Aegis on either this Lena or this Medusa will mean high ground for the team that has the Aegis. That's a heart on the Mars. They are out sustaining this Dusa. AC, heart, and the Lena just needs to stay away. I really love the division of tasks here. That's a Yuna. They're going in blind.
Areas are spread out a little bit though. Dust. Oh, didn't quite catch the vision. Very defensive ward. I mean, if all the obvious spots are being taken, just plant the ward right there, I guess. Was fine with the trees being cut down from the arena earlier, but now this is
LC
slightly
is
useless.
angling towards Phoenix. Bottom lane.
Not sure about this one here. GZY still alive. Those reinforcements are here. Dust with the control up. And now there's a duel onto Phoenix. That's a good cash on the Lena. Yuma trying to play his way out of this one. And the blink, not quite on point. Second duel win, and this time much more important kill. They do give up the tier 2 tower up top though. He opens up the outpost, forces rotations back, but if you now go for a Roche play immediately, you might be able to force out a buyback.
And that is exactly what they are going to do, I think. They are not happy about their jungle being taken over though. If they wait too long, then the Lina is just going to respawn.
Yep.
Magma's still playing without vision.
Still the Arena Supernova combo that you have to worry about. It's very potent, of course. And, okay. Getting another pick off here. Perhaps the duel comes out. Phoenix dies. The hero, not the player. Both Phoenix is dead now, I guess, for my win.
That's a hero without buyback.
Yeah. Are they able to join in at all to get rid of the vision here? Up on this high ground, Shylock, the only one in the pit right now. It's gonna take a while for them to eat through this. They do have some extra minus armor though.
Lina has returned. Ooh, he would love an RP into the pit.
Dust. Just standing there. And then he dies, and it bites back immediately. Shylock now with the ultimate. They caught inside the arena. Turn to stone here. If they can get them, that would be big, but they're so tanky. Phoenix off to the side. He's absolutely fine. The RP catches everybody. Dust returning in, trying to bring down something here, but they're all falling apart. Buybacks galore as Shylock even is running out of mana. That's a bit problematic here. No mana, no health points. They brought down the big gun. The big guy. The big girl.
Oh man, they get the silence out on the Mars so they don't actually have that big bonk into the RP, but it doesn't matter because the Lina outranges. And yeah, that's a Daedalus right now. Ares is back in this game. They still can't take the rush. Or at least they're not taking it right now. Really needed to regen up onto Ulu first. Now they're going in to take it.
Plenty of time, still sitting at half health. No Medusa for 45 seconds. Let's see. Dust there dying immediately. Couldn't get on top of Phoenix. They were trying, and Shylock almost got her, but not quite. And then they all group up for the RP, into the LSA, into the Lion stuns. Like that's just asking for trouble.
A little bit too triumphant.
It's insane tankiness of both the Mars as well as the Magnus.
Yeah. No good way to chew through all of those health points. And I believe that should be, yeah, there's a halberd as well. That evasion's going to do a ton of work. And of course the Medusa does not like being halberded whatsoever.
Yep.
Excellent time to buy the item as well, because this is where she's really starting to deal damage. So that's where you itemize into that. Yuna's fishing. Satanic. They're going for the sustain. Shylock, of course, will have the Skadi, so not as useful on the Satanic as it could be. Interesting to see that Ulu has picked up the Aegis as well. This opens up the Lina once again as a target for Magma.
Yeah, they do have ways to get on top of her if they just commit, if they find a way to do that safely. That's the big question, right? There is counterplay from both sides, but yeah, if you do find another situation like in bottom, we can just get the duel out.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
it's really hard to get that though.
Yeah.
And Dust can't even go fishing for it right now because he's bought back. So yeah, he's got an Aeon Disc queued up right now and he's only about halfway. If Ares forced the issue.
Do need a bit more time still.
Come on, Snake Lady, tickle me. Tickle me good.
Oh,
they found her.
Into that. They need some help here. They need some follow-up, but Well, Shylock's still tanky enough. Now gets an ultimate out. The rest of the team comes in, but the RP inside the arena trying to get rid of the Supernova, and they will be able to with enough cover, but there's no more mana. No Lina either until just now. Starting to right-click away on Dust onto Shylock. Pops the BK, not a BKB just to help, but it's not enough from TZY. Finally able to right-click her down. That was a bit scary for a moment.
It was, yeah. Great defensive abilities coming out from Magma there. The fact that they get down the egg, extremely important, but once again, just too tanky over onto Aster Ares. That Age is still in the hands of Ulo as well. They're going to come high ground now. They're going to have this Lina to really deal the damage. Look at that machine gun go. Yeah, glyph that.
Yeah. Better go bad for sure, yeah. Dust trying to make plays here.
Is
The
that
best time with that style game, but now's the time to deliver.
Mars deliberately stepping in front of the remnant
Back.
deck?
He spear to. What did he spear to?
So you can actually spear bonk, and it spears in place if you time it right.
Okay.
Okay. GG.
G? Yeah, I would GG that, yeah. I mean, just off the spear play, you know, not just the team wipe, but it actually happened, Gibbs. Going for
It
round
did
two.
happen. And I'm kind of flabbergasted. You know, that thing that I said about normally I don't like the kind of lineup that Magma picks here because it's kind of reactive and you're waiting for the enemy to mess up. Like, if the Aster Ares from the first series versus LBZS shows up, then you have a guaranteed win in the bag there. But these guys, who are these people? Where were they game one? Can I have their signatures before they disappear back into the shadows?
Well, if it was just a matter of them needing to warm up, then, well, that might be good news bears for them, as it turns out, because, well, they still need to win 2 games if they actually want to make it up into the upper division. But, well, Magma is not out yet, of course, neither is LBZS. We're just resetting. We're just back to where we were 3 hours ago. Gonna dip into the highlights in a moment here, I presume, but after that we'll have once again Magma versus LBZS.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah,
And
pretty
it
cool,
all
yeah.
starts with these stacks where you have a defensive, a little bit greedy lineup over from Magma that still really wants to contest something. They want to move up into an enemy high ground early, but they don't quite have the tools to do that with.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we see
we're
the
going to
highlights right
watch that
here,
here
yeah.
again. Dust getting punished.
Looks like a clean
Several
pickoff, but
times.
then yeah, the stuns come out. Lina's right there.
Mian Mian as well rolling on through with the snowball instead of just going onto Phoenix there and breaking the combo.
Yep.
And he can't attack Roche because he's too slow.
This is where Dusk gets out. Few and far between these kind of situations where he actually gets to live. I feel like if this Void Spirit had a better game, Magma would have had a much easier time. Just because he wasn't really a threat. Never really felt his presence.
No, he wasn't. But he also kind of had to do it on his own because his LC, which is the other engaging hero, doesn't really have it either. And there are so few good targets. It goes off. And while all of this is happening, like, the fact that this Mars is able to keep his bulwark up at all times means that a bunch of the right clicks is I don't remember the exact percentage, but a whole lot of right clicks that are going to heroes behind him are actually redirected to Mars.
Yeah.
So he's saving a ton of damage on the Lina as well.
Isn't it only with a shot? Something? Oh,
I don't think so, no, because that's the Burning Spear, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's just even right here, but 2 of them sitting right in front of the Medusa, but they're unable to kill him now. Just trying to bring him down. Means you can still get the RP
Yeah, it's
off, so
huge.
it's just them losing control, losing the losing the grasp on this team fight, you know? It's not accounting for the RP potential at that point. And yeah, this... If you get to a point where you can just initiate a Medusa, and they don't straight up kill her here, but they get rid of the mana to a point where Shylock just has to try and run away. She can't stand and fight... Shylock can't stand and fight anymore. Has to try and run. This is when Lina finally comes in. Extra stuns coming through with the second round.
Yeah. Since her team is so tanky, it doesn't quite matter that
Yep.
she's a little bit late to the party. And then here, just a brutal finish. The bonk spear.
I still don't get it. How's that even allowed?
It's weird. And it has to do with the movement of the bash of the bonk. Hitting at the exact same time as the spear does. It's weird. I don't quite understand either. But
I'm just gonna have to accept this and move on, I think.
Yeah. I like this. He really played up as the carry player, really a couple of game-turning RPs. In my heart though, Yuna is the MVP for all those stacks.
yeah.
He really gets this game going. Maybe even unintentionally, but yeah, forcing Magma to play up for economic reasons was a pretty good play.
Alright, and with that, we're gonna take a short break, but we will be back with round number 2 of this best of 1 round robin. As it was 1-1 all the way, which means still don't have a winner. So we'll be starting again with Magma vs LBZS soon. Stay tuned.
hurricane. Na 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 na. Lay me by your side, sway me with your tide. We've got a tempest stirring up inside. Waterborne on the rain, thunder ocean born. You can drown me. No, you can drown me. Heart that's close to the moon and the Neptune. Rivers, course our blood. Our breath is thunder.
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面路上，
基本上没有速度环境了。
对面路上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺万直接跳出来，琪琪恭喜李逵！恭喜李逵，拿到了本届 Super Major 的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王也混也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二奖励有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟们，起来走！
对，
这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？
恭喜 Manesky，
恭喜 Manesky 拿到了野鸡亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吗？站起来，索保尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表的什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3胜！恭喜 Motor！ 恭喜 Motor 2-0战胜了来自于芬兰的 Major 亚军
Welcome to the Internationals.
请夜眼方禁用英雄。请天辉方禁用英雄。请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请夜眼方挑选英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
魅惑魔女。
请天辉方挑选夜眼。
巨牙海民。
死亡限制。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for round number 2. This best of 1 round robin. 1-1 all the way in the last one, as Aster Aries was able to pull it out against Magma in that last game. So we reset Magma versus LBZS to start us off with. And, well, unfortunately we don't have infinite tiebreakers. If we have 1-1s again all the way, then the time rating will be used. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. Yeah. One way for these teams to not have to deal with that, of course, is to win 2 games, which does not seem impossible, you know.
Definitely not. I gotta say though, the Magma versus LBZS game was the closest one before, and Magma are now coming off of something that must have been a bit of a shaking loss. They didn't quite look like themselves. They overplayed their hand. Versus a team that should on paper definitely be weaker than them. And like we said with the match from Aster Aries before, like, are they going to be able to reset from this? Well, it's now on Team Magma, who really saw the victory and their easy go towards the upper division. The return to the upper division slip out of their hands. LBZS not done with that Faceless Void from the first go around, huh?
Well, if at first you don't succeed, just try again, right? This time, a bit of a different set of initial conditions here. This is a task as well as a Death Prophet, which has been banned out in some of these previous games. Of course, you have an Enchantress on your team, which is always a bit obnoxious for the other team to deal with, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking to be a pretty strong lane here, which is one of the problems that this Faceless Void had in the first map before. Not really any laning strength, could only really get involved with his Chronosphere and needed the help of his team to deal damage into it. Maybe we will get off a little bit more of a faster start when he has the Ench to support him.
It's already a bit of damage inside the Chronosphere, still looking to pick up other heroes that take advantage of that too, presumably.
Mm-hmm. Look at the bans as well. They're really trying to secure his lane.
Yep.
I'm just wondering here. I don't know if LBZS want to go for an AA follow-up here again, but once again that would leave them with precious little lockdown on their supports, and we've seen that work out for them in the game versus Aster Aries, but versus Magma in the first round as well, they didn't have that much lockdown on those supports, and it hurt their ability to get engagements going when there wasn't a Chronosphere available.
Yeah, that would be a bit tricky. You can make the argument that it's good enough to have that against the Death Prophet in particular, who is a hero that relies on being able to heal through some of these engagements with the Spirit Siphon.
Mm-hmm.
So having that as a counter could be good enough, but yeah, it would leave you thin on the lockdown part for sure. But then again, we've also seen them offset that with an offlane sanking in a mid Batrider before, so.
Let's find out if they want to go that far again. Magma, meanwhile, very non-committal on this this opening here. This Death Prophet can still go into the 5 position, can still go into the 3 position as well as the 2. And in the upper division, we have actually seen a fly Death Prophet as well. So Pos 1, who had a 8-minute rampage.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember that one. That's a bit crazy.
Better. Not the fastest rampage like in the history of Dota, but definitely up there in the top 3.
Yeah.
So don't underestimate this Death Prophet.
Right.
Look at this! Team Magma actually snatched it up for themselves. Good combination with the Tusk.
Yeah. Can lock people inside these shards. You have to walk around, try and get out, so that'll proc the cold feet. And LBZS, even if they were thinking about that, well, that's been denied as well. Well, even though, of course, the scores get reset basically for the second round, of course, the drafts are still fresh on everybody's mind, and that influence these follow-up drafts as well now.
I wonder if this this AA was indeed a snatch, because it seems like once again LBZS are thinking for a long time about their pick here. Possible support with Lockdown that also puts a lot of damage into the Chronosphere is the Snapfire. You could also go for a Lina Pos 4 here. You just definitely have options if you're LBZS.
Let's go back for the Earth Spirits as well if you want, but for now it's a Centaur. Big stompy boy. It's
He sure is.
Yeah, it's good to be able to just disengage from a Death Prophet, right?
This could be set up for a Skywrath.
Oh yeah.
Says I would not put it past Katyu to want to play that again.
That did work out well last time. Once again, the stunning offlaner. Why not?
Of course, this time around you're most likely playing into a core who is a natural Yules builder, so that single target silence not as devastating if the Death Prophet managed to actually get that off. But of course the strength of the Centaur Skywrath combo is in the long range engagement. You jump somebody with the Centaur, you immediately blow them to high heavens with the Skywrath.
Yep.
Rinse and repeat. Very as long as the Skywrath has mana, basically infinitely repeatable, because he doesn't have much of a cooldown on that ult whatsoever.
Yep. Especially against susceptible heroes like the Ancient Apparition, the Tusk to some extent as well, if you get the silence out before the snowball.
Oh, and I've seen whole series up to that. So, very possible here. And of course, Skywrath would also be damage into Chronosphere.
Yeah.
That's it, especially with
the puck, but the puck jumps a Skywrath, then it's a bit of a different story.
Works well the other way around as well. Definitely not the most durable lineup on Team Magma now, though. If you manage to keep your distance, I would really favor the Lina as support Lina, being a Yules builder as well. Or maybe even a core Lina now. Over that Skywrath pick. But you know, Katyu be Katyu. They go with the Tiny that... Hope that's a core pickup. Now that they see this puck, they know that Tiny can do well in either of these mid matchups, and that he's going to have some great targets to burst down. Not too much in the way of damage to kill him either. This is one of the problems with Tiny right now, is he becomes so tanky, and you have a lot of burst damage as well. So any enemy heroes that you pick up are either going to match him on the HP or on the burst damage, but not on both.
Yep. Seems like a pretty good one, and because, as you said, Magma not the most durable lineup, and like the front line is kind of there in a very weird way, because like it's the puck kind of controlling them up and then kind of going in and out, and it's a Death Prophet who can just sustain himself to some extent with his bird siphons, with the Yules, just healing through that. But it's very flimsy, right? The moment one of these heroes gets taken out by a quick burst combo from the Tiny, the rest of the team can't really engage anymore. Yeah.
Nomad and I have struck the agreement that that's half points.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Alina's still open here for LBZS. I think I'd really like that. And then just in case you get some sort of surprise pick, you can always still swap that around with the Tiny as well. Of course, yeah. Okay, full points for that one.
Points for that, indeed. That's why you're the analyst,
Feeling
Kips.
good, man.
I see you smoking there. Yeah, absolutely deserved.
I run on smug, man. Smug is my fuel. I love it when the smug hits just right.
Yes, I can finally show off my big brain. Alright, so what's the last pick gonna be for Magma then?
Off the big brain. The yeah, so durability here now. And you can see as well that two of the most burst damage resistant carries, tempo carries especially, have already been banned out by LBZS. Oh!
Okay. Or maybe said something like Dragon Knights or something similar to that, because like this, with the Puck and Death Prophet, those are very flexible heroes. You talked about the Death Prophet, but also the Puck can be mid, can be offlane very easily. So there was still room for like a Puck offlane, DP mid, and then or DP safe lane, and then Dragon Knight or something like that. Something tanky with a bit of initiation as well. Someone that can be an anchor in a team fight, right? Lone Druids can be that if you have farm. That's a big if.
Certainly. Like if your bear's tanky enough to not die, and they'd have to put a ton of engagement into that, or alternatively, if they have to bypass the bear and you can run at their backlines with that, if you get to siege their towers while they fish for your backliners, you know, this lone druid could really be a tool to close this game out faster, because they're definitely up against the clock of this Faceless Void right now. But yeah, oh, look at that!
Damn, I've not seen this one before.
That is amazing.
Yeah. I want to go out and sit in a place like that.
Yeah.
The old phoenix flying over your head.
I mean, I have a lot of birds around here. They're noisy. Maybe not the bird, but the umbrella is really nice for sure.
Oh yeah. Dota themed umbrella.
I have so much Dota merch, and yet I still need more.
You can never have enough Dota merch. It's just not possible. There's always another place you can put it. All right, Magma. Show us what you can do with the Shylock Lone Druid. Again, nothing less than 2 wins will do. Is what? Okay.
I think they're getting the picture-in-picture ready for the bear split push. Who knows?
Ward on ward action. One of those will be de-warded, presumably. Alright, so again, round 2. You need 2 wins to make it to the upper division, or you need the fastest win, I guess, with the time rating being in place. We're not going to go for round 3. It's not going to be infinite tiebreakers.
No, the upper division needs their tiebreakers as well, and we don't have that much time before the major is upon us, so better make it quick. And that's also, this DK pick was the one that I was thinking about for Magma as well, but this Lone Druid is definitely more decisive than a DK. Once he gets rolling, there's very little counterplay from LBZS. Like, you're just going to have to bring down that bear, and most likely going to have to do it twice.
If you don't, you just end up losing a team fight and also buildings very, very quickly. That's
Exactly,
not
the
dependent on
consequences.
ultimate or something like that. It's just the innate strength of the hero.
Exactly. And I don't believe this is a pick that they have brought out in the entire rest of the season, so maybe a little bit of a new one for Shylock as well. We're gonna see how he handles it. For now though, this lane not necessarily the easiest because of course Kachu outputs a ton of damage and the bear is not all that tanky at the start.
Yep. Seen them just use the LSA to just try and focus it down. Can resummon, but it's a long cooldown after that, so can't do that all the time. And yeah, I mean it's a flat 300 gold, I believe, for the bear.
Yep.
So it's a ton of money. It's more money than a kill early on, outside of first blood, I guess.
Very much worthwhile. So we watch Xiaofu get bullied out by Mian Mian. This is a very nice lane for TZY as well. He's got the rage advantage on the Void. Void can't really trade with him because of the fear of the spirit siphons as well.
Yep.
And in general, I think all the efforts of LBZS to protect this Void's lane are going to have to be, well, not quite not, but this Enchantress definitely needs some... Ooh, that was a toss-back attempt, I think. He would have done that if the puck didn't get out there.
Gotta watch out a little bit here. If Airfire comes in, has to juke down to low ground, to the south again. Very nicely done, rather than just running further away. Or running closer to the where the orb gonna bring dust in.
Yep. But with that bottle, he is safe for now. And in general, I don't think that this puck should have the damage to bring this tiny down. That said, this is rough. Oh no!
It is rough, but maybe not for the hero that you thought it would be for. Would be rough for, I guess.
That's a yikes.
That's the great bait, mate. Would rate that one 8 out of 8, personally.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They have me going.
Yeah, it looked like, oh, Puck is gonna take that second rune now. Because X was a little bit too slow on his feet.
But he had enough mana for the full combo. Toss back attempt. Cheeky. And I think in the usage of the toss you're really going to see the measure of the tiny player. Like people who only use it aggressively, they don't quite know the full potential of this hero. TZY, he's stuck in the trees?
He is. Stay in the trees, they said. It'll be fine. What the hell? He gets pushed out! But MS with the chase, Xiaofu.
His heal!
Helping out. He's still alive.
I think Xiaofu's gonna leave.
That's incredible, actually. And South got cancelled, but hey, getting that kill on TZY.
That was awkward.
How do you even get to that position? Like, what?
If you got a tree there, you get to farm the camp without being much noticeable. Unless they notice, of course, that the creep camps are dying. Okay. So he thought he was sneaky.
Bear's gonna be dead, plus 300 gold for Kachu. Easy money.
That's a one less Alfredo. What's the name of Matumba Man's bear again?
I don't know.
Trying to remember. So there's a bunch of famous bears, and like, of course, Alfredo is the most infamous one, but
okay.
El Doge, of course.
Sounds right. Alright, so decent start for LBZS, getting the bear, getting the free kill up top for some reason. This bear had just been resummoned, now has to TP it back home.
Well, look at the CS total. That is not the kind of lane you'd like your lone druid to have.
Nope, not at all. It's been bullied a whole lot. Kaz, it's not a whole lot that you can do as an ancient apparition to deal with that. Like, Kachu is just always gonna right click you.
Exactly, like AA has huge range, but so does the Lina. And where you normally really shine as an AA is in a lane where you have an aggressive hero with a stun to go with you, so you'll always have kill threat.
Yeah.
But there is no kill threat on this lane. And that's where, yeah, the safe lane D game might sound like a meme, but you would have at the very least had that opportunity.
Yeah. Now Fu looks like they'll be able to run him down here. The heal's coming through with stick, but it's not enough. TZY finds a nuke. Just in the nick of time. Dust also sees a bit of a stack here, but still one of these creeps. Nothing to write home about.
Mian, are you looking to stack? I think that's going to be scouted by the Inch creep. She's going to be blocking camp with that.
Pretty smart. Coil in mid, and Dust will be able to sneak the rune because of it. Well played.
And he still gets to fill his bottle on that. Rune was left over on the side though, so not too much trouble there. As TZY, he's on his own right now. But you know what? Spirit Siphon, still very balanced.
Can't just keep chasing after. It's on cooldown now for a little while. It's not the fastest recharge early on.
Irving's got himself a great game.
Oh, they're gonna get that courier as well. There's a bunch of stuff on it for TZY. Catch you on the side. And now the ultimate actually being used. Zhao Fu in a bit of trouble. He will not be able to live through this one.
No. TZY kind of needs to do this because Shylock's getting pushed back under the tower as we speak. Vanguard completed on the center. He does not have enough damage to chew through that, so they want to be able to make something happen on this top lane, but it's just a level 1 exorcism.
Still gonna chip away at this and also make sure that MS can't really fight into that even with Chrono, but yeah, it's not gonna be enough to kill off the tower.
It's not. And they brought in several heroes for this. Whereas over on the other side is just a 1v1 versus the center who has already won that lane versus his berry opponent.
Horsemen better than bears, confirmed. Now the smoke up. X looking for a rotation here, trying to punish Sherlock a little bit more, but seems like he knows that something's amiss. They had a ward in mid and maybe scouted out that smoke.
It's possible. At the very least, this is the moment where the tiny goes missing and you get very suspicious because he's not in his small side camp either.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. So, smokes just for a tower. And you can see the entire train going to top. They're late though.
A bit too late, yeah. Classic train, always too late, but okay, still enough damage here with him snapping that Carl, hoping to get a time walk out after the stun, but unable to do so. It's a 1-for-1 trade here, after all.
Yeah, but a 1-0 on towers. This center has the game of a lifetime now. He is going to make this bottom lane his home. It's going to take several heroes to kick him out. Like, you don't kill him with just a puck or just a death prophet. You're going to need 2 cores. Yep. Maybe a support as well. And he's going to be pressuring Shylock all the while. He's going to be so tanky. That's a hood coming in now. He can buy his team a pipe and then nobody has to fear this AA anymore either.
We'll catch you. The guy caught inside the trees here, but Irving with a rotation round. Actually, what? You almost got to live, but not quite as it stands. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Dust able to play his way out of that one, no problem. Have to give some breathing space for Shylock at the very least. He can farm some lane creeps rather and not have his jungle farmed up by a centaur for a while.
Strong move by TZY here, forcing reactions after they know there have already been TPs to top. MS really would rather not engage into this. He just bought a Mask of Madness. This is not his gig, but
might have
2
to
heroes?
though. capture being thrown in. There's a snowball trying to delay things a little bit further. Beautiful call on everybody here now. Looks like a nice little combo there though with the bashes. They are so real. Bash on command as MS finds himself that extra kill in mid.
That was a very precarious situation. He could not throw the chrono there because the exorcism was still going. He was just going to kill his team.
It's also still on cooldown, so.
Ah, okay, it was still on cooldown. Yeah. Well, even more unexpected than for him to make the defense, but yeah, not quite enough damage. Overall, Magma they didn't have level 6 on their AA, I bet. Yeah, still not. Yep. That's a really big difference maker there.
It's the thing with these big coils, yeah, it looks amazing, but if you actually have no follow-up, then what's the point? It does do a bit of initial damage, but there's nothing after that. It's just holding them in place. But if they're perfectly happy to fight you, then that doesn't really mean anything. Smoke will break here as Cass. Stampede comes out, they're still looking for TZY. Ice Blast coming in, but it's already too late. No way to trade this one either. Meanwhile, Jiaofu though, alright. Mian able to find a solo kill while that was happening. And oh, there's another coil. X kinda low on health. Deep in from Irving though, coil not being snapped. Nice little silence here to prevent the stun. Coming in immediately in the extra nukes. Cold Feet did end up proccing. Now catch you all alone on the rocks. On the backside, Irving. Oh, there's one stomp. There's two stomps.
Nice center stun.
Alright, they'll get Mian in exchange. Dust slowed down, has jaunt forward though. He's still a puck.
Ni hao.
Ni hao indeed. Shylock almost able to finish off the tower. Nice little savage roar to ensure that.
This is the benefit of having two tower pushing heroes on your lineup. Once you get reactions to one of them with the Death Prophet, you're going to be able to take a secondary tower over on the other side of the map. But it's about the only thing that this Lone Druid can do for now, just this split pushing kind of style of play, because yeah, he is far behind on the Festus Void.
Well, be far behind forever though. He's finished up that Midas. It's two farming items. Midas after the Mask of Madness. Oh.
Anticipating he's got the time because the enemy carry is so far behind.
Yeah.
And anticipating taking that time as well, obviously.
Well, Tiny still has a bit of room to grow. Don't think we've seen him pick up that Blink Dagger yet. So he's going to be able to just be the main source of damage for LBZS for quite a while until MS needs to step up. Now those smoke rotation are going to run straight into them as a snowball catches Lena.
She's quite a ways off of that Yule Scepter yet, so she's going to be food all the while. But there's a Blink Dagger for the Tiny that you were talking about, so that is going to probably be an immediate attempt at a kill as well from the bottom side of the map. The only one they have to find there though is, I guess, I don't know who's going to even move into that zone right now. Magma doesn't really want to go there. They have plenty of space up top. You know their jungle's most likely warded up, so...
Magma also not really moving in a way that would allow them to be picked off very easily. It's just Shylock left by himself, and then the rest of the team kind of moving together, unless Dust just does puck things every once in a while with his own Blink. And oh, there it is, still finds him. Not quite the perfect combo, in fact he gets burst down in return. I don't know what that was about.
I think he knew they were there. And he was trying for a toss back as well, but I think he still dies.
Yeah.
No matter if you get a toss back or not.
Not ideal.
Not ideal indeed, but next time they're going to have a secondary Blink Dagger as well, because Irving just bought his. He is the real carry right now. A real menace for Magma to deal with. they don't have the damage to chew through him right now unless they land a full exorcism on his head. Just tank straight through it. And he can tank straight through it for quite a while.
Yeah. Dealing with Centaur, Tall Aura at the best of times. At least this bear is also farming a bit. Zhao Fu, alright, he's just spading. This time Yan Mian will end up falling with that follow-up on Irving. It's one hero down, the Ice Blast not actually off the mark. Actually on Zhao Fu on the side. Not enough to straight up kill him though. Dust with the bashes, what?
Okay.
Okay, just bash him, lol.
Yeah, MS a bash machine today.
Yeah.
You know, if you got that bash prime to go, then why not just pick Faceless Void 2 games?
It's not often that you see a puck not be
event?
able to play his way out of this one, but yeah. Also worth remembering that you're playing against a Faceless Void and time dilation is a thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's not something that you often talk about when it comes to that hero, but certainly up against the puck, it's devastating for him. Not being able to get all of these rounds of spells out as quickly as he's normally used to. Not until he has rules or something for himself.
And a puck death without a chronosphere used, that means that LBZS get to hold that threat in their pocket for now.
Chandra Creeps is trying to farm up the enemy jungle. Very cheeky.
Obnoxious. And Yan Man going for the full Solar Crest over on the Tusk here, which is something that I'm glad to see because so many... can't find Shylock just yet. But so many Tusks are still going for the Falcon Blade into the Blink Dagger, which I think is just a slower way to get your Blink Dagger. I really like seeing this change back to... People already went Medallion first on the Tusk. It's a great item. Look at the damage it's going to come out.
Also gives you that mana region anyway. That's okay. Nice little counter initiation there. There'll be one, but looking for more. Kaz next on the list. He will die indeed. And Mian, I don't know if he can play his way out of this one. Still caught with time dilation himself. So yeah, it's a noble sacrifice if I've ever seen one there from the Enchantress.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see the Tusk. I'm talking about the Medallion, and this is Caster Curse Supreme, of course, but he doesn't put it on the Eng before punching her.
Yeah.
So she doesn't die in one go. And it leads to this extended engagement where really they had to overstay their welcome.
Should have had the Falcon Blade for the extra 10 damage.
Dang it. Right, yeah, that way you don't have a button to press.
What was that?
I think Chinese Puck is even cuter and more obnoxious. I don't even like casting Puck that much at this point because we've seen this hero for months on end now. But you know what? Chinese Puck gets a pass because I love these voice lines, man.
Very easy to manipulate.
Yeah, it just has to be cute.
Yeah. How? I'm with you though. That's actually
it's beautiful.
Coil used. I'll catch you. Now looking for Roche? No. Oh, that would be crazy. It could take Roche at this point, probably, with that medallion.
They would probably have to pop an exorcism for it. Yeah. And I think it's a bit like the Chronosphere is right now as well, that you'd rather not use it, because if you use it, the enemy's going to come at you immediately. You can only really use either of these spells if you're clear you're going to get a decisive victory out of it.
Yeah. Shylock has been able to farm away though. I mean, he's recovered quite well out of this landing stage. 9k network right now, right there, up there with his puck, and not too far away from Irving either.
And eventually I do think that a Lone Druid will outfarm a Faceless Void if it goes on for long enough. That said, I also think that a Lone Druid should probably be ahead versus a Faceless Void. So Magma's not out of the woods just yet.
This rune though. Oh, looking for something on someone else maybe, but Mian Mian still alive with a snowball here, delaying things a little bit further and doing a ton of damage towards X, but extra control over. It's not enough actually with the coil finishing off the Tiny, not TZY. Need a couple of bashes here and they'll find it. X versus Mono, that's a kill. Now Shadowk and Dust looking to perhaps a couple of exit kills, but I'm not sure if they actually can. MS a little bit too mobile. Coil already used, but Dust finds another jump, TP out. Will put a stop to this, so interesting engagement there.
LBZS really hoping to get these top towers down, I think, in preparation for a Roche attempt of their own. Because they have a full Solar Crest as well. Love how that mirrors itself on these supports.
Well, very easy kills regardless.
So, objective held for Magma. They're going to continue on farming up. They just need this lone druid to get incredibly big, and they need survival items on the Death Prophet. She's probably got a BKB up pretty soon, even though her net worth has been suffering. Full Yules first, okay.
Yeah, BKB is gonna be a while then, but yeah, it's Yule's always very valuable for the hero, because Spirit Siphon can go through that, of course. You can get a couple of Spirit Siphons out, you use yourself, and then you heal for free, essentially.
It's also very important versus these heroes, or I should say versus these teams that have multiple angles of engagement. If somebody jumps in on your backline, you just use them up. Yeah. Holding people for the AA blast as well. There's a ton of...
Ooh, silence before the storm can come out. He has a snowball, also dodging that Tiny combo. And X just straight up there, Irving next to Listle, ice blasted up, and there's Yules just to wait out that ultimate, that run. They did lose both their supports in exchange. Xiaofu's still alive, a couple of right clicks over on Dust, but not enough control here. No Chronosphere to hold them all in place, so Xiaofu does get burst down as well. Buyback from Irving. To provide enough threat here for Magma to not want to finish Roche at least, but still, that was a bit of a botched initiation there from LBZS.
It was, yes. The fact that the Tiny jumps in after, but not quite late enough to... The double silence is devastating for Magma there. And neither of these heroes are have their BKBs finished. The Centaur has one in the works, he's getting pretty close. But the Tiny especially not really there yet. Mature again.
See again, just the avalanche completely wasted on the snowball. If we don't get that out, if we don't get a ton of damage done with that, then yeah, you're just melee creep at that point.
And they're actually fishing for another engagement in real time.
Not gonna find it just now. That's a bit careful at the moment.
BKB for the Faceless Void. He's going to be extremely hard to bring down, and I think with this Mask of Madness build, as opposed to the Mask of Madness and Midas build especially, he does have a ton of attack speed. He can deal damage.
Good break on the low ground, Irving just straight up walking in, trying to get that information, and there's a tiny combination, sort of, with the Chronosphere being thrown on top of that. But what is this heal there from the Death Prophet? Almost enough to keep her safe, has turned things around onto X. With him and Irving going down in the middle of all of that. Means that they have to leave, but they can't. There's no escape for Xiaofu. Eventually he'll go down, surely.
Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. And
they needed to pump so much damage into that Death Prophet. First hit root, why not? Goodbye. And here's a problem between a Faceless Void and a carrier like this this Lone Druid here, is that the Faceless Void, we build them tanky these days, but that means you don't have a lot of damage output. You have decent damage output, but as we could see there, it's really not enough, and really not a lot, especially compared to that Lone Druid. who is chewing through all of your tanky cores in the meantime.
Yeah.
Was that a Shadow Blade on Mian Mian? Or sorry, excuse me, on Kachu? Yes, it is.
I believe Mian Mian had that earlier on his lion.
He did, yes, which is why I said Mian Mian. And I guess he saw that and was like, man, that life, I want that life.
No.
But your team is not, honestly, not looking for engagements anymore at this point. Like, I don't know, you have several initiators already. I'm not sure if you wouldn't rather have
maybe if you can get the jump there onto Shylock, but there's no way for X to jump in until just now, perhaps. Need a little bit more, and that's the Aegis down. The bear lives through that, though, because of the respawn, and X will pay with his own life. More Chronosphere here, and it's also an Aghanim Scepter. What the hell? He didn't jump down?
Oh, no.
Mistakes were made. MS.
Yeah, that's a tip.
Irving also in a bit of trouble. All so fast and they're all so strong. Dust to get the last hit. There was a bash in there too from the bears. So yeah, Magma, they're getting into their own. They have everything that they need.
Yeah, and I'm just extremely surprised at some of the choices LBZS are making. Like this Shadow Blade on Kachu is definitely questionable. So many things you can do if you just have a Yule Scepter in this game.
Well, trying to make the most of it. Get the bear, but it's already turning into this big form. Gets that extra bit of health points back. They get rid of the bear, but that's a resummon for Shylock. TZY just threatening with that exorcism, but that's a full set of Rex down. MS unwilling to buy back into this. There's no way to defend it. Now normal respawn. Yeah, Magma's already out. They're not gonna get chronoed. Oh, Irving though. Hooray! Snake up the ancient apparition, guys. We did it.
It's a better engagement than I've had in the last 5 minutes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Magma though, looking really very good now. They have a BKB up on that Death Prophet, so any kind of attempt at bursting her is not going to go over well. And this is especially relevant because normally by this point in the game, the Tiny would probably have either a BKB or a crit, but as the game has been going, he has neither. He is poorer than the Death Prophet. He just really hasn't been able to keep his snowball going.
Yeah. Gonna try and repair this now with his full 5-minute smoke, but once again they're only running into Mian Mian. They can't even burst him down. The counter initiation is there. A couple of bashes over onto Irving. He's supposed to be oh, hey, there's Chronosphere on everybody. Finish off Mian Mian. Sure, can you get Shylock? That's the big one. Couple extra right clicks there from Kachu. MS desperately trying to finish him off, and they will be able to finish the job, but at what cost? MS also falls. Yes, they're all caught inside the Ice Blast. And Irving can't even get out, gets punched out of this TP. Oh man.
And you can see LBZS adapting here, right? You see here that they don't actually go with those two initiators at almost the same time as they did before, which was very greedy. Like, they go with the Centaur first, they let him tank up a bunch of spells, they wait until Magma groups up before they throw their counter initiation in, and it goes a lot better for them. The problem is just that at this point, Magma have already had so much item progression, especially from that long part in the mid game where LBZS didn't really do anything, that even if you play the fight better now, it's not enough anymore. No bear, no problem. Look at TZY go.
Yeah, can still push down this tower. Okay, just dig on him down. Sure, why not? And man, we'll give up a second life for it. More buybacks being forced out though, and
that's a mess.
That's a big one too. He wasn't even that far from respawning, I believe.
He wasn't, but they really want to keep a hold of that mid-rax. I thought maybe they were in deep enough that they could punish, but no, Magma makes a clean escape.
87% according to Dota Plus. sounds about right. Just struggled very heavily to bring down this the Shylock bear. Well, the problem is as well that MS is always forced to chronosphere some of his teammates as well, just setting up for Ice Blasts on the other side. Normally it's a combination that you do when you have Engaged Apparition and the Faceless Void on the same team, you know. But with the other cores being melee, no, Magma's still finding that that Ice Blast on the chronosphere just the same.
Dust thinking about his items there. He briefly had a refresher queued up, which would have been pretty cute, but we're going towards Octarine and E-Blade right now. More spells is more better. Of course, getting your rotations out faster is good.
Okay, just walks into an LSA, but the follow-up wasn't quite there in time. They were a bit surprised by that Parker running into them. Looks like both teams will be able to walk away from each other.
Magma does not want to group for the chrono. I still respect it.
Yep.
BKB down on Irving now though, so this is a pretty good go time for Magma. No Stampede either, MS.
Smoke will break. They'll figure out that he's here instantly into the coil. Pops a BKB, pops a Chronosphere on everybody. He's forced to fight. He only can get Mian Mian though. And he even Mask of Mad and stuff, so he couldn't time walk away. Oh, it's a dieback for him.
It is, but at least he died on the enemy side of the map. He got a an exorcism out of it as well. There are worse ways for that to go, believe it or not. but it's still very bad.
Yeah.
Shylock's just going to walk up to these racks now, press the doorbells a couple of times. Yeah. Anybody home? No? That's good, you're dead.
Don't need exorcism to bring down buildings at this point. Just need the bear. So if that gets sniped, this would be big, but okay, that's for the initiation. Savage drop for bringing them back. Lina barely living through that. Shylock will give up the bear. It's gonna have another one.
It's just a zoning BKB here.
This tower, yeah. Oh, this set of racks. Why not? Live to the latest a little bit further, but still 50 seconds on the void.
Dust literally bringing the dust to see if they can find Kachu as well. Another go into the bear. It's just so tanky.
Yep.
And this is the problem that we're seeing with LBZS as well. They really have to throw a hero into the middle of the enemy team if they want to force reactions. Magma can just sit back and make the bear walk up. Tiny BKB, finally. A little bit of item progression for him. He's waited long enough for that. They're most likely going to have to use it to contest this rush.
Fairly long respawns, so LBZS do have some extra time to try and establish some sort of position there.
And it doesn't even feel that good to buy a BKB this game. Like, you need it because of the AA and because of the puck damage, especially the Dagon. But the problem is that this puck has had an Aghanim Scepter forever.
Yep.
Like, BKB all you want. You're not going to get out of here.
Should have forced out there on Irving. A couple bashes though. Shylock's bear doing quite some work, but if they can bring him down, he won't be able to resummon, but that's a big if. Irving on the side. Also blink away. STZY with his own BKB and Exorcism trying to run them down. The shots block off the Tiny. His own BKB just over now and just gets Dagon to pieces. This is not looking good. He does not have buyback hit. Zhao Fu just randomly sticking around there. Nice little stunts from Irving. Bring down the bears. Not going to be able to resound that. And in fact, not if he...
Mian Mian's dead. I don't think MS can bring down Shylock. He just doesn't have the damage.
Just doesn't have the damage, yeah. He was clicking him a couple of times saying, alright, maybe he can do it. No, he couldn't. Just Mian Mian going down there? Yeah. Mian Mian and the bear. Yeah. That's it. That's with a lot of resources committed from LBZS.
Buyback from Katyu. That was the BKB reveal for the Tiny. He bought out for that. I mean, at some point, this Faceless Void is going to have damage. You're just hoping that the game isn't over before that. You can see him doubting so much here because, yeah, sure, he can go in, he can go hit people a bunch, but he's never going to get them to 0.
Yep.
It feels like a very childish thing to say, but you know what? If you hit them but they don't run out, then why are you even hitting them?
Yeah,
And he knows. You can see the doubt. You can see him walking back and forth between all of these heroes. That sure, he can go and hit them, but it's... What does it mean? It means he has to go contest his rush right now.
Nothing here. Maybe we can get the kill on Can. That's a good start. No ice bars until he bites back and is able to throw that one in. Roche dies. Irving gets the Aegis though. He's sneaking that away. Alright, so far so good. MS still in trouble though, gets rooted out BKB and under some of the damage here. So that's right click away on TZY and this procs. Now focusing back over on Yan Man, but there's just not enough power, not enough damage here. Irving rooted up. Xiao Fu just trying to say, hey, kill me instead. No, I said instead, and not as well.
And the Tiny wasn't even respawned for that. He had to just walk in all the way from base, and I believe there were creeps on his racks as well. So, yeah, they were fighting 4v5 there anyway.
Well, at least they denied the Aegis.
Mm-hmm.
Still a chance for them to perhaps take another team fight here. But only if they can delay for another 45 seconds or so. There's no buyback on Lena. There's one available on Irving. They're gonna have a Chronosphere soon. Magma.
Does it matter versus the Siege?
That's a good question.
Tiny jumps in on the back line.
Say he's going in hard, and Schnapparition is dead for good. Can you reset here? TZY with the BKB. X is not gonna last forever. It's about to time out soon.
It's a chrono.
With the bear, a couple of right clicks, that's a lot of damage. MS undoing it though. Now with the Chronosphere, catching dust, and that's enough. Now onto the bear. Can you get the secondary kill with the extra stun? No, you can't. MS now very timid about going for the man fight here. Instead wants to find Yin Yan. Trying to kite out the Shylock. Best he can, and so far it's working out. Buybacks from both sides here. Shylock turning into bear form, but there's plenty of damage. Maybe you think so here, but the silence. The AoE almost enough, but not quite. MS still alive. Another follow-up silence here. The toss forward. Oh boy, this is crazy. MS is playing with fire right here, sticking around for that long. Against this puck, and yeah, wow, he dies again.
LBZS had to do everything right there. They need to get the AA pick off immediately. Then the coil is wasted. Then after that, they managed to distract Shylock's bear over on the side, I believe, and no, it's TZY. They keep TZY over on the side while they go on the main core of the heroes, bring down the puck. It's all one by one. You really got to keep them separated, keep them dealing just not enough damage to your tanky cores this time around. That was... I want to see a repeat of that fight because I have no idea how they pulled it off. Even though I know how all the puzzle pieces fit together, it's just...
Yeah. It seemed like, especially with the way the game has been going so far, it seemed...
it's a big deal that they get all the Chronosphere.
Yeah. Just one of these fights, like at this stage in the game, you need the fight to go a very particular way and find the path to make that happen.
Yeah.
It's not always easy, but they did it. So.
It's a big flow chart and only a couple of the options are good.
Yeah.
Lots of ifs. And if anybody knows me, they know that I think a fight with a lot of ifs is not a good fight.
No.
Sometimes you don't have a choice. And sometimes you do pull it off. Well, Irving's got a heart now. And this is going to allow him to soak up a lot of the damage. Once again, the puck's really... Yeah, you can go Dagon E-Blade, but you're going to have to use all of that. And actually, that buyback cost him a lot of his item progression. That is very painful. Katyu, I know you think you're a core, And I know that at this point you might as well be, but I'm not forgetting that you just straight up refused to itemize like a support early on. But Aghanim Scepter is going to do work though.
Oh yeah.
Like, they've been lacking damage so much, but especially if they can zap down the puck, or if they can bring down TZY through his BKB. You proc the Aeon Disc on him with a tiny go or something, you walk out with a tiny. After that, you zap him with the Lina, something like that. Good also to see here from LBZS that they've immediately reclaimed the space with wards. They've been very much locked into their base, and it's not like they have just been farming camps right now that they got the opportunity. They have been warding up. They're going to see where Magma is going to strike back, if it's going to be on that that left side high ground at all. Yep. Or if they don't show up there, they'll know that Magma's on the bottom side.
Big Enchantress Ancient Creeps. It's like, what?
Yep. Nice HP aura there.
Right, this game all of a sudden a lot more even than really should have been. Magma, they're not out just yet. Smoke up S5. Break out, trying to reestablish some control. Lose the bear here, that's would be a great start, but it's just a bait going in with the call of a couple of people. Sounds coming through, and well, BKB on MS still clicking away, just can't really click through all of the Spirit Siphon. Easy why, just being kited, both sides being kited around. And they'll just all walk away from each other, okay. Why not?
Silence really messing with the engagement from LBZS there, but at the same time, that was a full coil and nobody died.
Yep.
It's a great show of how much more HP the side of LBZS has managed to get through, especially item progression since the last time they fought.
Exorcism and cooldown as well, and they still have the Chronosphere, so there's a bit of a timing window perhaps. Can find a more favorable engagement.
Certainly possible.
They want to smoke here as well. There we go. Will they be able to find somebody though? Now it's Magma's.
Everything's been dewarded.
High ground.
This is how smoke breaks.
Alright, they do get the stun, they do have the vision. Mian. Still very tanky, it takes a while to bring him down, but down he goes. A couple bashes on the bear. Not much more than that.
Bear's still very tanky, but not that much DPS anymore.
Alright.
We reset once more, Xiaofu. Dewarding again. You're going to have to hold that, you know, Xiaofu, if you want to keep it. I think especially the Tiny is finally over that hump where he really had to get a BKB first, but it didn't really feel good. And is now getting to build physical damage again, which is what he needed after his magical burst damage really was not sufficient anymore. That lack of item progression in the mid-game really hurting him.
1.5 minutes on the Roshan clock.
Let's see what Kaiju is building. That's Octarine, that's not an Aeon Disc.
Aeon Disc? That's 2 defensive kips.
I love the guy. And by now, it's great that he's got some damage output as a support. But you gotta ask yourself, if they would have had, say, that you'll set up for the Lina in the mid game, if they would have had that defensive capability, would the game have ended up here? It's obviously not just his fault, right? But he wasn't contributing either.
Alright. Well, for now, LBZS able to keep control of this triangle, of this vision, but change soon as there is a full 5-man smoke once again. Just ahead of Roche, it's about to respawn 10 seconds, so this could be a very decisive fight here. They do scout out MS. Really an easy target to go on at this point though, 4.3k health, 3.7k there on the Axe. Dodging the Ice Blast.
That's pretty important.
Axe is already going as well. See the bear, but don't want to deal with that. I'm pretty happy to dodge this out, wait out the exorcism, and then re-engage. I haven't used much of anything, apart from that BKB on Tiny.
And Magma don't know that Roshan is up, and I think LBZS... Do they still have a creep in the pit? Not anymore.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, so they could have known. Ench, you have one, send them back. Because Magma know now.
Yeah, and LBZS as well, having a Enchanter's creep. Scouting out Roshan, leaving the pit there for a moment. Won't be the time for LBZS to engage. They have the vision advantage in this area as well, with a bunch of wards up on the high ground. The Stomp actually not connecting on Dust though. The Coil on the side here, nice little Chronosphere on a couple. I'll bring down Mian Mian first. They will lose Kachu in exchange. One of them has buyback, the other one does not. Kachu will rejoin the fight any moment. Serving, sent back, another 4-star. Dust. Oh, caught, but okay, he got caught! He got caught with the stuns, has the buyback as well. Zhao Fu dealing with Ancient Apparition, it looks like a dead AA. Meanwhile, Tiny though, Irving with the save. Another couple of rounds of spells come out, but very ineffective here as it turns out. Now the bash is over onto Irving. Where's MS? He's only coming in now. Shylock Spare about to die, but he wants the real deal. He wants the real here. The bear dies, doing some feedback damage as well, but the resummon is there. Another jump across, turns into another 4-star here. Buying enough time to go for the heals, the turn into the ultimate form. Irving back just a little bit too late. Both him and X, it's just not enough DPS without MS here. And this will turn into a full 5-man wipe when all is said and done. Just like that, the game is essentially over. There's no more buybacks. There's a bear that can just tear through buildings, and they know it too. GG, well played. Just like the first go around, Magma able to beat out LBZS.
Once again, teamfight heavy game where LBZS ostensibly have the late game, but they just don't actually get to take it there. And so crucial that Kachu dies twice in pretty short succession there. They immediately jump in for Magma. Great catch there. Then he has to buy back, and they do kill Dust, but Dust has a buyback.
Yep.
And that is the first hero that, like, after the Lina is down, they just run out of damage.
Yeah, they do. Like, if MS gets a hit, he's providing a little bit, but both Irving as well as Tiny, like, Tiny has never been that monster that he can be sometimes. Just he missed the timings this game, and he never really caught up in the end. Like, he was never really a big damage threat anymore, so that you really felt it there.
Yeah. Okay, I think the loss of the Lina is definitely not as big if the Tiny is just a presence, but he's been lagging an item the entire game, and a part of that is just LBZS's own doing through not really doing anything in the mid game. This is that disastrous double silence where, yeah, you layer your engagements so that the first guy gets counter engaged upon, but then you jump in too fast afterwards.
Yep. And
you get hit straight up with the second silence.
Just downhill from there. A lot of these engagements are just run into each other, and then the Chronosphere catches as many of your own heroes.
You can see that they layered it slightly better there, though.
Yeah.
Still not good enough.
Really gonna see Zhao Fu's slow and painful death here. Yeah.
Yes, yes, we are.
Oh man, it's just brutal. Shylock, they're like, maybe you have an opportunity to bring him down, but he has Aegis at this point. Like, he'll just come right back.
Mm-hmm.
And then this.
And it's just stunned for most of his BKB, and then that feels really bad.
It was also when the axe came out from the puck around that time. So the first one is always with like, yeah. You don't check the puck's inventory, pop BKB.
This was a much better fight. Yeah. Look, they're waiting so long for the second engagement, and now they go. Yeah. Still catches the Tiny here, which is unfortunate. But they certainly had a better picture this time around, and it does get them the Shylock kill as well.
Still end up dying on a bunch of heroes. Even Irving goes down with Mian Mian's buyback, being able to cancel the TP. It's the BKB ends. So nice catch down there. No choice but to use Chrono and at least get something out of it. But
again, go on to Irving. This is, once again, several of these ultimates missed, but the damage coming out from this Tiny especially is just so lackluster.
Yeah. It's not any attack speed, like, so you can't really right click. Even if you wanted to. So all you can really do, like, watch him in this fight, you press one round of spells and he just runs around like a headless chicken. What do you do at that point? I mean, Irving he's found a couple of good stuns. He catch you with a follow-up right there. Then MS unable to really commit to Shylock there by himself.
This is the fight where MS is just running around. Alright, here. Keeping Shylock busy over on the side. I got the AA already, which is huge. And now TZY distracted. Yep. It means that MS properly gets the fight into these two heroes here. It gets to chrono them both, while TZY just is nowhere near yet. Tiny dies, but gets to buy back. A re-engage from Irving. Everything is going just about right here. TZY as well. Exorcism running out now. The fight is taking too long. Does not deal any damage anymore.
Shylock isolated. A lot of damage being done in a turn, but yeah, Dust joining in, but it's not enough at the end of the day.
And he's waiting for that Dagon here. 3, 2, 1. He wants it. You can't see MS.
On target.
Here, Dust is on top of the Lina. She's an easy target to bring down.
Alright.
Irving by this point has done his job in tanking a lot. It's now MS's time to take over.
Yep.
So Lina finally brings down Dust there, but you see, MS is just, he's running after Kaz now. His supports are dying. He does not feel like he can step up. He's still counting on Irving as well as his Tiny to please kite them out for as long as possible, but he's not getting enough done in the meantime.
Yeah.
Everybody he kills has buyback.
All coming right back, and at the same time he's not there to combo up with what little control they actually have on Irving and Tiny. To actually provide the DPS on top of that.
And now here, this is a nice re-engagement, but MS is already dead.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore.
It was not to be. Magma once again with the start, and looks like we're actually gonna follow up with Magma versus Asta Arias next, so might already see a deciding game, and then if Magma end up winning. If not, then well, it's gonna get interesting. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Now we're gonna take a short break, but we'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
雄。还剩10秒。还剩天辉方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together. Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
请夜眼方挑选英雄，请天辉方挑选英雄。
欲不知足。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and of course it's LBZS versus Asta Aries here. Loser needs to go first, but yeah, the admin did say Magma versus Asta Aries earlier in our chat. But hey, it is what it is, and of course makes more sense, because if we had Magma play again, and then they win, then we would be missing out on a full game, and we can't have that, so... We'll see how this one goes. Last time around, LBZS was beating Asta very handily. But yeah, in that follow-up game from Astra up against Magma, they pulled out a bit of a different tack, you know. Seemed like a bit of a different team, so we'll see whether they can pull off that same kind of esprit.
Well, LBZS so far, they take away that Mars that Asta Aries leaned pretty heavily on in both of their series, and that they looked so good with in Series 2, in Game 2 I should say, not in Game 1 obviously. And they're really aiming to bring the aggression immediately. Two high damage supports picked up here as we're practicing the picture-in-picture once again. With of course the Inkswell over onto a rolling Kachu is going to be a great initiation method. Does not require you to bring in any cores to bring heroes down even. As Asta Aries, the line is going to be a good response with of course 2 disables for anyone who wants to jump on into them. As well as that, they just start off with the Broodmother straight up. I'm not sure if the Broodmother is strong enough in order to warrant a pick like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of throwing down the gauntlet. Like you said in the, like you all know what the Broodmother is doing, right? So you're just giving the enemy team all the opportunities in the world to decide, all right, these are the kind of heroes that we need to deal with that. And when that is the case, Broodmother, sure, she'll still be able to take over the jungle to some extent. We'll still be able to push down these towers eventually, but you'll not necessarily be able to win the game.
No, she's not a game winner, and especially in the way that she's been played so far, she soaks up a lot of farm from her own team as well. And that's the thing, you don't even have to counter her per se, she just has to not be able to play as far forward as she really needs to in order to, you know, not deprive her own carry of all of the camps that she's soaking up in that jungle as well. She needs to play forward. And all LBZS have to do to deal with that is just pick 3 cores here that can all 3 relatively safely go to the Broodmother lane and show up sometimes. And this is number 1.
Yeah. Bristleback certainly has no issues with that whatsoever.
Also extremely good. Once you get the Aghanims online on him, it's usually a little bit of a speed bump in his build-up before he gets to that because he's not much of a flash farmer. But if he actually gets to the Aghanims, Broodmother's just a melee hero, not a very fast one at that. She's not going to be able to actually disengage from this Bristleback at all.
Yep. She can somehow juke across the tree lines on the webs. That's certainly heroes that you just can't fight into, if nothing else.
No man fighting.
Snapflower on the field though. Always a fun hero to watch. Also very powerful with the minus armor these days. Just incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I gotta say, in combination... Okay, hop, there we go. In combination with some right-click cores, this can really help you punch through even heroes that are supposed to be tanky, such as that Bristleback. As there is absolutely no hesitation on picking up the Ursa there. I think Ursa is one of the strongest heroes in this meta in general. I think he can man-fight anyone. He also has a great power curve in terms of when you can fight, which is basically always. And the old Roshan effect, where especially on the second Roshan, which you're going to get pretty fast if you have an Ursa lineup, it's going to be perfectly timed with a moment where you'd normally want to buy your shard, which of course the Enrage on the Earthshock, which is one of the most powerful shards in the game in my opinion.
Yeah. It's such a good upgrade to get that extra bit of Enrage at any given time. Because it is a very low cooldown at that point too, right? It's been nerfed a little bit, I believe. Because the shard still gives you a bit of a cooldown reduction as well.
It does, yes.
So, yeah, it's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and so this puck is going to be a little bit of a problem for this Ursa early on. The burst damage as well as, of course, the coil to hold him in place. But even then, like Ursa, as long as he has the Enrage, can always still pop that, jump out of the coil, not be stunned for too long, thanks to the status resistance. And of course, later on, the Earthshock upgrade is going to make that even less of an issue.
It's no Void, no Phantom Lancer, some of these more obnoxious late game carries that can kite out the Ursa. And that's the other thing, right? I mean, so far LBZS, they do some pretty good ways to kite him. Like Puck is not going to be man fighting him at all. Bristleback should be able to stay ahead of him. Unless the stuns can come out on him.
Yeah, like they really want to man fight right now. LBZS might want to go back to something like a Terrorblade here. Of course, it doesn't always feel great to pick that into a Lion, but you've got quite a lot of options to silence that Lion actually, get people on top of him, and you are so well matched versus the cores. Like, maybe not the best versus the Broodmother just after the laning stage is over, but once you get a Skadi up in this game, you feel really very good. And you're always going to have somebody to Sunder on hand.
Yeah.
The problem is just that you don't really get to play tempo that way. Timbersaw TA out? I wonder.
Is it gonna be Legion Commander?
Okay, so that's either a mid Spider or a mid LC. I can dig it. Will of course lock down the Puck or turn around the Bristleback.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Some extra dispels, even more dispels for the Ursa.
You're falling into the Snapfire trap though. They have 3 physical damage cores right now. Mid-game damage is, especially teamfight damage, AoE is mostly magical. They don't have that apart from the Snapfire. If they don't get good kisses, they don't really have a team fight. They just have a skirmish. A scramble. The other option here is that LBZS was banning for a Naga pick. Gonna bring it up again. There we go.
You have not given up hope yet, have you?
I have not, but it feels less good to play this Illu hero into either of these Illu heroes that I suggested, by the way, into the LC. And with the overwhelming odds, with the ability to get singled out. So there goes Sven.
Alright. It's a hero that can deal with the spiders for sure. But,
Sure, but by the time the spiders come out, you don't want to be in that lane anymore.
Yeah.
I've seen this before, and I guess like later on, you definitely like as far as man fighting goes, you're going to do pretty well. But still, Sven's not going to burst a broodmother necessarily. He's going to be strong in the duel. He's going to possibly, if he's far ahead enough, be able to kill an Ursa before the stacks of the Fury Swipes really get to stack up. So there are certainly options here for him to win the man fight, but he's got to get time to farm first, for sure.
Yeah. Good news is that with the cleave, you can farm very fast if we do see some of these stacks coming up again. That we've seen previous games, especially in Aster, of course. Different team this time around. But yeah, should be an interesting matchup. And again,
yeah, sorry, I'm just really thinking here. They're also with the God Strength pretty cooldown reliant, whereas the Ursa really, the Ursa is so item and almost you do want to fight with the Enrage usually, but is pretty independent overall. And I'm just not sure if LBZS is going to get the opportunity to really pick their fights, or if we're going to see the Aster Ares that we saw in the series versus Magma, who really did not stop coming.
yeah, there's a lot of question marks here. Could definitely be an interesting one. A lot of in your face from Aster, just trying to man fight. A lot of kiting, a lot of counter initiation, and sustained from LBZS. One question mark is as well whether Kachu can get into a zone where he's warmed up. We're able to play Earth Spirit to its highest potential now. Last time he did play that hero was a little bit underwhelming in the early phases of the game. So, and who do you go on though in this one? Seems a bit tough.
As an Earth Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hope to get a silence off on the backline specifically. The problem is that I don't think you can be the first to go by this point. Your silence is so important to stop the Snapfire Kisses, to stop the Lion from counter-engaging. And I'm not even sure that you want to be the first in. I think the Bristleback really has to be playing up front, fishing, Puck first jump, Kachu second. Because the Puck actually gets to get out after he gets in. Kachu does not. As he demonstrates the principle.
They stun him, but then Legion Commander doesn't want to pick up the boundary rune, so Kachu still gets it. Like, what?
Yeah.
That's a 3-for-1.
Irving mid Bristle. So yeah, I do think that that's going to be a pretty fast Aghanim Scepter. And he up versus the LC as well. She's just gonna purge off those quills. That's pretty fun.
Can you purge them off?
This year was just a little bit of heal. No, you can't, can you?
You can't.
I was just confused by the fact that she did immediately. I'm like, oh, okay. Just taking them off, I guess. And wait, what?
No, it's just heals that you get, right? We'll put that on the heals and cooldown. Can purge off the goo, the nasal goo. Can't purge off the the stacks for the bristles.
A bit of a confusing moment there. I'm not sure why you have the. I guess you just want to get the heal as soon as it's efficient, so it's off cooldown faster as well.
Yeah. Kashu's gonna be looking to get some free experience here with a wave being dragged around. Oh, a lot of damage being done to Yuna here. Might very well be first blood, and it is with Zhao Fu getting the last right click out.
Strong lane here. I've got the initial stun being able to cross the distance, and of course the speed up on the Inkswell, land the second stun. It's quite deadly if you overextend. And because this Fen is tanky, I really like this combination much more than with a jump in of, say, a Riki or a PA, who, if they go in for the trade, might just die themselves instead.
Sven a lot more tanky.
Mm.
Doesn't really have to worry too much about that, as
It's a remarkable mid lane, by the way, as neither of these two heroes are interested in a bottle. I think both of them built a bracer immediately. And yeah, sure, they're going for these runes because they're mid laners and they kind of have to, but very unusual.
I think that Bristleback might want to get a bottle of sort of mana sustain. Yeah, he does have one. Yeah.
I thought he didn't because he had the Soul Ring queued up, but why not both, says Irving.
Heals are coming in with the stick charges. Looked a little bit dicey there for Legion there for a moment. Plenty of sustain. Zhao Fu might be a bit of a different story here, slowed down by the Silken Bola or whatever it's called.
It is.
Now the turnaround on the line. Goodbye.
Phoenix doesn't really get to output any damage here at all. So Yuna disconnects. I wonder how many stacks we're going to see from him this game. So not as good of a stacking game as it was previously, but this LC could still really make work of some creep stacks.
Yeah. It'll take them a while to farm it up. If Ursula ends up going for the Battle Fury build, obviously he'll be able to take down stacks very quickly. It's gonna be a while out. Yuna back at it. Bit of a Kali.
What happens? This is going to be an interesting game regardless, because I think we have both of the mid laners actually banished over to the side lanes, so both the Puck as well as the Broodmother are actually the mid laners of their respective teams. And it means that the tempo is really going to have to come from both of these offlaners that are sitting neatly in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They're going to be really enjoying themselves.
Bit of a role swap perhaps, but I mean the best teams these days have that capacity, right? Just play the heroes in whatever lane is the most fitting, is the most efficient. Still have an impact from that.
It is. I think it's especially good that they're not really switching, at the very least, like functional roles in the game. They're still both going to be their team's frontliner. While the farm priority is going to go with the hero that's currently on the side lane. Because if you switch that up as well, that's where you get problems where, for example, offlaners that get promoted to mid laner for a game, they will have a lot more net worth than usual, but still jump in as if they're expendable.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So that's we might see a little bit of that here, but they should be able to switch back to their normal roles pretty fast. Taking it easy.
Everyone seems to be happy just farming away in their respective lanes at the moment. Bristle at 30-1, a couple of neutral creeps in the middle there as well.
Sven's got a nice line. He's going to be able to stay here a little bit after heroes normally stay here. Armor doing so much work right now. You don't really get to chew through that war cry, not even if you're a spider.
Yep.
But the 6-minute rune that's upcoming here is going to determine, especially the kind of rune as well. If it's, for example, an Invis. Oh.
Straight up duel with a bit of minus armor, cookie forward on the catapult. No duel win, but a kill nonetheless. So, whatever the rune that is, that'll be going towards Arius.
Unexpected move there. For me as well, that's a very good one because I was looking to see a kill like this come out with whatever rune spawned, but that's going to be for the LC. Yuna securing as well.
Kid rune.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's kind of.
LC, it's meh. It's really good that the Bristle doesn't get that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He would have been absolutely devastating with that. Position 5s, pay attention, this is your job. If the HP of your safe laner reaches below half, you bring them a salve, no exceptions.
Burst damage being done, yeah, towards Siamese, but now looking for some sort of counterplay here. Yuna with long TP in. Unable to find the angle against the puck.
And if you TP in, huh, you salve somebody, so... Irving's had to do his own stacking here, but he's getting some going here.
Yeah, and it's very nice. Triple Nod Camp. Double on the Ancients. There's a rune left to be picked up.
And the LC can't really do anything against this. It's not like you're playing with a Death Prophet who can push the tower in the meanwhile, or with a TA who's just going to get as much out of her own jungle right now. It's going to have to be a rotation. So LC working on that armlet. A little bit greedy. It's going to try for this Sven kill. Squad strength is still about
here with
halfway.
the duel coming in. There's gonna be a stun from Zhao Fu, but too late. Duel victory for the LC. Cookie forward here into the stun. They're gonna find a secondary kill as well. Maybe not, actually, with the stick charge is keeping Zhao Fu alive. X, though, let's have another spell in a second, and just in time to get him. Oh, well, never mind. It's a single target, overwhelming odds enough to finish the job.
Rather painful there. He came in... I'm not even sure too aggressively there, but the fact that his Dream Goal does not land on enough heroes there means that they just get to chase him out.
Okay.
No, yeah. Bottom tower is has been lost, so even though you have that Sven that's able to stand there nominally, really, once the rotation comes out, you just want to go over to your triangle. Yeah. Bristleback has his Vanguard, so it's not his farm anymore. He's going to have to play up now. Maybe deal with that spider if he wants to. Maybe take some jungle camps. The spider's gonna come to him.
He's gonna be inching his way down towards the bottom lane, but that tier 1 is too far forward for him to really be comfortable just defending, so at the very least you should be able to slow down the Brood Mother when it comes to the tier 2 push. So far, so good. A couple of points on the board for Aster Arius. Bristleback, though, still quite a force to be reckoned with, but it's the kind of hero that you can just, more often than not, you can just try and ignore him, right? It's not the kind of hero that'll just run at you and take the fight to you necessarily.
Not at least in like a you can't run away kind of way.
Yeah.
Of course, he will be trying to do the timber thing where he just goes and stands on top of one of your towers and it's like, okay, what you gonna do about it? And making himself unignorable. Sorry, now, oh, that's a nice kickback.
Here with the call, snapped on the higher ground here, and ooh, with the dispel, that's enough to save him. Bit awkward here with that that call. Was still able to go up to the high ground to snap it, so that buys a little bit of time. Then the dispel on the Earthspurt ultimate.
Good micro there as well. If he keeps the spiders on top of him instead of over to the side, the Stroke of Fate is actually going to annihilate him.
Oh yeah.
But luckily, the Stroke of Fate is only on the spiders, and Phoenix crawls to fight another day. Another Ink Swell go.
Thinking about it. It is an Ursa though, who does have an ultimate, so instead they go for Siamese, or trying to at least plenty of long-range bursts to bring him down. Catapult wave arriving, there should be a dead tier 1. Irving holding bottom, so.
And Ursa also, yeah, deciding to take his lemons, make some lemonade out of them.
Yeah.
This is not his top lane anymore. He is rotating over to mid, where now the spider is also showing up. Blue is already in.
TP is coming in slowly but surely. Irving in the front. The one can just stand there with smoke rotation into the back. Yes, they try to make a play on Ursa with silences. It's a bit dangerous here, but he still gets to live. Now onto the ults. They've already lost the Grimstroke. Now the duel over on the puck. That's a secondary target here. Nice little double stun. Irving still in the middle. It's a bit of a tough one to engage into, but you don't have to. You can just walk away now. Or maybe re-engage. We'll jump forward. Okay, Irving almost there, but not quite. Ursa falls instead. And catch you. Gets himself a double.
How about a triple?
Maybe a triple. Yeah, sure. Why not? That's a catcher that we expect on Reserve Spirit. Siamese also not long for the world either. Make it a quad kill. Oh, yep. Give it to him.
There's our mans.
It's casual ultra kill. And they keep the tower safe. Yeah.
A little bit of a little bit skeptical about the re-engage there from Aster Aries. They've spent pretty much everything on the Ursa trying to bait out that fight, and it worked really well for them. But yeah, overstaying their welcome afterwards is a very brave thing to go for that bristleback, but you know, bravery and stupidity, there's not much separation.
Yeah.
Because here we see the bait purging off the disables on the Ursa. Gets to come back in here with the it doesn't actually quite get to deal any damage with the enrage is one of the problems I think here. You might have wanted to lay into Irving instead.
It was a good go. I mean, a jump in front of Bristleback, hitting him in the front, but then Catcher and MS still being there to counter initiate is just a little bit too much.
Negligible damage on the mid tower. Now look at how far forward Irving is. The Broodmother is all the way back to her tower.
No fear whatsoever.
And this just sinks. How do I say that? This tanks the net worth of your safe laner if they rotate into that triangle, but the triangle is literally all they have because the off laner is soaking up all of the easier camps that are on that jungle and can't move forward far enough. There is no such issue over on the side of LBZS right now.
Yep.
Can just move up. Sure, there's an enterprising LC farming there right now, but he's not actually keeping the Sven from taking that top lane.
Yuna picks himself up in this rune.
And Phoenix, he needs to be further forward. There we go. He's under wards. He knows it. But he has to. If he doesn't do it, if he doesn't force any reactions, then he's literally the carry right now. Does a Broodmother scale as well as an Ursa? No, she does not.
Nope. Some spiders over towards mid lane, just chipping away at that.
Very decent damage. It's a big army.
Yeah.
We're just assassinating the spiders right now.
Jonk.
This is a win.
Oh, Blink Duel. Over the Sven needs some follow-up damage here, but the counterplay is there. The Kiss is coming through. Not enough to win the duel, but certainly enough to secure that kill. Counter kills are happening though. Lion very low on the back lines here. Can't quite get on top of him. Ulu though, that's a much more important kill. Oh, just falling apart. On to the next one here as X running down the line, 4 for 2.
Oof.
They ran out of juice very, very quickly after that initiation.
And maybe that could have been worth it if they actually get the duel win on the first go as well as the second one. But our LC is not actually snowballing right now.
By a long shot now. We'll lose their own tier 1 tower here with the spiders just backstabbing it.
Nice little bit of macro. But another win on the board for LBZS, and they don't even really have to run at Aster for it. Aster is just doing it for them.
Yep.
Now first halberd of the game out versus at Ursa. We might just see another one coming out from the Sven later on as well. Of course, the Sven would much rather turn a Sanj into a Sanj and Yasha, but at the same time, it is just so, like, such a delicious item versus this entire lineup.
It's very effective against any one of their cores on the side of Astra. Would make some sense. See Puck with a DD rune showing up bottom, and that's just a line down here. We have to slow this one down, but eventually he'll be picked off.
That goal always lasts about a second longer than you'd really want it to. X not staying around for the counter initiation.
Savel BZS at the same time. Looking for the big one, the big guy, Roshan. It's on the list. I don't know if Astor know about this. I think they might.
They can. They know. With the minus armor from his bristleback, it's actually going very fast. They pump the kisses into the pit now.
Yeah, they're still committed for it right now. MS gets the losses was Roshan. Now Ulu in front, already used the enrage. A jump forward there from Kaju. With the ults on the couple here, gets this belt on Ulu, but he just has to run away. And a duel over on Irving. That's not gonna do anything for you here with no follow whatsoever. That's the Legion Commander's the first casualty. Siamese might be next. Nowhere left to go. Some of these spiders being taken care of. Phoenix is TPing out.
Alright, now they simply can't afford to focus fire. If they put all of their damage, all of these right clickers, on top of the hero that's getting dueled, for example, they're just going to get absolutely destroyed by the cleave of that Sven, by all of the AoE damage coming out from the LBZS lineup. They've really got themselves into a pickle here, and I want to point out again that this is part of what happens if you're only outputting physical damage with melee heroes. You're going to have to sit on top of each other. It's the Snapfire bait.
Okay.
They all have synergy.
Nice little play there with the coral snap, but okay, this time Yuna gets her finger out. That's Kachu dead first. MS can't quite bring him down even through that first life. Will be another 1-for-1 trade. Irving now taking over the front lines. Start chipping away if he wants to. As Mrs. Kira dies to Phoenix. Alright, sure, why not?
Why not? So this spider has so many things to do this game. She's not really that fast, only in her web, so she has to push out the middle wave always. She has to hopefully be a threat on the mid tower sometimes, but at the same time, yeah, they need her for the fights to see if she can pick off some of the backlines, maybe give some vision, because otherwise it's just all up to Irving to suicide, or sorry, not Irving, excuse me, the LC to suicide in.
Yeah. Oh man.
Just looking at each other.
Can't kill each other, you know, might as well just say hello.
Oh, and yours has a Sanj and Yasha. That's not a great indication. I had to change out of that diffusal blade build.
Okay. So
outputs all this damage.
That's just asserting the dominance right now. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis, but if you lose your supports for free like that, then it's not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly the kind of angle that you expected.
Also the angle that Aster Ares needed. I don't really have many plays to make right now. They're just all straight up frontal damage, and right now they can't man fight.
Yep.
That's a pretty sad place to be.
Yeah, it was just more posturing than anything else there. Even if you get the duel off there, I don't think you actually win it.
I don't think you do so either, and the only one who's nearby to follow up is Ulu, who's also not going to be there fast enough.
Yep.
But you have to do it, right? Punching.
Yeah, I mean, just threaten the puck enough for puck to leave the lane, right? That's all you're really looking for there, and so far so successful at least.
And you're hoping to keep little skirmishes going on the side lanes in hope that, you know, LBZS is going to come around, maybe bring the Bristle back up there, you know, to a lane where he has no towers to take, instead of bottom, where there's definitely towers to take.
Yeah. Ooh, but sometimes you just get hexed up and jump into the entire team, which is a bit awkward.
Too comfortable.
Yep. Kiss is being used. Down bottom, Zhao Fu. It's raining fire on top of his head, and it's almost enough to get the straight up killed. And, well, still getting a couple of spells out here. Extra stun coming in. Deserving in a mess, trying to deal with this unseen. Tons of damage being thrown out as Ulu will kite out that ultimate here. Meanwhile,
Shafu's still not
together in the back.
Now he is.
Extra stuns over there, but also bring down the spider. Very successful.
Very successful indeed.
Zhao Fu hanging around there, but you're sitting at 20% or 20 health points or so, more or less. Have to just tank the full kisses, but yeah, he didn't TP out. He stuck it around, got that ultimate out, controlling up the spider together with the Snapfire.
And then in the meantime, you just don't have any firepower right now to do anything versus Duo of Irving and MS. You chose to survive to fight another day on the Ursa, but really, SNY is just not going to cut it. This is one of those problems that you have when you're behind in a game, especially with a man-fighting hero. But you can also see it on PLs, for example, that go Manta style instead of that Diffusal Blade. Yes, you're going to probably die if you have that Diffu, but at least you might take a couple of them with you.
Yep.
And if you're not a farm amp hero, then surviving has probably less function than killing a bunch of enemies. So Ursa right now, I don't know, maybe too defensive. It's got great value in this game, don't get me wrong, but he can't man fight. He needs to man fight.
Oh man. Slowly but surely inching forward for these extra tier 2s. So the one remaining here is it just blinks straight in on top of Yuna. Still alive, but only for a little bit longer. No real help available.
You have to be a real proper Earth Spirit player in order to get that boulder kick at that precise angle during the roll. That was actually a really big show off.
Oh, there's another one. Alright, just die, I guess. Not a whole lot else you can do against this kind of burst damage, especially with MS. Throwing in that God Strength, but just like that, a full set of racks will be down as well. LBZS just really taking advantage of the timing. 25 minutes in, they know that Arias can't fight them with or without an Aegis, so yeah, just take down buildings.
There's just no way to force LBZS to play separate from each other right now. They're so far ahead that it doesn't matter if, you know, they hold hands for a little bit, have to share some creep camps. Doesn't matter, and as as long as they can't go one by one, Aster Ares right now just can't take the fight. They don't have any AoE damage whatsoever.
Yep.
I mean, even if they did, they would need a hell of a lot of it by now. Everybody's so tanky.
All they do have is some single target lockdown and damage if Ursa can work together with Ursa, or the Spider can work together with the Legion Commander, but we've seen precious little of that.
Mm-hmm.
Can sneak into Roche, but that one's not going to be respawning for a while. The smoke better find a hero, but
Spider scouting.
They know. LBZ us know what's going on.
Isn't that haste animation on Snapfire the cutest, by the way? But they're coming straight up for the backlines right now. Ulu? He's got a basher. If he gets Kaiju or Xiaofu.
It's a big if
He's
right
still
now.
baiting.
They're all hugging each other.
He's baiting for a team that's splitting.
Yeah, it's... Is it really a bait if your team is already scattered farming creep camps, you know?
No, they decided, okay, you know what, you baited, we didn't get a fight, ta-ta. Incredible. Yeah, MS has plenty of god strength left now to run at that bottom racks. There's an Aghanims up on Irving now as well. You can't fight them. You need to group, and everybody is going to get slimed the entire time. Look at Ulu.
Well, here we go. You can guess maybe grand total of 3 or 4 right clicks out in that fight, linked together. Tons of damage being done. Irving in the front just tearing through them. Ulu, no more enrage. Means he's gonna fall just as quickly. Buybacks out there, but what are they really going to do with that?
Irving's a god.
You just take half of Phoenix's health in one hit.
No man can harm him.
What an absolute monster. For 4, and that's 500 damage pop, give or take, when he's full maxed out on the stacks. Yeah,
and then again, he's gonna...
just over. Very anticlimactic ending, but the writing was on the wall for this one for a while.
Yep, and I'm going to come back again to that Snapfire is bait. Like, everybody wants to play scaling right-clickers, everybody loves to play scaling right-clickers, every single role does, and you know, if you have a Snapfire, you can justify it, because you get all of that damage, right, physical. But if you don't get to kill them one by one, then you don't get to have a fight, because AoE damage reigns supreme in the mid-game.
So, Kips, a bit of a similar situation here, as it turns out. As LBZS lose against Magma, then they win against Aster Ares. And now we have Magma versus Aster Ares. If Magma win that one, then they are through. If they don't, things get a bit dangerous, because then the time rating comes in.
And I think they lose that one, because their 2 wins have been the slowest versus LBZS.
Not sure
we see
how time rating works with when it's going across the 2 rounds, or with just the 1 round.
I imagine you take the average.
Yeah. We'll cross our bridge when we come to it, and we'll confirm that when we have to. Obviously, having time rating as the deciding factor would be a bit unfortunate here, because it's not really a great way to determine the Dota winner, you know?
It is not. I'm tempted to say that it's okay, because I like teams that play faster, that play more aggressive. But at the same time, sometimes you just have a draft that warrants slow play in order to get the victory. Because here again, that ultimate out from Xiaofu, the fact that he still has it. Ulu does nothing. He pops the enrage, he runs after the 2 enemy cores, like, guys, pay attention to me. We don't have to pay attention to you. You have an SNY.
Yeah.
It's a rockin' hard place, though. Like, when you're behind, your option is big AoE ults, or making sure that you get a 4v5 fight out of the enemy, so you burst somebody off the bat and then you try to kite them out and do it again. Make sure that they can never concentrate their net worth into actual firepower onto you. And they just had neither. Got you. Yeah, with that ultra kill.
Yeah.
Show off kicks.
He really came into his own in this game for sure. Showing us what he can do on that hero. And at last fight, Irving might have gotten the rampage, but at that point the game was already over. So game is game. Victory for LBZS. 28 minutes. Yeah, this might end up helping them. That's a very quick time here, just depending on what happens in the next game. We'll figure that out, but for now we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
选英雄。请天辉方挑选英。
莱恩。
还剩10秒。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Time for the last game of the day here in the lower division tiebreakers. Aster Aries versus Team Magma once again. Last time around, Aster was able to beat them against all odds, and that gave us the round 2 of the special one round robin tiebreak. And if this happens again, though, we'll go into time ratings, which do not look so great for Magma, because the wins that they had were kind of long. It took a while compared to LVZ's wins against Aster in these 2 past games. So we'll see how it goes. Of course, it would be nice if Magma would be in a position where we don't have to deal with that, you know, because time rating is always a bit questionable as a way to decide things. But as you mentioned before, we gotta get on with things, you know. There's still gonna be upper division tiebreakers left to be played, and we gotta settle things at one point, right? We can't just go infinite tiebreakers.
Yeah, and I like the idea as well that time rating slightly encourages teams to actually take risks in these tiebreakers, to not sit back and secure the win, which Magma tried in the previous round versus Aster Aries with that Medusa that Aries have once again let through. This is very deliberate. They took out that Elder Titan instead, so Magma, the 2 reactive supports that they're now going to have are the Lion and the Nyx Assassin. Both very hard to play into, very much combo breakers. The question is now, are they going to fall into their own trap again? Where if Aster Aries get a good economy up somehow, if they get those stacks, for example, are Team Magma going to be able to resist this time and say, no bro, we got stacks at home?
Well, they certainly have a couple of heroes that can contest this a little bit more effectively, perhaps, especially with the Nyx Assassin. Pretty good answer to Leshrac in particular. Also great to just find the Ancient Apparition, try and take him out before he can get good Ice Blast out. So that is something.
In general, these 2 supports, if either of them have a really good laning stage, especially early Blink Dagger on the Lion, early Yules, for example, on this Nyx Assassin, they can really be aggressive setups as well. So it's not just like they're only reactive, but that's definitely the first intention when you pick these 2 heroes on top of the Medusa. And of course, this Nyx as well. A little bit of a block pick. Make sure that that mana burn does not come out from Aster Aries instead.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been a great pick for them, but they opted for the Lesh first.
Right, so we still need the other cores now. Strong damage dealers, perhaps some extra control, like Aster already got some of that. Of course, with the Centaur on the field, the Clockwork, all heroes that can set things up for the Leshrac very easily without him needing to set up with his old Yules or whatever. So there's a number of good ways to combo up their stuns together, one way or the other, which is pretty nice. And also just in general control the flow of the team fight, you know, get the cogs out to disrupt it, or just use Stampede to get away if things don't look amazing. Magma. Oh yeah. Ah, interesting. I kind of like that one.
Same. Very good pickup versus the AA especially. This is also one of those things that forces a Centaur to pop his Stampede to protect his supports. Of course, the fact that you do have a Stampede to pop is very useful versus the Night Stalker. I've also seen the Centaur picked into the Night Stalker for that reason. But yeah, these 2 heroes have an interaction even when they're not actually fighting each other.
Well, when they are fighting each other, you won't be able to get the Stampede out if you're the one being silenced, of course. So it's also worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, so Magma definitely looking to play a strong 4 Protect 1 here again, an aggressive 4 Protect 1. And there's a lot of damage, a lot of powerful right clicks coming out if you've got other heroes to keep your targets on lockdown, which he does. Now really the only thing that you'd be looking for is some more magic damage on top of it, I think.
Yeah, Puck has
For
been
your
banned
mid-hero
out.
list. Yeah.
There was linchpin last time around. Like they opted for the Void Spirit, which on paper was pretty good. Like you remember back when Void Spirit was super popular, we saw him build Aghanim Scepter and then control the flow of the fire, go in and out, find that burst damage time and time again. But in that last game, it was never the case. Dust never got off the ground. So they certainly have to try and avoid that this time around. They need to have some sort of dominating mid-game hero that can fill that gap in the game before Medusa really gets online.
And normally I wouldn't exactly be opposed to trying a Void Spirit again. You can step out of these cogs or disappear out of them. You have multiple tricks, much as with the Mars Arena the previous time around. The problem is just that here, I don't actually think Void Spirit lanes all that well versus a Leshrac. Lesh very much, if you can't take down the waves, then Lesh is going to take down your tower.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
That's kind of what that hero does. Edict's gonna be very, very useful when it comes to bullying down towers.
Team Magma ban out one fast carry matchup for Dedusa and the one slow one. Terrorblade, of course, very much unimpressed by her damage output. Very much good at doing exactly the same thing as she does, which is stand and deliver. And then here, yeah, look at these spirits being banned out. If they want to Void, they can have it, but no Storm, no Ember this time around. And that physical damage shield really does nothing for you versus Lesh. I don't actually think they're going to take it. Would much rather see, Tiny also banned out. Dang it.
All the good mid heroes banned out.
Lena gone, Razor gone.
Yeah.
Magma are in a bit of a bind here.
Can you just run the Medusa mid and pick up another carry hero here?
I just frowned at you. I hope you saw that. Yeah, okay. There was still magic damage, just like before. Since I suggested this in another game, I do not actually get points for this. But still, this is the only burst magic damage mid that was really still available. Also decent right clicker, can jump out of the cogs as well. All good things here, and they have a really mobile front line here now. The only problem is going to be that these cores should not outrun their backline. Take the time in this game, if you're Magma, to really get a Yules and a Blink up for your two supports here, so that they can actually keep up with your cores and follow up, because otherwise the bottom might just fall out of their boat.
That's not normally something that you want to have happen, so hopefully they can avoid that.
No.
Faceless Void now, so
Void.
yeah. No Void Spirit, but the Faceless Void instead. And there's some combos, Leshrac can throw in damage inside the Chronosphere more often than not, and then that Ice Blast, of course, with the Ancient Apparition is the classic combination with that. So, yeah, not too bad.
No, not too bad. I mean, this Faceless Void has not looked good today, but Aster Ares didn't touch it before, so who knows? The benefit of the Void is once again that you can really play around this Medusa, and especially if you chrono her, you get to pick off anybody else, whoever you want. The only problem is just that the Void himself, in order to actually get damage output up, he is going to have to get himself a long game.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to be able to fight this Medusa for a long time, no matter what. But it's really the other heroes that need to have good games in order to scale well, because if this all comes down to the Void, then Magma is going to get their long game. They've got really nice scaling on all three of their cores as well. And I doubt it's going to look good for Aster Ares. So once again, Aster Ares have to be the ones to play more aggressive, are the ones that get to play more aggressive, but I do really enjoy Magma's lineup this time around as well.
Yeah. Thing is as well, for Aster, even if they end up winning this one in a long game, that ultimately won't serve them well, because I believe the math would work out in favor of LBZS at that point to win the time rating, which would just be very interesting in the end. So if Aries want to have a shot here, they need to win fast.
Well, they have a Lesh.
Yeah.
No pressure.
They kind of need to snowball with the Lash and then somehow just bully Magma.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to repeat here, Aster Aries are the open qualifier team, who are right now playing in the playoffs for the upper division. The fact that they got this far already is pretty incredible. And if they can just manage to keep that in their own minds here, then they should be able to just play this game for all the marbles without actually feeling like there's so much on the line, because they did so well already. Whereas Magma, they dropped down. They have honor to restore. There is definitely mental pressure on the line here for them, and I do think that got to them in the previous series.
Yeah.
Especially Dust, so I'm keeping an eye on that mid lane. It's Queen of Pain, you can't afford to overstep too many times.
He's certainly gonna have to deliver a little bit more consistent performance here in this one than he did in the first round. It's in their hands now, Magma. It's all in their hands, just coming down to this one game. Either you win or none of these teams will be laughing, presumably.
It'll get a slight chuckle out of me if we go to full rock, paper, scissors twice, though.
Yeah.
Like, you seldomly see that where the three teams are actually tied because of not just what happened in the season, but also because it's actually their style matchups coming into play.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy that kind of thing. Every team has a flavor. The flavor of Dust right now is getting stunned, by the way.
It's a bold strategy. Not sure if that pays off for him in the end.
Nice
the
deny.
range good deny, very good.
A cute little sidestep to make sure it wasn't in the AoE. Expecting, oh?
Dodging that one, he's learning, Kips.
He is, in real time.
Keeps
adaptability.
As well.
One of the biggest virtues you can have as a Dota player. And yeah, probably going to see, we might even not see the second point in Dagger come out, just because it's going to be more important for this squad to push the wave out than actually harassing the Lash out, because of all of the regen that the Lash is going to get thanks to the runes. Of course, you can play the dangerous game, take 2 points in Dagger eventually, and then hope that thanks to the blink you can snatch away runes in front of his nose, but that seems dangerous versus a guy who has a stun. And a lot of damage if there's no creeps around. So, yeah. I'm expecting just Scream max from the start.
Yeah.
No
then
sideways,
again,
no side alleys.
We've seen plenty of harassment just from the 1 point in Dagger so far.
Lash not very tanky.
Yeah. If you have that second one, just a single dagger will make things a bit awkward for Phoenix. Just stick around, especially if he does not get all of these runes. For now, though, the other one has been secured by his clockwork. One stolen away, but the other one not so much.
Kaz having to throw the stun here. Oh, ring around Rosie.
Well, Better Assault works through the trees line all the way. Pretty much of a win there for Magma.
These denies for Dust really starting to stack up. This is worth it. Lash now about half a level behind. Yeah, he's going to have to step up to secure these.
Yeah. Take a bunch of damage in return for it, though. Yeah, 15 and 10. That's quite significant.
Absolutely. Dust really not taking that damage. Yeah, he's going for the dagger max as well. He's staying in this.
Yeah.
Nice move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays out. No, it's supposed to be a bold move, but I think with how well the lane has gone for him already, it's a neat one to put it on lock. It's not as risky anymore.
Yeah, but now I want to watch Dodgeball again. Such a good movie. It was the Chuck Norris cameo, you know, William Shatner just making an appearance as the referee.
Eunice in the triangle. He's doing his thing. Dust, it's time to panic.
Oh god, no. Gotta contest that, oh no!
For anyone who wasn't here for the first series, Yuna got himself a 6-stack on the regular camp and a 5-stack on the Ancients, and Magma pulled themselves into several kinds of knots and twists in order to try and contest those stacks, and mostly got themselves killed.
Yeah. Not work out well for them. But you'd figure that they'd think twice about doing that this time around.
Hmm.
Okay.
And now we're waiting for this first blood here. I don't really see any way for Yuna to get kills in onto Kaz though. So that leaves the bottom lane where we've already seen several heroes crawl away on a sliver of health. Might just have to come down to a rotation from either of the mid laners.
Yeah. Very slow start in the kill department there for sure. Dust just keeps denying, it just won't stop. He's 7 and 15. 20 and 3 as Kaz and Yuna just look at each other as like not really being able to deal with each other whatsoever. But yeah, with Yanman also wrapping around on the side and trying to burst him down, will be able to. First blood being drawn as Yuna also caught in the middle. Will be able to walk away, trapping them inside the cogs for a little while. That's one way to do it, you know. It's just like, oh yeah, we see this rotation. Can't really get the stun off Kaz. It doesn't have to.
No worries.
Yan Yan is the one to do it on the other side.
Yep, very clever. And Aster Ares thought that that was a standoff for the first power rune, which was going to decide that first rotation, but, well, it was, in terms that Dust has now 100% secured it. And he's hugging his tower.
Yeah.
6, of course, not going to do much for Alesh in terms of his survivability, but it will in terms of him being able to go into the jungle and really start amping up his farm.
Yep.
And that's where his advantage over the Quap is supposed to happen. Farm more in the jungle and then hopefully push her tower while she's away ganking. And, you know, fingers crossed that that your side lanes don't feed.
Well, Quap did pick up the haste rune, but of course having used it ultimate and not having the maxed out scream means that you only have limited damage output. Throw that into the side lanes right now. Being said, it is nighttime. It's level 5 Night Stalker, 3 points up into the void. There's some heavy nukage right there as well. Kaz, alright, they're gonna try and run him down here with Stampede being used into the stomp. That should be enough to finish him off eventually. No? Yeah, not a W. Yeah. TZY gets bashed up. Gotta be a bit careful there. Isn't too healthy at the moment. Yeah, there it is. Dust with the haste rotation here. Siamese kinda low. Should end up going down eventually here. As Yan Yan goes straight into Ulu. That's questionable.
Kind of forced there. He was cold feeded up. Like maybe he hoped that TZY would be able to keep the attention off of him or something, but no scar.
No. This eternal battle here between Kaz and Yuna. Just this time there's a bit of help coming, Phoenix, to ensure this kill.
Slash looking for an early use most likely. Here again, this is your level 6 does not protect you. It's just about dealing enough damage to make him back off.
TZY thinking about trying to finish the job here. Phoenix still ticking. Last right click will finish the job before the stun can come out. So TZY just bowls, but with a reason. Yuna also super low. That's a secondary kill for him. It's that first Night Stalker ultimate coming into play, the free pathing, the
Siamese?
nuking power from the max out void. It's just add another one, sure, why not? He did not get the memo that this was not a safe area.
Yeah, maybe not used to playing versus the Night Stalker right now. It has been seeing quite a bit of play in China though, especially versus the AA. So now it's going to be a Hood here on the center, and really the early game for Aster Ares is in his hands now. The Lesh needs to be protected. The center is the only one who can really play up right now. Maybe they get an opportunity to make a Chronosphere play happen here though. The Faceless Void has arrived, gets seen by Myanmar over on the side.
Wanted it, couldn't quite get it there, but at least the threat of it should be enough to secure this tier 1 tower. It doesn't seem like they'll be able to get into position to contest this one.
Annoying for Ulu though. He'd much rather get a decisive victory here, drop the chrono, instead of now possibly being asked by his team to, you know, keep on playing up, because we gotta find a kill with this.
They can get Shylock's looked big, but Stun actually missing. He doesn't have the ultimate yet to keep himself safe though. It's a bit annoying.
Well, still no chrono. I guess this is big enough of a victory to just say, fine, I'll hold it in reserve.
Yeah.
He immediately TPs to the top lane. Good moves.
You guys don't even need my Chronosphere. What are you talking about?
Now the Centaur TPs to the last lane with a tier 1 up. This is such standard Centaur gameplay by now. And it's... spoiler alert, I love playing Centaur. It's great to be able to just make tower moves and then get your Blink Dagger if you want to. Immediately off of the money. Of those nice static money bags.
Oh yeah. Well, this does seem familiar though, Kips, because well, he's just peeking back at Shylock, and yeah, alright, he's got stacks of his own, it's fine. He's still doing Medusa things, and...
even better for him, he is the only one with stacks this time around.
Yep. Other cores don't really want to farm them. Any stacks that are being made are just for the Medusa. This time around, Nightstalker and Quap not too far away from their opposing team. Obviously just gonna wait until they have until the next nighttime comes in so they have a good opportunity.
Not sure if you want this, Yuna.
Just going in. And not doing anything with that, I guess forcing out that panic ult from Medusa. Huh.
That could have ended way worse. If they engage in too hard right there, you're going to get Quap ulted. And Phoenix just dies again. He can't afford that. He needs to finish that Yules right about now. Otherwise the Quap's going to have an Orchid.
Alright, that's a lot of hate. Finger and that Sonic Wave being used just to kill off a Clockwork.
Kill is a kill, Dragon Drop. Kill is a kill. Yeah, Sonic Wave, a little bit of a big commitment there. But I could definitely see why, if you have that finger sitting around, you might as well use it, because you are not the one needing to make the moves here. Orchid underway. Lesh, I think, is going to have his Yules in time now, though. Yeah, should be flying in as we speak.
Yep. Right on time with the smoke. I'd run into Shylock here, which would be a nice little kill. Kaz join first though. Shylock in the lane. Gonna find him. There's no ultimate available, stun cooldown. It's the Chronosphere, the Ice Blast. Easiest kill of their lives.
A little bit dicey there on if the AA Blast was actually going to hit now that he was pushed back. I think they still would have had him regardless.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that bottom tower still not taken. This is a little bit of a thorn in Magma's side. They'd really like to be able to keep that NS off map for longer, but he needs to show to push out the bottom tower. Kaz in quite deep.
Doesn't look like he's fast enough. Trying to make a play on Kuna there, but on the clockwork. But he got stampeded out, so could rely on his teammates.
4 staff coming out from Yuna soon. That is not really just really good for himself, but also very nice versus a Night Stalker for any of his teammates. And it's good that he's around to build it, because Siamese is not going to build any support items. He's just going straight in for the Ghost Scepter to protect himself. Do you see what?
What?
Look at the center's items.
Oh, he has a heart. He has another heart queued up, I believe. What? That's... Alright. I mean, who needs a Vanguard if you can just spy straight heart, right?
Yeah, he disassembled for the heart? Wow.
Huh. It's a very early one too. It's kind of crazy. I mean,
yeah.
Are you really gonna chew through 3,000 health points at this stage in the game?
I don't think so. They don't have any minus armor on Magma either. So yeah, I guess they have their battering ram at the ready now. Oh, Kaz.
It's been going on. Goodbye. Do have some audio desync in, so 1 second. Okay, we are back. Should be fine, yeah.
So I do think that this heart is not that much of a threat until he gets some armor back on top of it. You can see he has a casual plate mail queued up as well.
Yep.
They can still definitely go through him, but this hood is already
gonna try.
Let's find out.
Half health. All right. And now he's stampeding away.
Oh
GG.
my lord.
Still taking a little bit, but he's healing just
TZY
as
is gonna
much.
die for that.
Yeah, at least.
I can't believe they tried him.
Well.
I can't believe they tried him.
He is what, 80 HP region a second?
Yeah. Oh, and they're gonna pay.
Oh my god.
With their whole wallets. That's just... everybody knows.
I don't even know.
I mean,
let's initiate on the tanky offlaner. That's a good idea, right? Right?
I mean, they know what they're doing, right? They were actually very close to having the damage. And if they can stop him in his tracks there, what you break is Aster Ares' confidence in playing up on their towers like this. And you stop off a whole lot of well, this, what you're seeing right here. He's not going to do this if he dies.
Yeah.
He's going to doubt that. He's going to wait at the very least until he's got that plate mail. So...
Did backfire very hard though.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The Sonic Wave with the thing, all of that threatening magic burst damage on cooldown.
It was still very much a high risk play, and yeah, wow. Now he just has a plate mail because several kills.
Plate mail, the hood as well. How are they ever gonna kill him?
Well, you make like he's a Dusa and you try to ignore him. He doesn't have a blink dagger yet, at least, and if you're lucky, he buys the second heart before he buys a blink. Like, he can tank anything, and he deals so much damage with that return now as well.
Straight into Roche. Yuna up on the high ground. Magma want to contest it, and the Chronosphere actually catches him just on the edge with the Ice Blast. Shardak on the high ground with the ult of his own, trying to control him up, but TZY is still dead, and so is Mian Mian. It was very close to just blowing up in their face, but Chronosphere catching him just on the edge.
Aster Ares once again proving that they're not afraid to take risks here. And they're paying off for them, unlike Magma, who, well, really made the game a lot harder for themselves in the last couple of minutes.
Okay, I think the Can't quite read what's trying to do tell us here, but I think it might be some of the math of what happens when Ares wins. I haven't quite done it myself.
We haven't really had any time, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, it's looking more and more like it's might be relevant here. Because Ares, I mean, they have an unkillable centaur, and now he's unkillable twice, I guess, with the Aegis. They can just siege down towers with them sitting there forever.
And this is very much a time rating sensitive strat here. They're going as fast as possible this game.
Yeah. Want to find another team fight, they can also have the Leshrac play a little bit more aggressively, and at that point you can just burn through towers, burn through buildings with the Edict as well.
I think right now the problem is though that Magma can actually kill the creep waves. That means that this is not farm efficient. They need to fight and pick off still. Yuna?
Oh, the hook shot! What a guy on TZY, forcing out that ultimate. That's quite a big one. I mean, sure, if it's nighttime, you still get some other buffs, but this free pathing, this flying vision is a huge part of what makes the heroes very strong. Just being able to run people down. Right, so unfortunately, if the math that's been done by the admins is correct, then Ares would have needed to win by 1423. So
absolutely impossible.
Basically means that if they win here, then they're just gifting LBZS that upper bracket slot, I think.
Yep, and if they lose, it's the Magma.
Yeah.
They're not going down without a fight.
Nothing else. They want some bragging rights. They want to make Magma work for it, you know, and which is just as well the Chronosphere. Oh, they're walking into it! 2x3s walk into it here, still unable to finish off anybody here. Shylock is right there with the ultimate, turning them all into stone. Cass not quite alive as he does take out eventually. 1-for-1 trade, but certainly very much in favor of Magma.
Top tower fell though. How are they going to deal with him? They can't. And they don't have any mobility items on their supports yet, I don't think so. There's not really any way for them to bring their disables past his centaur. As long as his positioning is right, the Aster Ares, even with her void down, is untouchable. He's saving up for that second hard.
Oh yeah.
What a bastard. I gotta love it.
Well, if you're unkillable, might as well get more unkillable, right?
Yeah. Oh, this Medusa is definitely going in for damage because of that. That's a Daedalus immediately after the Aghanim Scepter. That's faster than we ever see it.
Definitely necessary here. Though you could argue that with this Escadi would also be good just to disable the regen to some extent.
Yeah, put him at a standstill. He's got the second Reaver. He's walking up basically on his own. The Faceless Void is just farming jungle.
Stun me, I dare you.
Chop. A dull blade, but heavy.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here, have 100 health regen. My god.
How dare we even watch you right now? Yeah, Dust's also like, I'm not gonna bother with this. I need my PKP, man. Once again, it's the problem of first giving the Aegis to that centaur and now just in general only having him as a tool. He doesn't really push very fast, even if he's completely allowed to. Like, they're not actually winning that trade in the farm department.
Yeah.
So here, Yuna, smoke breaks.
TZY, BKB, and the ult to walk away from this one. Not exactly kind of glorious gameplay that you want out of your Night Stalker.
It really isn't, and if Yuna gets his Aghanim Scepter up at a reasonable time, he's doing pretty well on it, then he's just going to get hookshotted after as well. This is the moment where I'm like, man, wouldn't you rather have had a little stopover for a Blink Dagger on that Centaur before you went for the second heart? You would be able to actually catch some people on the retreat here, but no, he's all in. This man's not backing off, he's a man with a plan. The plan is to buy 2 hearts and be immortal. This Void buys a Mask of Madness. Most efficient in chrono damage that you can get for your money. Curious to see him go back for it. They're still really intending to beat this window of Medusa. Look at that double edge damage. Woohoo!
It's a bit too crazy. There's Edict trying to leverage that onto the rage tracks, control one region, so slowly but surely bringing them down. Oh, there's a Chronosphere, including on Shylock this time. So no big spells to turn this one around. Nice little extra stun though onto Ares. Onto the Centaur, but ultimately not enough to burst her down. And it's all down to Dust now, as well as Kaz perhaps. He's just gonna take out Dust. Not a whole lot else that he can throw out. Together with TZY, they'll be able to bring down Leshrac. Now the out of utility, TZY caught inside that small little arena, but who's caught in there after all? Beautiful Ravage standing there from line. There's a couple more people buying back. Yuna also falls, and now it is just the Centaur. There's no way they kill him though, right?
I just really don't think so. Oh, AA
made
made
an apparition. Yeah, that's a freebie. Alright, 4 against 1. Who will win?
No. It's they're gonna do it.
They're doing
eventually.
It very slowly.
And the only reason was that he doesn't have any mana right now. Like he can stick at this point again in order to get a stun, but no. If he gets even
Full
one
minute of
stun
wailing
off,
on him, yeah.
Yeah, then it's completely reset. Back to the start you go. What a meme.
Next time we'll have 2 hearts though.
Mm-hmm. One for each body. You know, the Centaur body needs a heart, but the human body also needs a heart.
Oh yeah.
So it actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
Trying to find a lore justification now for double heart.
Well, where would you put the heart in a Centaur?
It's a good question. I would just put it in the upper body.
How's that gonna pump all the way down to the hind legs, man?
I mean,
Is
have you
the
seen that
correct
guy?
item-
I mean, he's big and
correct
bulky.
item
He's
was-
gonna have a strong heart, you know. Doesn't need 2. He just needs one super strong one.
A really big one. The correct answer was 4th item, by the way.
God damn it.
Okay, he's finally gonna get to the Blink Dagger, guys.
Oh no.
He's gonna be a jump threat again.
Well, he has more
Well, I
damage
say
output as
again.
well with that Cloak of Flames.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Ooh, the hook onto Mian Mian. Does have the 4-staff to get himself out of trouble though. Ice Blast still connecting on him though. And with the jump forward, yeah. Be 1 kill each way, but Clockwork buying back. They want to take this one. Try and take advantage of this fact that there's not a whole lot of buybacks going on right now inside of Magma. Couple of pickups here and there. This would be big, but meanwhile in the back, TZY trying to bring down Siamese here. Dust finds a Sonic Wave here, desperately trying to finish him off. Meanwhile, the Chronosphere not enough to actually bring him down. On to the next one. Phoenix, high value target. If they can bring him down, and they can indeed. Lulu's still alive, so is the Centaur. Now Yuna, nice little push back here with a jump forward. TZY does end up going down. Shylock. Perhaps next here, 3-4-2. Exchange so far,
bastions?
couple buybacks here. Lines back from the dead with the extra stun. But there's no way you can just straight up man fight the centaur.
You can't, no, but you see that the control that this centaur is lacking, and that nearly actually allows Magma to to get away with murder here, is all down to the fact that the Clockwork has that Aghanim Scepter, is able to re-engage. And Shylock deals a bit of damage right now.
Yep.
Just a bit, though.
With the Ice Blast is the counter initiation. Ice Blast hits on a couple of people. 4-star in aggressively, not ideal, into the arms of the Centaur. 2-3 heroes down on total at the moment, and looking for more, but Dust. Shylock too far away, no Chronosphere to hold him in place. Now there's no more supporting staff here for these two cores. And,
He's again with the bait, the Magma keep taking it.
Yeah.
They keep hoping they're out of the woods. Hope is not enough.
Yuna walks in, the stun connects over onto Dust. We've seen that one before. Not forcing out Shylock's ultimate. Don't even care, just stone into stone. At least TZY is back and actually getting that Clockwork up on the top.
That's huge.
And they haven't taken the racks.
They have not. The one that they need to have up there is the Leshrac, but he can't actually stand versus the damage that Magma's outputting. So they need to keep on baiting with his Centaur. What a wild game this has become.
It's in. Finally has the Blink Dagger.
He finally does.
It's dying rather quickly, but Magma kind of smoked up. Dead too late.
Aegis? On the floor? Okay.
Okay. Just jump in, try to bring down Siamese. That's a good one. Dust still alive. He has Sonic Wave. If you're doing a whole lot at this stage in the game. Stan's going back and forth, but he still lives. Chronosphere catches Dust. Finally done with his shenanigans. He is down for the count.
That's
100
a
seconds
dieback.
on the sidelines, and this could be an opening there for Aster.
Yep, back to the mid lane we go. Magma once again really very nicely split up. They're playing with everything they got right now. It doesn't look like it, because they keep getting hopeful and they keep trying for the Centaur. But when they think about it, you can see them spreading out for that fight, coming at it from two angles, hoping to catch either the Leshrac or the supports. Nothing on the Lesh that time around, but they did get the AA. Unfortunately, though, it cost Dust his life, and now
another hook shot in. Yuna once again
more.
always finding these initiations. Cast still alive, some double 4-star back and forth. Not ideal either way. He is dead. The Ice Blast from downtown catches everybody. The extra stun onto Shylock. Still has that ultimate to work with. Shot being picked up by Phoenix. It's just big circles everywhere. Can't really engage into that.
You cannot, and now finally they have the staying power after those buybacks are done. But they're still not hitting their axe very hard. It is possible for Magma to extend this game.
It's the Edict finally coming through though. Stun over on the Shylock. Ulu starts to right click away, maybe banging into deep. There's Ice Blast coming through as well, but Shylock with that ultimate able to buy himself some time, but maybe not enough. He's not healing anything, he's just dead. He is down for 75 seconds, might as well be an eternity. Just line, few remaining buybacks are being used. But this seems nigh impossible right now. This Centaur has 5,000 health points, 5,600.
With a cool 31 armor on top.
Are able to melt the snow cone at the very least.
They have to keep on trying.
Buyback becomes available though, and yeah, it's gotta go. Try and kill everyone else first. That's the Aegis only though. Void will be returning in a moment. Nice little stun timing. The hook shot off the mark. Another Ice Blast from downtown. Just makes it so awkward. Mian Mian going to take out any moment. TZY trying to find a place to be, trying to be
The
impactful.
dying moments of Magma.
Santa is just sitting there in front of the fountain. He's just AFK. Until he finds an opening on top of Night Stalker. There's a buyback available. 5 more seconds until Shylock returns, but...
Nearly 8k health on this Centaur. You can't do anything about it.
How's he even getting so much?
He doesn't have an ult.
How is he getting so much health now? What? It's absolutely incredible. And yeah, Aster Arias with a victory, but not exactly a fast one.
No, it is not, but their goal was impossible to hit, wasn't it?
Yeah. The goal was 14-23, then yeah, that's not that's not a victory that you can reasonably do in a pro game.
It is not, and then we are left here with what's going to be a series of baffling highlights before the real winner is going to be crowned, which is going to be LBCS.
Yep. Yeah, looks like it. I'll use it as winning just because their wins have been very fast, their losses have been not so fast. And this all adds up to them somehow being able to win, even though they have not been able to best Magma. Then again, Magma has not been able to best Aster. In two tries. It's very interesting the way that one works. So LBZS will be a victor. They'll squeeze their way into the upper division for the next season by the skin of their teeth. Aster will be the second one in Magma, coming in third actually by the looks of it.
Yep, and this was of course the second promotional tiebreaker. This is the turning point of the game where they can't get the Centaur.
Yeah.
They did take the bait.
Did not work out well for them at all, especially with Dust taking the stun and dying.
And if they get the damage out here, then the entire game is different. This Centaur does not feel as emboldened. You're going to be able to play up more, maybe farm up more, but instead, you're stuck with this Dusa, doesn't do any damage. And I want to say, by the way, Yuna, some absolutely godlike clockwork play here. He had to do everything. He had to make all of the moves. Every single hookshot was on point.
Really good Ice Blast throughout this game as well from Siamese.
What a slow descent into madness we just watched.
Just must have been such a frustrating game for Magma. Just unable to do anything. Dust, once again, unable to really scale. Wasn't that hero? It's not particularly easy.
I want to say that there are options here. Maybe if in some way you get to actually get, for example, a Blink Dagger over on your Lion, on top of that Force Staff, maybe you actually get to go on the backlines, get to ignore the Centaur, work around him, but right now we have that problem where the front lines are just so far away that the supports can't really follow up, and Yuna can be the separating factor always, as well as of course this huge Centaur.
Yeah. Had a couple of decent fights here, this one a bit chaotic. TZY doesn't have taken out. That's where it starts to fall apart.
Anytime a fight is chaotic and takes so long, the reason is simple, it's a lack of damage. And we know who wins here. When the damage is lacking.
Just being drawn out a little bit too far in front of their base here into this center.
And I too wish that it would have been the Hyper, that there would have been something else to talk about, but sometimes the Centaur just has 2 hearts and you have a Medusa. Yeah, given the MVP, I still think both in the first as well in the second game that we saw from Aster Aries, the real MVP is Yuna, but you can't argue with results, and this man got the results.
Yeah. Certainly made it happen for them. Unfortunately for Aster, of course, it still doesn't mean that they're making it further here, because, yeah, quite the weird tiebreaker. Just one game going the other way and we wouldn't be here, but We had to resort to time rating, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean that LBZS will make it through. And there were also a team that did drop down, right? LBZS and Magma both were in the upper division for the first season. None of them did particularly well there, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if it wasn't Phoenix.
No.
That was LBZS, wasn't it? So, Phoenix going on up as the newcomers, and then in that second place, we have LBZS. Third place to Aster Aries here, and fourth to Magma by way of the tiebreaker. And it's got to be a bitter pill for them to swallow.
For sure. But then again, they were the ones who forced the tiebreak in the first place, you know, just
True.
Being able to find that victory against LBZS in the group stage. And they kept beating LBZS even here in the tiebreakers, but they just couldn't get on Aster, whereas LBZS could, and they found the very quick victories there. Just the way it goes sometimes.
And that means that for us here in the lower division, our DPC Season 2 is now also over. And we're going to have to make way for the last tiebreaker in the China region, which is the upper division between Vichy and PSG LGD for the second and third slot.
Yeah. That'll be the end of DPC Season 2 altogether, won't it? We've China last region to wrap up, if I'm not mistaken, so it's been quite a ride. I'm very glad that we got to cast it and got to go this path again together.
Has been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Shout out to Perfect World, Josh, and everybody else, all the cast, of course, PD, Neff, Ricky, all these cool people making this work and allowing us to just cast some fun Dota. We certainly had some wonderful games here in the lower division as well. But
we did.
And yeah, stick around. Upper division, a tiebreaker will be coming up soon. Until I guess until next time, until next season, we say goodbye and see ya.
大家好，欢迎收看本期不懂就问，我是肚子里都是录像的施丹尼。
今天的问答咱们加入一个小环节啊，如果你有答不上来的问题，那么要做10个俯卧撑。
10个俯卧撑啊，没问题，随便来。
第一个问题 ，OG 和秘密的官方推特互相嘲讽，导致赛不破防啊，私信辱骂秘密的官推被挂了出来，这件事你怎么看？
这些欧洲队是不是觉得我们这个节目没素材，天天搞点事情出来？这秉着上一次我们说的看热闹不嫌事大，对吧？他随便骂，放开了骂。关于这件事情啊，其实我觉得国外战队在官方的那些互动的平台、社交的平台里面玩些梗啊，然后互相嘲讽啊，原来是一种给大家造点乐子啊，结果没想到有人破防了，当真了，认真你就输了，对吧？那这一次 Seb 他发私信，然后喷别人，其实就已经有点输了的味道了。而且在 Reddit 上面有一个投票嘛，参与的人数是已经超过1万多了，但是支持 Seb 的跌入谷底啊，只有5%不到。这件事情我认为，哪怕是 OG 的粉丝，可能也站不住这个脚了吧。
第二个问题 ，Elephant 的战队在去年组成了银河战舰的阵容之后呢，2个赛季 DPC 的成绩都不甚理想啊。你认为他们这个阵容有没有问题 ？LTK 的加盟对小将到底有没有帮助呢？
这个人员配置，你要说他没问题呢，他确实 DPC 没打出成绩了；你要说他有问题呢 ，DPC 比赛开始之前，他们也拿出过2个冠军，我感觉这个应该不是人员的问题吧。其实 ROTK 的加入在第2个 DPC 赛季开始的时候，能看得出来他们的一个成效，但后来打着打着又歪了，队员在心理压力 力上面确实是有那么一点大。比如说在刚刚结束的跟阿克的对战中，他们有过脱节的低级失误，也有过葫芦娃救爷爷的判断上的失误，包括在取得了优势之后拿不下比赛、结束比赛手段比较有限的这种情况也常见。就因为他们是一